Unreal Editor for Fortnite, or UEFN. Let's talk about the course overview. We are going to get started with an introduction on what Unreal Editor for Fortnite is, and why you should be aware of it, and why you would want to use it. Next, we're going to learn all about getting started with UEFN. From there, we will move on to utilizing Unreal Engine content and bringing that into UEFN to further customize the game experience. We will learn all about building the foundations of your game inside of UEFN. You will learn how to enhance and polish your game through in-game devices built within the Unreal Editor for Fortnite. At the end of this course, I will teach you how to publish your completed game and share it with the entire Fortnite universe. Finally, we will end with a course recap, and I will talk about how you can take this knowledge and continue on with your learning journey inside Unreal Editor for Fortnite. All right, are you ready? Let's get started with the course. Hello and welcome to this video where we are going to get up and running with getting all the software installed that we're going to need to use for this course. Now, we are going to want to make games inside of UEFN, but we're going to bring our content from Unreal Engine 5 into UEFN. So head over to unrealengine.com, and if you do not already have an account, then head up to the top here where we have this sign in, and you're going to sign in with your account or create a new account with one of these sign in partners or a brand new account at the bottom here. Once you have created an Epic Games account, then you're going to meet me back on the Epic homepage. We're back on unrealengine.com. You're going to need to go to Get Unreal and then download the launcher. Download the launcher and it will install and open the launcher. And the next thing you're going to do is watch this how to install video if you like, or just open up the launcher and install the latest version of the engine. At the time of the recording of this course, I'm going to be utilizing Unreal Engine 5.5. Keeping this in mind, I will try and make everything as foundational and fundamental as possible, avoiding any kind of things that will potentially be changed in future iterations of the engine. I'm on the Epic Games launcher homepage. We have the news tab open by default, and here it shows us that 5.5 engine is now released, available, it's in production, and that's the version of the engine we're going to be using for this course. Head over to Library. And at the top, we have our engine versions. Make sure that you do have the 5.5 version or above. And if you don't, hit this plus sign here, and it will open up the next latest version of the engine for you to use. And I have 5.3.2 because that's the next newest version that I don't have installed. I'm not going to install that. I'll hit X on that and continue on. Great. You now have an Epic Games account. You have the Epic Games launcher installed, you have the latest version of the engine installed, and we're going to move over to this library button. In my library, I have favorited Unreal Editor for Fortnite, and if you do not have it already, which I'm assuming you don't, we're going to download and install it together right now. You can head up to the search store and type in Unreal, and right away we're going to see Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Select that. For me, it's in library. For you, you're going to need to download this. And when you do download this, it will automatically have you download Fortnite. You can't have one without the other. They work in conjunction. And full disclosure, it's not a small game size. So between Unreal Editor for Fortnite and the actual Fortnite game, you can expect to be downloading quite a bit of data, around 80 to 100 gigabytes. So once that's all done and you have them both installed on your machine, then meet me back here and we'll get started with the course. Now that you are set up with all the software that we're going to need for this course, we need to get set up with one additional thing, your creator portal. That's right, it's time for you to log into create.fortnite.com with your Epic Games account and get set up as an actual creative. I'll put the links in the documentation where you can go and learn more about using the creative portal and how you can discover the tools that you will need as a creator to publish, manage your islands, improve, develop, and potentially monetize your efforts by getting paid from Epic Games. You will also need to be signed up as a creative if you'd like to work in a collaborative and team environment, or utilize any of the other assets that Fortnite and Epic has, Rocket Racing, Fall Guys, to name a few. Now, the reason that I want to get you set up with the Creative Portal now and not at the end of the course is because I want you to start with the mindset and the goal that you are going to have a published map by the end of this course. And by getting signed up right away to the Creative Portal, you are committing to that goal on publishing a map. How to join. If you enrolled in the Supporter Creator program earlier and have published islands in the original Fortnite Creative, then you may already be in the program, and you're taking this course so that you can understand the UE and UEFN workflow better. But if you're not, you need to make sure that you're at least 18 years old, have an Epic account, which we already do, and have been using it for 30 days before applying, which is another one of the main reasons why we want to get set up right away. You want to get that 1 month period out of the way so that you can begin publishing. And the second note here, your Epic account must have been editing islands in Fortnite Creative or Unreal Editor projects for the last 7 out of the 30 days. So you need to be in here for at least 7 days, 1 week in the last month or 30 days. This document will also guide you through going to the Creative Portal, which we already saw, signing in, using your account here, and then we are going to hit apply. You're going to apply now and begin the process. And this is why you need to be 18 years old, is because there is some legal acknowledgement to terms as well as some tax documentation that you need to have filled out in order to make sure that you are eligible to receive payments from Epic and then use those for your accounting purposes. This is something that's been changed. You used to have, I believe, 2,000 followers before you could become a creative. They removed that and pivoted into this Supporter Creator program. And that is where if you have a strong social following, then you can take advantage by also joining that program in the Support a Creator. Now I'll leave it up to you. You're all set to get your Creative Portal registered to your Epic account and begin waiting that 30 days until you can have a map that could be making money. I will see you in the next video. The Fortnite Island Creator Rules. Now, when you signed up to be a creator for Fortnite, you would have had to read the rules and terms of services. I'm not going to read this rule by rule with you, but I highly advise that you do read this. Failed content review. Violation in your island. Rule 1.15. Align with Fortnite's game ratings. What have I done? I don't remember doing anything, violating any content. I was trying to respect the rules. All I did was convert a kit. If you read here, an asset in your project. T_TX_decal_blood. Blood. I have used one of the trigger words that has scraped by the automation bot, the moderation bots that are looking through all the public islands. So I will go over some do's and don'ts when you, and right here we can see island moderation tips and FAQ. That's a good place to check out, and I will link this in the documentation. When you submit an island, it will go for review. And when we publish our island in the end, we will see that it gets reviewed and then either allowed, published, approved, or rejected. If rejected, it will let us know why. And that's because it goes through a process of moderation. The reason why I'm letting you know this now in advance of converting kits is it's easier to nip some of these problems before you bring them into UEFN, and then we can try and avoid common pitfalls such as naming things inappropriately or migrating in blood. We're not allowed to use blood, gore, or violence. Wait a minute, isn't Fortnite all about eliminations? Yes, eliminations. No one's being killed. It's all virtual, and it's all virtual pixels. So we're allowed to do some scare things, but keep in mind, this is meant for a younger audience. And if you don't read the rules, at least please read this slide here, 1.15, align with Fortnite's game rating. Violence and gore, language, nudity and sexual suggestive themes, alcohol and drug references, gambling, obscenity, none of those things are allowed. So before getting started making games in UEFN, it is best to know what you can't make. And the IARC overview and FAQ is all about ratings for your map, and again, will be covered in publishing. Now, I don't anticipate there being any problems with you because you're going to follow the rules and make islands that everybody loves from all ages. From your Epic launcher, navigate to the library and then head into Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which we have just downloaded and installed. Here we are inside of the Welcome and News page when you launch UEFN for the first time and anytime. And if you don't want to have this page show up, we can always check this box right here, and that will only show unseen news on startup, so it won't present this to us unless there are any changes. Some of the latest news are we can now build islands with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle assets. There's a survey. We have our latest version, the Fortnite ecosystem 32.10. This is where it will direct you to the latest updates for the version that you're using. For example, the latest news in 32.10, you can now publish your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle islands. They were in beta for some time. And we have new templates for LEGO island creators. What's a template? We're going to get to that in a moment. The next thing I wanted to show you, which I think is critically important, is the UEFN documentation. This is a great page to have in your bookmarks of resources for UEFN. Once you've explored the news and taken a look at where to find the documentation, then hit Done. You'll be brought here to the project browser, where again, we have links to getting started, documentation, and the community. Under My Projects, we have a drop-down, and this is me solo as an individual. If you have any teams, the teams will be listed down inside here, and you can select different teams for different projects. And that's why it's very easy to work collaboratively. Next, we have all kinds of island templates. These are basic islands or maps that you can start your game or world with. We'll be starting with a blank island, but I want to showcase the other things inside of here. Brand templates. You can see we have Fall Guys, Lego, Rocket Racing, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and potentially more by the time you're watching this. Now, there is a separate document that you need to agree to and sign off on as a creator if you'd like to participate in using some of these assets like Lego or TMNT. Then you're going to need to sign that form. As well, they do take a small percentage of your earnings. Feature examples is an excellent place to start learning and getting started. And we're going to go over many of the examples inside of these maps, as well as check out some of the game examples while we are learning and developing our own game. Heading back to island templates, I'm going to select blank, and we have our project location. This is where you're going to be saving your project, the name of your project, and then a project verse path. What's verse? Well, I will tell you a little bit about verse, but for now, don't worry about that. That's just going to be your username at fortnite.com/the project name. We also have this option to open the last project on startup. On the right-hand side, we have project defaults. Unreal Revision Control is the latest Unreal source control or revision control that you can utilize. For now, in this project, I'm going to have that turned off just so we can simplify things. And this is where we can select our team or create a new team if you do not already have a team, and then hit Create. All right, by now, you should have an understanding of how to open up and start a new project, as well as how to get help within the documentation. Next, we are going to talk about the interface inside of UEFN and compare it to the interface in Unreal Engine 5. Whether you're a seasoned Unreal Engine user or you're completely new to game creation, this video and course is going to help you understand what UEFN is and why it might just be the tool that you've been waiting for to kickstart your game dev career. What is UEFN? Let's start with the basics. Unreal Editor for Fortnite, or UEFN, is a specialized version of Unreal Engine. It allows you to control custom content and experiences for Fortnite. Think of it as a creative hub where game developers, designers, and even casual players could bring their ideas to life, all within the Fortnite ecosystem. UEFN integrates seamlessly with Fortnite Creative, meaning you can build, test, and play your creation in real time with your friends or players around the world. No need for endless export loops or external publishing tools. UEFN keeps everything streamlined. Now, who is UEFN actually for? Well, it's for everyone. If you're a seasoned game developer, UEFN offers an opportunity to tap into Fortnite's massive player base with minimal development time. If you're a creator or streamer, it's a way to expand your brand by building custom game modes or interactive experiences for your audience. For beginners, it's an accessible entry point into Unreal Engine's technology with Fortnite's built-in assets and tools. You can start creating right away, no prior experience required. Why choose UEFN over Unreal Engine? While Unreal Engine is a powerhouse for creating standalone games and cinematic experiences, UEFN is purpose-built for Fortnite. That means faster workflows, optimize performance for Fortnite's cross-platform audience, and an access to an enormous library of pre-made assets from character skins to fully functional devices, which we will be going over. Another advantage is live collaboration with UEFN. You can test your game directly inside Fortnite, tweak mechanics on the fly, and instantly see how it feels to play. No lengthy build processes or guesswork. Of course, every tool has its limits. UEFN is designed specifically for Fortnite, so your projects are locked into that ecosystem. Custom assets need to be optimized for Fortnite's performance standards, and advanced features like Blueprint visual scripting are replaced by Verse, a simpler game-specific scripting language. But these constraints are also opportunities. By focusing on Fortnite's strengths, UEFN lets you build and iterate quickly, opening the door to reaching Fortnite's millions of players faster than ever. Beyond just building cool experiences, UEFN connects you to something bigger: the Fortnite community. Whether you're creating a competitive game mode, a narrative-driven adventure, or a casual social space, UEFN gives you the tools to share your vision with players worldwide. And let's not forget, UEFN offers monetization opportunities for creators. By publishing your content to Fortnite Creative, you can earn based on player engagement and other metrics that Epic has outlined and detailed in various blog posts. When we get into publishing later in the course, I will link these documents for you. To recap, UEFN is your gateway to building, testing, and publishing interactive experiences inside of the Fortnite ecosystem. Whether you're here to learn a little bit about game design basics or level up your development skills, UEFN opens up a world of possibilities. In the next video, we're going to dive into the key interface differences between UEFN, Unreal Engine, and we're going to explore some of the tools and workflows that are unique to UEFN. And it won't stop in that video. Throughout the course, I'll be sure to identify all the special unique features that UEFN has in comparison with Unreal Engine. I will see you in the next video. Inside of the Epic Games launcher, head up to the top right and click the Launch button. We're going to create a new project for which we are going to migrate content from Unreal Engine 5 into Unreal Editor for Fortnite. We'll also be using this project to compare and contrast the UE5 and UEFN engines. I have the Unreal Project browser open, and I've selected Games. I'm going to open up a third person. I like to use the third person template because it comes with the mannequin and the ability to hit play and run around your map. I use this for scale and to playtest and iterate quickly. You could also grab the first person if you are working towards a first person style game. You already have that in the back of your head. Go ahead, grab that. You can always add one or the other later. You're not limited to use only one. There are other templates: film, video architecture, automotive, etc. We're not going to be going into those. We're just using a game's third-person template using the blueprint, not C++, and desktop, maximum quality. Starter content we can leave off. We're not going to use starter content, but there are some useful things inside there if you would like to use it. Save your project wherever you would like, where you have a lot of space perhaps, and then name it however you would like. I'm going to call mine UE to UEFN. When you're done naming and saving your project location, hit Create. Now you can thank Epic Games for making this lovely graphic image that's going to allow me to help best explain to you some of the main interface differences, and then as we work through the course and work together in each type of engine, Unreal Editor and UEFN, I'll explain in more detail the nuances of how the workflows are done. If you are familiar with Unreal Engine, then this is going to be quite an easy transition for you. If you are not familiar with Unreal Engine at all, there's going to be a little bit more learning involved, as it is an easier transition coming from Unreal Engine into Fortnite Creative than coming from Fortnite Creative and learning UEFN and Unreal Engine. That's not to say it can't be done, but I'm just letting you know there's going to be a little bit more work involved if you don't have any experience with Unreal Engine. In Unreal Engine 5, at the top of the menu bar, we have File, Edit, Window, Tools, Build, Select, Actor, and Help. Inside of UEFN, we have File, Edit, Window, Tools, Verse, Build, Select, and Help. Then below that is our toolbar, which is our main selection modes. We have our create button, our project button, that's different inside of UEFN. We also have a verse button, a launch session. What are those? We're going to go over them in detail. Inside of UE5, we have the create button. Then we have the blueprint button, our cinematic button or level sequence button here. Play in editor, or if you wanted to simulate, or if we wanted to play and simulate an executable. Both versions have the outliner on the right hand side, so when you select any actor from the viewport, which is in the center, then you're going to get the details on the right hand side of the actor, and it's going to highlight that actor in the outliner. Now at the bottom, we have our bottom toolbar, and it is more or less similar with our content drawer, output log, saving is the same. Revision control is a little bit different from UEFN to Unreal Engine 5. There's URC, which is Unreal Engine Revision Control, and that's in UEFN. And then inside of Unreal Engine 5, we have various options, which are Perforce, SVN, GitHub, to name a few. The Place Actor panel, I don't really have that open. You can have it open if you like. I'm going to show you how to have that open anytime you'd like with either of the engines. In both engines, we head up to the Create button, and at the very bottom, there is a Place Actors panel button. Select that. This is how we do it inside of Unreal Engine if you misplace your place actors and you like it. And here is how we do it inside of UEFN if you misplace your place actor panel and you want to have it back. Personally, I enjoy the extra viewport space and the create button, which is the cube and a green plus sign on it. I don't know if that's its name. I call it the create button. As soon as you click it, you can begin typing, and this will allow you, if you know what you want, to type it and go to it immediately. Now this is a big one. Verse. What is Verse? Verse is a programming language designed with video games and video game-like experiences in mind. It makes it well suited to handle game-specific needs. The course is not on Verse, but I did want you to be aware of what it is and how you can code inside of UEFN. There is no C++, which is the backbone of Unreal Engine. Inside of our world outliner, every map or island inside of UEFN has the island settings. Now you can think of this as the overarching ability to control the entire experience of your island. And this is foundational in utilizing Fortnite Creative and UEFN. Things like how many members on each team, if there are teams or it's a single player experience, how the game is scored. We will be going over the island settings as we progress through this course. The details panel is more or less the same. However, there are different options underneath, such as the user option functions, events, and we're going to talk about how these events coordinate with each other to create gameplay mechanics. Prior to UEFN, there was a channel-based system, which was okay, but it had many underlying issues if you wanted to further create your own type of gameplay mechanics. Therefore, they moved over to an event-based or a more conditional logic-based type of mechanics that work better with Verse, and that's why we have this event-driven type of functionality. Think of it as I walk through a volume, and now that volume triggers an AI to spawn and attack me. Both UEFN and UE utilize world partition, allowing you access to things like data layers to enable very large type of worlds, loading in and unloading data layers instead of sub-levels to provide a more optimized way of streaming large open worlds. We're not going to be going into a more advanced topic in world partition. However, know that it is possible to make large open worlds such as Fortnite with UEFN. The content drawer, although it is the same in location, it does have some main critical differences, such as the Fortnite folder and the Epic folder. Both of these contain a ton of pre-made assets, consumables, devices. What are devices? We're going to be talking about them in a big way in a later video. Environment, galleries, graybox, lighting, materials, meshes, prefabs, props, sounds, textures, VFX, and weapons. There's tons in here ready to go to get you started making games right away. You don't need to have any of your own assets to start making games. They have provided with you basically the entire tool suite that they used to create Fortnite. Of course, some things are under lock and key and you can't modify them, or you cannot open up and examine exactly how they made it, but we do have access to a lot of their systems. This was the main overview for the interface differences between Unreal Engine 5 and UEFN. I won't be going over Unreal Engine 5 interface in detail, but I will take the time to go over everything as we work through UEFN. Now, before we jump in, here's a high-level overview of the UEFN interface. We have the menu bar at the top, toolbar below that, the Place Actors panel on the left. The viewport is the centerpiece here. On the right-hand side is our outliner, island settings. Below that, we have our details panel and world partition, our content browser in the bottom, and our bottom toolbar below that. I'm inside of my Larta Studio demo project, and let's go over the UEFN interface. Well, at the very top, we have our menu bar, file, edit window, tools, verse, build, select, and help. We already made our project, but let's go over it one more time on how to start a new project. Well, we can always start a new level, or open an old level, a recent level, or we can do a new level from island, and this is going to give us a template island to work with. Cancel. We can also open a new project or start a new project from this button here, new open project, and that takes us to our project browser. Edit, not much in here other than the cut, copy, paste type of stuff. Our editor preferences are considerably more limited in UEFN than they are inside of Unreal Engine. We can change our appearance, keyboard shortcuts, loading and saving. Performance, you might want to turn on show frame rate and memory. Since UEFN is cross-platform, it's nice to know exactly your frame rate and memory usage. Under Window, we have access to our cinematic sequencer, multiple content browsers, multiple details tabs, multiple outliners, multiple viewports, and this is where we have our world partition settings. If your world settings are not open, this is how we open them up by clicking this button here. It opens our world settings. This is also how we enable world partition and streaming, and we'll talk about that in a later video. We have our message log, notes if you want to add collaborative notes for a team member. We can access Fab, the new Unreal Engine marketplace, from here, as well as the Fab button, as well as from the Fab button in the content drawer, lots of places to select Fab. This is where we can load and save editor layouts. We have the main tools you're going to want to look at are your project size, and this is where we have access to revision control and our live link. We're not going to be going over the live link MetaHuman workflow in this course. Verse is the scripting language that replaces the C++ and Blueprint visual scripting of Unreal Engine. It's specifically designed for Fortnite and games to be lightweight and very easy to compile. Build is where we build our world partition and landscape. And here we have our select options for our actors and the help button. The top menu bar, we have our save, browse to when we have any actors selected, our mode selection, landscape, foliage, modeling, and animation. We have our project button. This is another place where we can start a new or open an old project. Our project settings are in here, and they have things like title, description, and our language localizations, or if you're going to be using experimental things such as scene graph or first person. Project size, memory calculations, and uploading to our creator portal are all things that we're going to explore and talk about. This is the create button that has all of our actors, the Fab button, Our verse button, this is how we compile verse if we start writing any verse scripts. And with that, we have our verse explorer beside our outliner. I can right click and add a new verse file to the project if I'd like to. Launch session. Now, this is where I'm going to take a moment to explain how to control your character. If you're not familiar with playing games, when we launch our session, we're basically into our third-person character. And that character is whatever your Fortnite character is with your Epic Games account. You will have to have your level saved and everything else saved before it will launch, but you'll see we're going to be jumping into a very boring blank world, and we can run around the same way we would inside of Fortnite. While this is loading, I'll go over the controls and navigation inside of UEFN if you need a refresher. W, A, S, and D are the controls to move around. I need to be holding down on the right or left mouse button in order to move around, and moving the mouse is like turning around my head, and the W, A, S, and D is like moving my body. If I hold Q, I'm going to go down. E, I'm going to go up. When I select an actor, I can hit F and focus into it. Another one of my favorite hotkeys is end, and that will drop an actor to the floor or to the next actor. If I had a cube there and hit end and it was on top of the cube, it would drop on top of that cube. And you can see I'm pushing those buttons, moving around, and it's a little nauseating, so I'm going to stop doing that. Here I am inside of our very boring blank world. And this is it. I have my character and I can jump. I don't have any items. I don't have anything because I haven't equipped anything to my character. Now I hit escape and end game. We're not brought back to the Fortnite lobby. We're brought back into the Fortnite Creative mode within Fortnite. And if I double tap spacebar, now you'll see I'm acting like God mode. And we can fly up and do anything we like and edit things. And this is where I have my little phone. I'm holding a phone. If I hit tilde, that pops up our phone. And now when I hit tab to open up my phone, this is where we have all of the Fortnite Creative toolset. Prefabs, galleries, devices, weapons. The island settings in Fortnite Creative also correspond to the island settings in UEFN. We have our map, and then any log notes that are inside here. We don't have anything. In the quick menu, we can turn things on like phasing, so you could walk through walls, invulnerability, flight speed, and how we place objects. But we're not going to be using Fortnite Creative to place objects. We're going to be using UEFN. And this is where I wanted to demonstrate the live collaboration that UEFN is very powerful with. All right, here's my player start. Now I'm going to tab over to UEFN, and let's make a big change. So at the bottom, I have my content drawer. I can hit Control Spacebar to open that up as a hotkey. And if I hold Control and hit space, it will open and close. And I have this prefab, a Nitrodome. And if you look inside this Fortnite folder, we have characters, devices, effects, environment, galleries, items, materials, prefabs. They are very similar to what you saw in Fortnite Creative. Let's go back down to that Nitrodome. And we are going to drag that into our world. It's a fairly large asset, so it might take a moment to populate. I'm going to put that on top of my player start. And now when I jump back into Fortnite, what's that shadow? Oh, I'm already inside the Nitrodome, but we can see here I'm not able to move around. What's going on? Well, it's just loading in, and we have that top red X, which means I am having a bit of a network connection issue. So let's see if that gets resolved here. There we go. We are being populated with our new Nitrodome asset. And now you'll notice where it says Edit Mode, Push Changes to Refresh. Back in UEFN, I actually have to hit this Push Changes. There's 6 changes that have been sent to the edit session, so we need to push those changes in order for it to make effect in our game. In order to push the changes, you do need to save the selection. Now, after we have pushed those changes, we have our game relaunched, and then we can see that our edit mode will be turned green and we are back up to date. You'll also notice my current memory usage, and that has gone up in correspondence with the asset, and we will spend a video talking all about memory usage. Now, the information from UEFN is being sent to the Fortnite cloud servers. That information is then being updated and pushed back into your game mode. And this is where we are preparing our game mode, and it will launch in, and you'll see that I'll be dropping down in, and we will be playing our Nitrodome game. Once those changes are being pushed back to your game, you're going to be reconnecting to the game. We might have a loading screen, and now you see we have game mode, game in progress on the top left, and we are playing. We're not in edit mode, we're actually playing the game, and we're able to test out any of the changes that we just implemented. If we return to lobby, this is going to bring us back to the Fortnite lobby, where we can select our game modes, change our character loadout, and see if any of our friends are playing. Back inside of UEFN, on the left-hand side, we have our outliner. Beside that is our data layers, and this has to do with world partition. However, world partition is not enabled by default. We need to turn on enable streaming in order to utilize world partition, and it's only really effective if you do have a massive open world. We don't, so I'm not enabling it for this demo. Now I'm going to head to the content drawer and bring in one of these prop galleries here. I'm looking for a set of stairs. So I'm going to grab the stairs and drag them in, and you'll notice that came in very quickly because it's a lot smaller of an asset than the Nitrodome. And I'm selecting my asset, and if I hit spacebar, I'm going to cycle through my translation, rotation, and scale. So I can hold the scale and scale that size, or scale one axis, hit spacebar, and now I'm into translation. I'm in the local settings of the actor. What if I want to be in the world settings? I'll hit Control tilde, and that changes me to world. Now, the world and local with this actor are lined up, so you're not going to see a change, but other actors, you may see a change from local to world. Rotation, pretty self-explanatory. And beside that, we have control how actors snap to the surface. We have surface snapping turned on. Beside that, we have our grid. And if I turn this on, now we have our grid snapping. I'm going to set this to something like 512. And we're getting a flash. You know, that is the 512 on the ground. So let's zero out the stairs. They're beside my place actor. And when I hit spacebar to go to translate and move it over, it's only going to move 512 units at a time. This can be ideal when you are creating and building modular setups. Now you may notice these are all powers of 2, and part of the reason is it's much easier to optimize assets when they are power of 2. So I highly recommend sticking with the Fortnite power of 2 grid, and if you're building any custom assets, keeping that in mind and utilizing powers of 2 for modeling and creation is going to aid you in building modular packages. We can turn on our snap rotation here, and that way when I want to rotate exactly 90 degrees or exactly 30 degrees, then it's very easy to do that. We have our scale snapping on this size at 0.1, set it to 10, and it only has the ability to scale up by a factor of 10. Our camera speed, we can change that to be very fast or very slow. We can also change it by mouse wheeling as we're moving. All right, that does it for this intro video on UEFN, the interface, and getting started playing around with the Fortnite live edit sessions. Now it's your turn to create a new project, jump in, drop in some prefabs, hit launch session, and begin running around and experiencing what it's like to be working inside a UEFN and Fortnite Creative at the same time live. I will see you in the next video where we're going to go over a high-level difference between UE5 and UEFN. Now, as is the case with Epic Games and Unreal Engine, the evolution is rapid, and the engine versions happen very quickly, every 6 months or so. And as I was creating this course, Epic Games updated the marketplace and removed it, and they have added Fab. And Fab is meant to be a unified marketplace where we can get assets for Unreal Engine, UEFN, Unity, and beyond. It combines Sketchfab, ArtStation and the Unreal Engine Marketplace into one. It has been recently released, so please bear with it. There may be some kinks along the way, and you can expect that potentially some of the things in the video that I'm showing you may have minor updates to the UI or search functionality, perhaps. Please keep in mind that fact as you watch these video and workflows. That being said, the core foundation of utilizing the marketplace remains the same and will be unchanged. Inside the Epic Launcher, I'm going to select the Fab tab. I don't really like saying that, but here we go, Fab tab. And now I'm going to hit Start Exploring. Now, past the marketing and news, we can scroll down and we will see the platforms here: Unity, Unreal Engine, Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Now that you know what Fab is, we're going to need to know how to use Fab within Unreal Engine as well as UEFN. Well, let's start with learning how to use Fab inside of Unreal Engine. Open up the Epic Launcher and navigate to the Library tab. Once you're there, head down to your Fab library. This is previously named Vault, where you had vaulted all of your assets, right? Kind of like your treasure trove of everything you own inside of the engine. And I liked the name Vault personally, but that's all right. Let's type in Fab. We have an update, but we also have to install it to the engine. If you haven't yet installed the Fab plugin to Unreal Engine, this is the time to do that. So we're going to select Install the Engine. And it's already installed to all compatible engines for me, so that's great. I'm going to hit Cancel, and I will update this before I initiate it in Unreal Engine. So let's check our settings and plugins and type in Fab. Yes, we have it and it's activated. And now that I have it installed on my engine, it should be on every project moving forward. If it's not though, this is where you can come and check it in the plugin section to make sure that you do have it activated. Now that it's activated and it's on my engine, I can select Unreal Marketplace. That brings us to the Fab tab. Okay, let's close that out. We don't want to use that. And if we select Fab inside of here, this button, that's going to open up our Fab right here. Now I've got my browser open side by side with the Fab tab inside of Unreal Engine. Now it is context friendly. I'm not familiar with a Fab on Unity, but if you were to open up Fab on Unity, you're going to have the Unity featured product page, not the Unreal Engine featured product page. So it's going to bring you to the featured, it's going to show you things that you own, and I'm going to select the hamburger menu, and we have the discover where we can get new things. I'm really concerned with things in my library though, that I already own, because that's great. We want to use something that we already own. And if we don't, there are many, many freebies to check out. And so if you want to grab an asset from your library, your new Fab library, your old vault, and drag and drop it in. I have this human skull. Let's see what happens when I select it. And can we just drag and drop it in? No, I actually have to select the skull first. And now I need to hit add to project, downloading human skull, importing human skull. Now we have a new Fab folder inside of our content browser, and there's the human skull with the material. We have, it looks like a skeletal mesh, an animation sequence, a physics actor, a static mesh, and all of the textures and some of the other materials. So I can grab my skull and bring it in on the coffee table. Let's hit F, focus in. How big is that? I'm going to remove my Fab tab by dragging it and bring it into the other monitor I have, so I have more space with you all. Now let's rotate this. This skull is quite a big head, but that's fine. It's going to fit perfectly. Turn off snapping, and I'm going to just snug it in right in here, because yeah, we have this very scary skull in the TV. Okay, well that was our test of the Fab human skull that was in my library. And now I'm going to go back into Fab. We can select Fab from the window. And then we have a Fab button here, right above our rocket under Get Content. I'm assuming Open Marketplace goes to the fab.com. Quixel Bridge, does that still work? It does right now. But this is something that I want you to be aware of, is Bridge is in a state of, I'm not sure what Epic's going to do with it. They were taking it away, and then there was a lot of people complaining, and then they said they're going to bring it back. Fab panel open, I'm going to search for 3D models And here we have our filter available. So what would I like? Well, I would like FBX and supported engines. We're going to go all the way to 5.5. We want the new stuff and minimize that. And now we can support target platforms. Well, we're going to go with Windows because I'm on a Windows machine. Download size. Let's have something light. How about that? Free and light. That's great. Price, free. We can turn that on. Licensing type, ratings, published date, and we have the option to allow with AI or hide the products created with AI or show mature content. And this is a free stylized rock where you would just add to project, add to library, and the same process as bringing in the skull. I don't want the rock, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Let's close down Fab and close down our UE to UEFN. Inside of UEFN, Unreal Editor for Fortnite, we have our stack of TVs and our Nitrodome that we brought in as a prefab. So let's see where Fab is right here, the button. It's easily accessible inside of UEFN. And when we click on it, it's giving us the same setup that we had inside of Unreal Engine, and it's going to show you content that you can bring in to UEFN. So we want to discover 3D models, verifying we are in UEFN, and I have set the price point to free, my favorite price. We have the talisman props. That was for the MetaHuman demo, stylized lake village, lunar horizons, deserted domination props, Old West foliage. There's lots of freebies that you can test out in here. I want to just try one single asset because we are just testing things out. And these all look like they are Quixel assets. So if you're worried about not using Bridge, well, we have all of the same Bridge assets from Quixel and Megascans that we can use inside of UEFN as well as Unreal, and they're just inside of Fab. So let's grab this female bust statue, add that to my library. Now I have that available. I can add to content browser, and this is going to access the server and request the content, then download the content and put it into my project. Now there's more happening behind the scenes because we are connecting to the Fortnite servers, so it is taking longer than if we were bringing in assets into UE from Rocket or Fab in that way. At the bottom, we scroll down. While I'm waiting for this to load in, you can see we have our included formats: UEFN, FBX, GLTF. Let's check out the details. It's giving us the last date of updated, technical information if there is any, and compatibility. Okay, perfect. We're collision ready. It's optimized for Fortnite vertex, materials, and texture budget, and it's scaled to Fortnite units. Now we are downloading. We've loaded the reference content. It's being referenced on our machine. And when I go to content browser, we have a new folder. This is referenced content. Opening up the female bust, and that's all we're given. We don't have access to any of the materials. I'm gonna hit F. I'll move Fab out of the way. I'll scale up our bust on top of the TV here. And now this is a reference material. When I double click on it, nothing's happening. When I browse to it, it's only going to browse to the referenced statue. Read only, view read only. I do not have access to edit or adjust this inside of UEFN. So that can be a little bit frustrating. We can change the material to something that we want, but we won't have access to any of the texture maps that came with it originally, whereas inside of Unreal Engine, you do. However, keep in mind, when you are using Quixel assets inside of UEFN, bringing them in this style will have them already optimized for you, as opposed to having to do the work in optimizing and adjusting textures and polygon and vertices that you need to do with other custom assets. So to recap, we talked about what Fab is, the change from the traditional marketplace to the Fab marketplace, how to get Fab on your Unreal Engine projects, and then accessing your library or anything you want to purchase and bring that into Unreal Engine. Then we talked about how we can access Fab in UEFN and bringing in a free asset from Fab into our project. And there you have it. our amazing female bust statue inside of UEFN. And when I'm looking at this, I'm already seeing that the polygons are quite low, and I can guarantee if we brought the same asset into UE5, it would look incredible. And so this is why I'm sharing with you the process of how to bring in assets and which style you might want to take on. Bringing in everything from Fab is going to be a lot less work than bringing everything into Unreal Engine and converting it. However, I still want to use Unreal Engine and convert the things that I own into the games that I want to make. So that is why we're going over the full process to make sure that you're armed with all the strategies for success with your UEFN game. I will see you in the next video. To understand the UE to UEFN workflow, let's go back inside of our Unreal Engine UE to UEFN project. We had downloaded a few chairs, table, TV, whatever you'd like, and I'd left it up to you to open up an Unreal project and begin to pop in some free assets. Well, I really do like this TV, and I want that TV to be inside of Unreal Engine for Fortnite, not Unreal Engine 5. So let's go through the migration process of one asset from Unreal into UEFN. I'm going to hit Control B and browse to this asset. And before I bring it in, I want to check out my textures and how big are they. Well, inside the metadata, when I hover over it, about halfway down, you see the dimensions are 1024 by 1024. And that is perfect because it's a power of 2 and it's also only 1K texture. I don't really want to bring over some 8K and 4K things. There are more strict memory restrictions in UEFN, so lower quality textures is something that you might need to compromise with. When we open up a static mesh, we can also see the number of triangles and the vertices and other kinds of information we have, approximate size, things like that. So we know how much we're bringing in there, and this might not be a big deal because you think, wow, Nanite, I can have billions of triangles, it doesn't matter. Well, but Fortnite is being played across phones, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and other console decks. It needs to be compatible for all of them if you want to maximize your player and user experience and count. Now I'm going to right click on this asset, Asset Actions, Migrate. It's going to give me a list of everything that's required in order to migrate this asset to another project. It doesn't know that I'm going into UEFN, so it will put everything in there, and even if some things aren't workable inside of UEFN, it's still going to transfer them over. It's going to give us validation errors, but that's why knowing what you're bringing over ahead of time is important. We have our material instance, the static mesh, our textures, our master material, and some material functions, as well as some textures to go along as placeholders with the master material and the material functions. So we will need all of these in order to have this asset work properly. So let's hit OK. Now when we're migrating from Unreal Engine to UEFN, we're going to select our project, and then inside that we have plugins, the project name again, and then content. This is the folder you want to select to migrate assets over. So I'm going to hit select folder, and it will migrate those assets. Only one asset, so quite fast. Inside UEFN, where we have the Nitro Dome and our stairs to nowhere, I'm going to delete those stairs because we don't need them or want them, but I do want that TV. And I'm going to put it right in front of my character. So let's go into our folder, and there we have a new folder in our project, Rocket. And from that we have our television and our master and materials and textures inside of here. So let's hope that everything is working properly right out the gate. I'm going to grab the TV, put it down in front of the character here. Preparing shaders. It's looking pretty good. I'm happy with the setup so far, and let's just bring a few more TVs of different sizes in here. All right, we have our weird TV stack here. Let's see if it works. Let's launch the session. We need to save every time we are making a change and push those changes. In this case, since I didn't have a session open already, we need to save and initialize and validate all those assets and make them private. And that's why I wanted to do this one asset as a first demo to show you exactly how it works. All right, we have a giant stack of TVs. Everything looks like it's working. I don't have physics turned on, so it is stuck in position as it is. And when I hit end game, it looks like everything is just fine. We don't have any errors. And that was a very easy example. Okay, and I wanted to start with an easy example because they can be much more challenging, especially when you're converting entire environments. One asset at a time is much easier to understand if you're going to be presenting in new problems. We also have our current memory usage updated here, and we cannot go over that memory, and I'm going to talk separately about memory and project size. And here we are inside of the overview map, which is just that. It is an overview of all the assets that this environment contains. Here we have our small props, a couple of bushes, some garbage pails, conveyor belts by the look of it, decals. I'm going to hit G to remove the billboards so I can read the decals to make sure that I'm not going to be importing anything in that I'm not allowed, such as any profanity or blood or nudity. None of that is allowed, no gore. So I need to check these decals, make sure that there's no one smoking or anything like that. I know people have had things moderation where they're like, where was it? And it was a small image on an image of somebody smoking, and that was flagged by the AI. So particularly with the decals, you might find something snuck in there by accident that you didn't know was there, and that could trigger a moderation. So let's examine everything first. Try and avoid the problems before they happen. These signs, check them out. They're looking pretty cool. I don't see any issues there. Scary, but not violating any of the Fortnite rules. There's our Nova burger. I'm getting hungry. I want a quantum burger. I don't even know what it is, but I'm looking for one here. Big Bang burger. Yummy. Okay, so this is cool, and there's no issues with anything. Let's go explore the actual environment that was built with this kit. And head to the content drawer, and I'm going to make use of my filters by turning on my filter button, selecting level, and now I'm going to look at the demonstration. I'm going to set all my lights to be movable. I don't want any static lighting. We have a lot of particles in here. They are cascade particles. That is going to probably leave us with some problems inside of UEFN. We have a showcase video. Let's load that up, and that's going to give us a great representation of the environment. I love how they left in the cinematic shot. You can even use this to learn from when you want to create your own cinematic shots within UEFN or UE. Heading to the upper level, very cool. Now I can see that ashtray and cigarette is probably going to be a problem inside UEFN. So that was nice of them to, all those cigarette butts on the floor, that's probably going to be a problem as well, because there's no smoking in Fortnite. No vaping, no smoking, no edibles, chewing tobacco, or mushrooms allowed, please. It's for children. We want to make games to promote fun, logic, and competitive esports. All right, I'm going to exit out of the sequencer. And when we go through the sequencer inside of UEFN, we'll see if we get the same result. Now, when we look behind the camera, we don't have anything. We're in an empty area. We've just got some background assets here. I'm not even sure what is this, a rock, some background rocks, and then this far away background. These are distant meshes. And let's see, what are they? Yep, they're planes. And this is a little trick as well. These just static meshes used in the background can work wonders for your rendering because they're never seen. Look how far away they are from our world. Now, it doesn't look like we have the third person in here, so I'm going to head up to the add button and then go into add feature or content. I want to add the third person in here so that I can hit play and run around, get a feel if I want this environment inside of UEFN, or examining things that might be a problem like we already noticed. Okay, inside the world settings, our game mode is set to none, so we just added in our third person game mode. And I'm going to go to 3 dots, and we're going to play from our current camera location. Whoops, I've got my camera speed set very fast, so I'm going to scroll that down to 1, select this piece here and hit F, focus in, and we're going to land on the ground right here on these stairs. So let's hit play. And the collisions are working on the door. We don't have any functionality, so the doors won't open, which is another great thing about UEFN, is there's all these pre-built functionality where you can have doors set up to open very easily. Yeah, we definitely got to get rid of those cigarettes and butts on the ground. I don't think I saw anything else. We already checked out the graffiti. We know the particles are going to be a problem. There's no more cascade. It's deprecating. It's being deprecated. It's not fully deprecated yet. There is a way to convert these cascade particles into Niagara particles, and we can go over that. Collisions seem like they're excellent, and everything is looking great. Awesome. Hit escape. Now let's select this ashtray here. Oh, I've tried to select it, but it wouldn't select it. Why is that? Well, we have a blueprint, fog sphere, and when I have T selected, and I'm going to my settings, allow translucent selection. So if I untick that, now that means I cannot select translucent things. The fog is translucent, so I don't want to select it. I want the ashtray. And we have a whole bunch of them, so I'm going to type in here ash. 10 ashtrays, delete those all. Next, I need to find those cigarette butts, and it looks like it's on a decal. So yep, that's going to cause a problem. The word cigarettes definitely going to trigger the moderator in UEFN, and there are quite a few smokes. We're going to hit delete on those, and it's going to take away a little bit of the grime, but so what? Not a big deal. I don't think it'll even be noticeable. And that way, when we migrate our project, we're not going to be having any of those cigarette butts, because we're going to migrate this level. And that way we're going to bring over only what you see inside here. We could migrate our overview level, but that's not going to have the environment. We could migrate both of them over, but I think it's more important just to focus on migrating one environment, getting it playable, and then if you want to bring over the other levels, that's fine too. Now, we covered quite a bit in this video, and there is definitely more we could do to further optimize this for UEFN before a migration process. But I find trial by error and making mistakes and failing and figuring out why you failed is a much more powerful learning tool than just me simply showing you exactly what to do every single time, where you follow a recipe, but you might not know why. In the next video, we will complete the migration process and begin to explore and troubleshoot within UEFN. In UEFN, with our Lartez Studios demo, let's go up to File, New Open Project. I'm going to go to Island, Blank. I'm going to call this Nova Burger. Okay, Nova Burger is made. We don't need a player 2, so let's delete that for now. And let's bring over Nova Burger from our Nova Burger Unreal 5 into this project. Now, another thing I like to do is we're going to duplicate this. Yes, I deleted the cigarettes and ashtrays. I don't really care. So I'm going to duplicate this level and we'll rename it to Nova UEFN. Save both these. We'll open up Nova and then migrate that entire level. One thing we didn't talk about is all those blueprints, those fog blueprints. They may or may not work. Some blueprints do work, depending on how they're set up and the functionality behind them. If it's a bunch of static meshes and some materials packed together, more like a prefab, those do work. However, if you have any kind of visual scripting logic built into the blueprint, it will not work. There's definitely more we could do to optimize this, but I want to show you what happens when we migrate this as it is. Right-click on the level, Asset Actions, Migrate. It's going to bring everything inside this level, but we don't need a Manny or the characters. We're going to leave them behind. We have our blueprints. So what do we have for blueprints? We can check all the blueprints before we migrate, or we can migrate and see which ones are broken, which I think is more fun for this experiment as we work together. We have our landscape and landscape. I don't want the demonstration or the build data. Here's our material functions and our material instances, all of our meshes. Let's make sure we're not bringing over those cigarettes or any blood. I didn't see any ashtrays in there. We got rid of them. The particles, They're not going to work, but we're going to bring them over anyways. Showcase video. That's a level sequence. That should work. We can leave that so we can compare. These are all of our textures. Third person. No, we don't want those. We're not doing that. That would take away our input actions as well. Okay, so we got Nova Burger, everything we want. Let's hit OK. We're going to go and find our newest UEFN project. Nova Burger. There it is. Plugins. Nova Burger. Content. Hit select. This one is going to take a little bit longer to migrate. Inside of Nova Burger UEFN, we'll see that the Cyberpunk restaurant is beginning to populate. I'm not going to preemptively click on the level. It will probably crash both editors, so I'm going to wait patiently for this to complete. All right, inside of Unreal Engine, we are done. Let's go back to UEFN. Now, I mentioned the game feature data, and our current game feature data has our level set to be Nova Burger, which is the level, the name of the project. And that's how UEFN works. The name of your project is going to be the name of your level until we change it. If I use the dropdown, I have my Nova UEFN. So that's going to be my new default map. Fun fact, one of the first maps I published was actually a default map, and there's nothing more embarrassing than having your friends play your quote-unquote new game and only for them to load into a blank project because you forgot to change the default map. That's why I'm here, to make those mistakes so you don't have to. Now save and close this, and here we go. This is going to present us with some automatic map check errors here. The most common one you're going to see is the nanite usage flag, and it says B use with nanite. What does that mean? Well, the first letter B, lowercase b, is indicating that it's a Boolean flag. So that means that, hey, can this mesh be used for nanite? Well, yes, we want everything possible to be nanite in UEFN for optimization purposes. So we're going to go along and fix all of these static meshes that do not have use with nanite, and we only had not too many, a couple dozen. I've had to fix quite a few more than that at times, so let's hit OK, clear on that, validating our assets. Okay, now let's hit close on the map and close on the feature data, and we're going to open up our Nova map, levels, Nova. See if our particles even came across. No, they didn't. They have this type of asset is not allowed in the project. Delete unsupported assets to avoid errors. How do we know what's unsupported and what isn't? Well, I do know that Cascade's not supported, but if I select my Cyberpunk restaurant, which is, essentially the Nova Burger, and I go to my filters, other filters, and it took me a while to find this one, unsupported. This is something that is really useful, is the unsupported, and clicking on that, it looks like pretty much only our particle systems were unsupported. So our ambient dust, our light bugs of high density and low density, and different light bugs and trash bugs, some steam. So we can also replace those. But for now, I'm going to go into the particles and select all those unsupported and hit delete. I did mention that the map build data will not work inside a UEFN. We didn't bring that over. We just brought over our Nova UEFN map. And it's going to let us know if those assets are being referenced. So in that trash hologram, they are being referenced. So I'm going to hit cancel, and let's go look in our blueprints and deselect that and see which one of these are going to work and which will not work. And we could have done this in Unreal Engine 5, but that's why I wanted to come in here, show this to you so we can see if it works or not for the first time. And this is what can be frustrating. Do you see these particles are actually working? The Cascade particles do work, they're just not supported. So that's going to cause us some problems. I'm also wondering, where is everything I'm looking for? Well, in the window, I might need to turn on my components if that's missing for you. It's right there, and there it is, light bugs. And this blueprint, as I suspected, is just some static meshes. There's not going to cause us problems. So let's hit delete on the light bugs, compile, and now save. And I'm going to close down my hologram. I'm going to go back into our particles, and select all the particles and hit delete. And now it's only referencing the particles that are in our map. We are okay with that. We want to remove them from the map, so let's force delete those. Once those are deleted, we are going to right click, update our redirector references, just a good practice to keep things tidy, and save the project. We're going to save all those materials and our level. See what happens when we save. This could present new issues. Yep, illegal property override values. So here is what we're going to go into the levels. Let's open up Nova Burger and see how it goes. In the next video, we will continue sorting out any validation issues and working on getting Nova Burger a playable level within UEFN and Fortnite. I will see you in the next video. We left off by migrating our Nova Burger assets into UEFN and beginning the validation and fix-up process. Let's continue on with that inside of our map from Unreal Engine 5. Well, we're in full daylight, so I can't really tell if our fog is working. Let's go into the nighttime mode here. Yes, you can probably see we have some lighting issues to deal with. I'm going to delete all the references to our particles, as we do not want those in here anymore. We have a BSP brush. That's definitely not allowed. So we're going to delete that. We're going to remove all of these sphere reflection captures and the box reflection captures. We don't want those. We're not going to be utilizing the light mass importance volume. We do want to post-process, but this doesn't look like it's doing much in our current scene. Our showcase video, let's check it out. We have to relink everything. Everything is currently broken. So we go to our wrench, advanced, fix actor references. That relinked everything for us. That's a great trick when it works. I'm noticing, well, obviously it's overexposed like crazy. So that is something to keep in mind, is the lighting from UE5 is definitely not one-to-one with UEFN. I'll spare you from watching that entire thing. I'm going to close out of sequencer. And here, when I have my day-night sequencer from UE5 turned off, you're going to see that we are really overexposed here. And this is how it was meant to be, but we need to definitely change our exposure to be something very, very low if we want to get anywhere near where we were before. This is another strategy that I tend to utilize, is I'm not going to grab the showcase video or the exponential height fog or the post-processing or these particles. I'm going to select everything in my level, Control A, I've selected everything, and I'm actually going to deselect my cameras. I don't want the cameras. We know where the cameras are, they're great. I'm going to deselect my post-processing and exponential, and now I'm going to go edit, copy. It's going to take a moment to put that on my clipboard. Go back into my Nova Burger level, save selected. Now automatically we have gotten down on our errors because we've left that map, and there were errors associated with that map, which is why I find just take everything you want, migrate from Unreal to UEFN, but then take everything from that level and make sure you're putting it in a UEFN level. That has caused me to avoid further errors. And it looks like we have a problem with our skylight, and we have these blueprints, I think, on our light that are not working. There's some overrides set to true. Now in here, I'm just going to go edit, paste, and give it a moment. Now we do have Z fighting going on, which is when we have a plane sharing the exact same access. The computer doesn't know which to show. It's trying to show you both at once. And so we just need to move this up by an increment of 1, and it should go right away. I'm going to grab my player, move them up. These doors, oh, I have my fog sphere, so that's inside, it's still working, but I'm going to hit T, so we're not selecting the transparent. And I'm going to select my door and just have it open. That way I know that I can walk out of here. Oh, and here we have something attached, a decal attached to the door, several decals. Okay, and over here we have any alerts, and I don't see any alerts that are showing up. They would pop off and let me know if there's a problem. But let's try and say, well, first we need to save, and then we will try and launch our session. Keep in mind, I took away things like the post-process and the exponential height fog. We just have our default sky. I'm going to turn that to nighttime just to see how everything looks and probably dial it back. We're all saved up. I'm going to select the grid plane and then type in visible and turn that off. We don't want that to be visible. Now let's hit launch session. See what happens. Since this is the first time that we're launching this session and this project with our Nova Burger map implemented, it is going to take a moment to make all those roughly 1900 assets private. Now I'm going to make all those assets private, preparing the project, validating all of our assets, and validation failed. Okay, let's check out what happened and go into our show message log. Okay, the camera shake, blueprint camera shake, we can't have that. And it looks like it's all in reference to the level sequence and the level script editor. So let's get rid of that. I'm going to right click and delete showcase video. That's fine. We're going to delete that as well. Now I'm going to right click and update redirect references. Run validation fix-up. So that is to, would you like to automatically fix any illegal property overrides or illegal object references? Let's run that and see what happens. This run automatic validation fix is relatively new, and it is a little bit annoying because it can pop up a lot. But in this situation, it's very useful because it has fixed all of our problems with our static mesh lamp and then identified that we couldn't load and automatically fix the camera shake. We need to do that manually, and we did do that manually. So great, let's close that down and let's try, and we'll save that. Now let's try and launch again. Initialization, preparing project, everything is looking smooth, validating our assets. No, we have a problem again. And this is exactly what I was waiting for. I didn't want to do it automatically. It's best to have a problem and then solve it, and then you'll be better equipped to solve it next time when you run into it. Textures must be a power of 2. The height and width of this texture both need to be a power of 2. For example, those examples. And inside of here, we do not have the right texture size. So when I open up that and I hover over it, our metadata is going to show us the dimensions are 2048 by 608. That does not work. And quickly scrolling down, we can see that our T-Horizon non-cinematic textures is too big. It's 4096 by 512. We can't use that either. That's why our HDRI is not working. And you might notice that we don't have any of those background buildings either that we had in Unreal Engine. And that is due to the texture size being incompatible. One of our leaking decals, the same problem. Industrial sunset at 8K. That's not going to work. Another decal problem there. The vending machine screen. So never stream is not supported. Things must be streamed in Fortnite. Okay. So run the fix up again. It didn't do anything. Okay. And we do have things to fix. So this is why I wanted to show that. It helped us the first time, but it didn't really, and lets us know when we did validate and fix, didn't really fix those other issues that we had. Now don't give up. We're almost there. In the next video, we're going to continue to finalize the migration process and test and launch for the first time Nova Burger inside of Fortnite. I will see you there. Now let's sort out some of these texture problems. If I go to the content drawer into my textures, and we're going to hold Control A, so we've selected all of our textures, and then we right click and we resize texture import data. Resizing in HDRI, probably a terrible idea, and it's not going to look the same, and we're not going to utilize that HDRI from UE5. We're going to utilize the Fortnite UEFN skies for now, just because there are other ways of getting a skybox in there, and you want to have them be lighter than 8K. In this case, it didn't always work, so we're going to have to take that texture and modify it in different programs such as Photoshop, and I'm going to reserve that for a separate video all about adjusting textures. We can launch again, show message log, validation failed. It's our bar screen. Anything else? We have a couple others. The industrial sunset. We're going to browse to these assets to investigate them further. And right here, disk size 152 megs. That's way too big. Let's delete that sunset. And we're going to not be using our skybox here. Inside of the message log, under our error, there sometimes is the option to fix the texture. We tried it, we run the fix on it, and it is unable to fix. Now we can go down to the next problematic texture and hit the fix wrench icon, and you'll get a approval. Yes, fix applied successfully. In this one, it was able to be fixed when you're changing the streaming property. So we're going to go down successively and apply those fixes to the textures that are able to be fixed automatically, and then we'll reassess the ones that are not able to by probably removing them for the time being. At the very bottom, click here for more information regarding texture requirements, and we are going to go over that document. I want to make sure we have addressed all of our errors and try it again before opening that up. Show message log. And this is part of the problem. We have a plugin mount point Nova Burger, and that's our level Nova UEFN. So what does that mean? Navigation system. We have things that came with Unreal Engine 5 that we do not want in UEFN. That's a part of the reason why I had you copy over Nova Burger from our other map into this map, the project map. That way we can easily delete the Unreal Engine 5 migrated level from our UEFN and stick to the UEFN map that we created with our project from the beginning, where all of our assets were copied into. I did have you change the game feature data to the new map, and that was just as an example. We don't want that map. We want to go back to the map we had started the project with, where we brought everything in and migrated into the Nova Burger map. Let's save that, close that, and now we're going to delete the migrated map. Any plugin data associated with that will also leave our project, and then update our redirect references for good practice. See what I mean? This run validation just keeps popping up and up over and over again, but that's all right. We're going to launch our session, see what happens this time. I'm always sitting here with fingers crossed. Is it going to work? We're validating again. No, validation failed. We're going to get there. What's happening this time? Skydome, the persistent level. We don't want that. So let's go and find our Skydome in our assets. Skydome right here. And we'd removed those materials that were on our sky mesh. So let's just delete the Skydome. And let's delete that skylight. We're going to redo the lighting ourselves. Now let's launch the session. Matchmaking. Yes, that means it's working. Remember, progress over perfection, step by step, iteration, little bit by little bit, we will get there. So here's where you can see we're uploading. And we have a certain amount that we are allowed to upload and a certain amount that we are allowed to have as our project size. And I keep alluding to this, but we have this project restriction, our project size, and our memory restriction. And I don't want to overwhelm you with too much right away, but we will be covering these topics, and migrating over an environment is the best way to start understanding some of these restrictions on spaces and size while this is uploading. Resizing textures and what is a power of 2. I mentioned the power of 2, but why do you want it? Well, it allows for MIP mapping, and MIP mapping is a way of streaming in texture information. If it's 1 pixel in size, I don't need that to be a high quality. It can be a very low quality, but if it's right up in front of me, I want it to be high quality. So how do I let the engine know what is to be high quality and what is to be low quality? And that's when we use MIP mapping and the power of 2. This is an excellent document when troubleshooting your textures. I'm not going to go over every single technical spec, but I will link it for you. All right, I'm in. Now, it's not identical, but hey, we are in Nova Burger in UEFN. I have all the mechanics, sliding, jumping. We don't have any weapons. Crouching, I can jump over everything. I can hide. Bathroom's occupied. Hey, what are you doing in there? Okay, so we can run up the stairs and check it out upstairs and see how everything works. I actually think if you go back and look at the UE5 mannequin running up the stairs, it's even better inside UEFN. Everything works fine up here. And our mini map, you'll notice that's working. Hey, look, our buildings in the background are broken, but kind of working. The texture's not, but the mask silhouette is working. I actually kind of like that effect. You could make them larger, and it would be kind of cool. And obviously, I had it set to nighttime in our editor, and that is not in the game itself here. The time of day is set in our editor viewport, but if I want to change that inside of our actual game, I need to go into the island settings, and then I will enter in the time of day. We'll have a separate video only on the island settings, but for now, inside the World tab under Ambiance, we can change the time of day to be whatever we'd like. I'm going to go 11 p.m. Camera filter, film noir, no. Well, this is where you can set those up. Light brightness, we'll have that at 30%. Light color, let's have it a little bit blue, and then see how that goes. And let's hit, we don't even need to push our changes. The island settings will update automatically. If I go back into Fortnite, end the game. Now my UEFN was updated automatically. I had to end the game. It's not going to update while you're playing. But now we're at night here. Things are looking a little bit better. Let's tab back to UEFN. Light brightness. Let's go back to default. And that's better. And you can see I've got UEFN on the corner here. And with our camera filter, I can go film noir, where you can see the effects of the sepia, right? Or low exposure. That's kind of cool. Low exposure. And then what if we put on a character rim light to 20%? Now the character has some lighting going on. And we can move around these darker areas. It's still kind of hard to see inside the burger shop. So we'll need to do some more work with our lighting or adjust that to our taste. Let's remove the rim light and we'll take off the light color. That's already brighter. And we've removed the low exposure. Horror movie. Desolate. This is looking quite desolate. So that might be enough. That's a little too desaturated for my taste here. Oak. That's kind of neat. Look, it's like a Borderlands kind of cartoon shader. I'm enjoying that. So I'm going to leave that as it is. Even though things could be darker, I'm still liking this. It doesn't need to be identical to Unreal Engine 5. After all, we are here to make something Fortnite. We'll leave it at default and start the game and see how that works. All right, that's it. You've done it. You have converted your first full environment from Unreal Engine to UEFN. Now, starting off with something small like this is a great idea. And you can see when I end the game here, our memory is not overloaded. We have a current memory use and the project is around 19,000 out of 100. And inside of UEFN, well, our project size is 97%, so that means we're at the limit of what we can do when it comes to importing things, and there are ways to decrease this number that we can talk about, but having this below the threshold here, and Nova Burger, there's all of the project size inside here. We can see it's more or less massively saturated with textures. This is why I'm trying to get the textures in a good place can really decrease the load of your project. Now I'm going to leave it up to you to take the free Nova Burger asset pack and get it inside of Unreal Engine and then migrate it over to UEFN. And by the time you're done optimizing everything, you should be inside playing around your Nova Burger and adding in anything else that you'd like. Right? We want to start getting some weapons with our character here. Have fun, have a play, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. I am here in the Fortnite Creative portal and we have some big news. In the middle of making this course, they have released the Fortnite Ecosystem Update version 33.0, and with that, that's also a release of a brand new season. Not just a new season, but we are entering Chapter 6, and they are calling it the Hunters. So let's take a look at some of the new changes they have. How do you find the changes? We have a blog post telling us all about the full details of the version 33. I'm going to link that for you. Part of why this is critical for our course and our learning is that they have added a deep link, which allows players to jump directly to your Fortnite island preloaded in their home bar and ready to play your map. That's the best way to share this with your friends and people that you want to play your game right away on PC and on Android currently. the stat management device. And that's going to allow us to add more statistics and custom statistics on our gameplay. And this has now allowed me to update one of my final videos in the publishing section of the course. We're going to talk more about stat management as we get our game designed and developed. I know we're not focused on the Lego brand for this course specifically, but be aware that there are a lot of updates that go along with the other elements of UEFN, and here we have the Lego assembly device being showcased. As well, there's been some major updates to the content browser and inventory updates, so that's something that we can check out together as we continue to build. We're building and developing in UEFN, but that's not to say that you might be doing a little bit inside of Fortnite Creative, and there's been a quality of life change and update inside of the hotkeys that we can see here. And meta sounds are now available inside of UEFN, and that was something that was only inside of Unreal Engine previously. So if you're into sound and sound design, this is huge news. Improved documentation, that is definitely welcome. Always more docs the better, so you can have something to reference back to if you get stuck in something that is maybe not answered in the video. And I apologize for that. I'm doing my best to share all the news and training with you, but obviously I can't cover everything. That does it for this short video covering the recent update to Fortnite and UEFN version 33. You'll even see in your editor, it will be Unreal Engine 5.6. Not to worry, the migration from 5.5 to 5.6 will still work. I encourage you to keep an eye on the blog posts through your Fortnite Creator portal and make sure that you're well up to date with all the latest changes and mechanic fixes or bugs that yourself or other players may be experiencing. I will see you in the next set of videos where we dive deep into the recent mechanics and you'll learn all about how to implement devices in your game. Visual effects. We had the cascade light bugs and dust particles and some steam in the last Nova Burger project. Cascade does not work as a supported asset inside of UEFN. We might be able to visualize it in the editor, but we cannot publish our game with those assets. So we need to replace them with Niagara assets. But how do we do that? Well, let's go about replacing those Nova Burger particles with Niagara particles and then getting them inside of our project so we can match the environment that we originally wanted to make inside of our game. The bugs, the steam, I can feel the warmth, so I want to replicate that feeling inside of our game. I may have skipped over it. With your viewport selected, hit F10, and you will be inside of immersive view. And complete their different than F11, for UEFN, which is our full screen. Inside of our Unreal Engine Nova Burger environment, head up to the settings, plugins, and this is where we're going to find the Cascade to Niagara Converter plugin. If you type in Niagara, you'll find it right away, or Cascade. It's in beta, but we're going to use it. Hit yes, restart to activate the plugin within your project. Here is a level that I have put all of the Cascade particle VFX in. I'm going to select one of the particles and hit Control B. Browse to that particle, and let's take all these and right click and we will duplicate them. I'm going to leave the originals as they are, and now that I have the duplicates selected, I'm going to right click, convert to Niagara system. Now it has converted those to Niagara systems for us. These ones are not Niagara, these are still the Cascade ones. What I'm going to do is Alt drag copy of those over. So we have duplicate copy of all these. I'm going to right click and move these to a new folder, create a new folder. This is going to be NVFX. So we know those are the Niagara VFX, and these ones are our old VFX. The ones we don't move, make a new folder for that. C VFX, those are the Cascade particles. So now let's go through each of these and replace them with our Niagara ones. And where are my Niagara? Well, let's go and select a filter for just our particles right at the top, Niagara system, and I'm going to dock my content drawer by selecting that. So now I can go in here and say ambient dust. I'm going to put that right there. Right click. We're going to replace selected actor with our converted ambient dust. Now I'm going to go through the rest of these. Light bugs high density number 2. Select that in my content browser. Right click. Replace selected actor with the Niagara converted. And I'll continue this process, making sure I'm matching the right numbers. I hit F10 to go to semi-immersive mode. You're probably going to notice that The conversion didn't work that well, or it only worked a little bit. The steam looks pretty close. It might be identical. I still think these cascade particles are looking better. And we would have to investigate these further, especially the little one. It's just a sprite following me around. We can live with the steam, but the bugs are not happening at all. I don't see anything. And same with the dust particles. So we will have to investigate that inside of Niagara to see what's going on. I think if we solve one bug, we'll be able to solve them all. So let's pick the light bugs normal number 3, and we are going to open it up. Now this course is far from a course about VFX because there's a lot to do with VFX that I could go into. However, I wanted to just let you know, if you convert something from Cascade to Niagara, come down into your Niagara log. It will say system successfully compiled, and then something like this: failed to set parameter sprite size, input types do not match. It looks like it's tried to set a vector 3 where there is an input of a vector 2. Skipped converting, apply global spawn rate scale. So those are some of the problems that happen. The red is an error and the orange is a warning. The red one is a bad one for sure, and we can see that we need to fix the initialization of our particles, and then we'll fix the spawn rate. You can click on the error and we'll go into the message on the right hand side for your details of your particles. Message: failed to set the parameter sprite. The inputs didn't match. Yes, we know that. Where is that? This is it here. We go down to our input usage note. Conversions between positions and vector is potentially unsafe. Ideally, a position variable is maintained as a position from the start to end with no conversion operations in between. So this is the problem. We can dismiss this note, dismiss this for now, and we will solve this in a moment. And I'll go to the spawn, skipped converting, apply global spawn rate scale. We know what we're doing. Dismiss this. Changing the spawn rate is definitely looking like it's working. So let's go and look inside of our level. Now this is an important situation that we have encountered, and it's particularly useful if you are new to particle effects and Unreal Engine. If you are a seasoned game dev, you will immediately know what the problem is and why the conversion did work. And please don't spoil it for those that are learning. So something to do with particles is we have what's called local and global space. I changed the parameter, but it affected where the cascade particle was placed. Well, that's actually when I had duplicated my meshes, it kept the location of our particle system at the original location. So inside of a particle system, I'll open up our light bug normal number 3 and select the particle emitter. We have a whole bunch of problems to dismiss. They're just notes, and that's okay. They're telling us what's been converted and what if it was successful, like we went over. But here, the properties, we do not have local space turned on, meaning I can move it around in the engine, but it's not actually going to be moved locally. I had put those down in one spot when I placed them, and that's where they were. So if I turn local on and now compile and save this, let's see if we have our new bugs moved over where we had alt dragged and copied another set of particles. And these still have the wrong name. We should hit F2, and instead of particle system PS, we're going to say NS, Niagara system. We'll go back into that particle system. We'll set our spawn rate back to 1 so it's not obnoxious, and it looks similar to the one over here. We're going to have to adjust the parameters on the large bugs, and then go through converting all of these to be in local space instead of the world space, dismissing any message errors. So here it's using this convert vector to position. We can remove that and use a linear interpolate between positions, and we're going from -60 to +60. So let's reset the position value, hit the drop down arrow on here, and I'm going to type in LERP for lerp, and that is going to select our lerp linear interpolate position. And inside here on my A, I'm going to type -60 across the board and +60 on the bottom. And we'll have the alpha at 0.5 going back and forth between the two values. Set your emitter to local space. And it looks like I have the trash bugs, the high density bugs working. I do think the high density bugs for the cascade are looking better. We could do more over here, but for now, I think it's just important to have something to be able to convert and bring over. And that way you can begin to understand the process as opposed to spending a lot of time rebuilding VFX. There are also pre-made VFX ready to go for UEFN. But this lesson is all about the conversion process, so we want to make sure that what we're given is what we can get transferred and working properly inside of UEFN. I'll see you in the next video where we continue on fixing our particles. Now the ambient dust, it has 4 emitter modules, all of them with warnings about because they are using GPU in the properties instead of CPU. And so with that, we need to make sure that we can tell the bounds of that. And right now it's not happy with what the bounds are, so how do we go and change that? Calculating bounds instead of dynamic, we need to set that to something to be fixed, and that's it right there. It's a small fixed bounds. You can add a 0 in each of these if you want it to be a larger fixed bounds, 1000 in each direction. And I'm going to do that with all the emitters. Now I want to open up the Steam and check it out. The Steam moved when we copied it, which leads me to believe it was already set to local, and it was. We'll fix any of the error messages in here or warnings. We just had the one talking about the global spawn rate. Now I'm going to select the Steam, that one we have updated, and hit F2 and rename that to be Niagara System Steam. We'll take off the _3. We'll call this 0, 1. The high density bugs we did update, so I'm going to hit F2 and rename that to NS, Niagara System High Density. We'll just call that Light Bugs High Density. And we had fixed the light bugs normal, so hit F2, remove the 3. And these are the 3 I'm going to take over to UEFN. We could do them all, but let's just take these 3. I have them selected. I'm going to hit Control B to browse to them all. Right click, Asset Actions, Migrate, bring those into my Nova Burger UEFN. Check out all the things that are coming with me, some materials, the particles. They have been their old names. We only changed the names in our outliner. We didn't change the names in our content browser. So let's do that beforehand. I renamed our converted particle systems that we have fixed and updated. So now let's bring those into UEFN. Asset Actions, Migrate, hit OK, find your project, plugins, Nova Burger, content, hit select, and we are going to replace everything. We brought some of these over when we had migrated the first time. Let's replace them with what we have now. And we covered a lot so far with our VFX. In the next video, we will continue on inside of UEFN, making sure we can get our Niagara effects working. Welcome back. Finally, we're inside of Unreal Editor for Fortnite with our Niagara particles, and we have them working. We got rid of our errors. Now let's get them inside, drag and drop them in. No, we can't do that. That does not work inside of UEFN. It does work inside of Unreal Engine. In UEFN, we need to use a pre-made device to get our Niagara particles to work. And this is going to be an introduction to devices, which we're going to cover more extensively in the next section of this course. But right now, I want you to go into your content browser, under Fortnite, under devices, type in VFX, and you're going to find that we have a few options here. I want you to select the VFX spawner, show in content browser when you have that selected, and you'll see it's under the system folder, and we're going to select that VFX spawner and bring it into the world. Automatically we have a bunch of floating disco balls, so let's head over to the right hand side on the details panel, and we're going to go down and not select any more disco balls, but turn on this checkbox for custom VFX, and then we're going to navigate back into our content browser, the migrated over particles. Let's put our Steam in there and push it over into that custom visual effect in that slot, and let's move over and check it out. Already looking steamy, not perfect, but we have lighting work to do still. Let's bring the steam up in position where it was inside of Unreal Engine 5 on the original map, and that's with purpose. We don't want to just put steam randomly. We have some vents. So we have an intake vent and an outtake vent. So one is sucking air in and one is blowing air out. So we got the steam coming from the outtake vent popping up here, and maybe both of them blow out and you want to have a second copy, you can do that. I'm just choosing to put one here for now. I'm happy with the placement of the steam vent. Now let's go and bring in our next particle, our next bug. And that was hovering around, the big bugs were hovering around this lamp. So let's bring in our VFX spawner from our content folder under the Fortnite devices system VFX spawner. And we're going to put that on that lamp. Now we can't parent it to the lamp because we don't have that blueprint set up as movable, and we don't really need to parent it in there. So I can try and drag it into my outliner, it won't work, but let's just bring it into the world as a VFX spawner, and then we'll do the manual work of moving it around. And it's really not that hard, so just move the thing into position. And yes, it's definitely easier to parent things and then hit reset on the transform property to bring them exactly to the pivot point of their parent location. But that's not always something we have to do. And here, I've just moved it into position slowly. Now back over on the right hand side in the details panel, we're going to turn on the custom visual effect override checkbox, and then we're going to select our Niagara particle that we brought in, the big bugs, and push that over into our custom slot. And there's a lot of UI covering it. There we go. We're zooming in and we can see the big bugs are hovering around the light. I'm really not happy with the material of the bugs, but that's something that we're going to address in a separate polish section. Now let's bring one over to our next light pole, lamp rather, put the bugs there, and to finish off the VFX placement, we could definitely do a lot more. We've left out the ambient dust. There's a default dust inside of Fortnite that's already optimized. So why do the same work twice? Use what they have for you. So we will use that later. And for now, I'm going to put the last disco ball. And by disco ball, I mean garbage bug, of course. We're going to put that on the garbage can. And then we have kind of the three main VFX from that one image of our environment. We have the steam from the top of the burger, and then we'll have the big bugs around the lamps, and then we have the normal bugs around the garbage bin, and doing the same process here, custom override and pushing in that particle. And yeah, like I said a couple times now, I don't like the material on the sprites, but that's fine. It's all about understanding the workflow, because you might not necessarily be the one responsible for creating the textures or the assets or the materials, but you could be responsible for getting whatever another artist gave you working inside a UEFN. And part of that is the discussion with them and adjusting materials and textures as needed. So let's save this and then launch our session and see how everything looks while we are playing. We'll make those assets private that we just brought in, and are we able to launch is the real question. And failure as predicted. Now there has been a version update, so we have a little bit of new errors. So let's go in and fix a couple of those other errors. These weren't here yesterday, but there was an update, and now I've gone in and migrated and corrected those errors on the I thought we fixed those, but here we are fixing them again, and that can happen. So let's close the message log and now validate, push it again, and now we're going to have the errors pop up with our visual effect, because aside of UEFN, we need to assign our particles an effect type inside of Niagara, and we did not do that. That's something that you can get away without doing in Unreal Engine 5, but not inside of Niagara. And here we are stopping at the error, the effect type not assigned, and we're going to have three of those, one for each of the particle. There's the second one, and it goes right to our particles if we browse to it. So select all of your particles and open them up, and one by one, where you go is where you see the error dot, And we have the same dismiss messages from our conversion. We got rid of them in Unreal. They're back again here. So let's go and remove those. Then on the left, our system is the NS Steam, the Niagara system in blue. And there is the red dot, the error on that. When we select that, no effect type specified. So we can select fix now and it will automatically apply the default UEFN effect type that you need. Maybe you need, maybe not, the default type, or we can go in here and decide what is this type of particle. Well, we know that it's going to be a steam looping forever. So let's down in the bottom here, select the gameplay looping. Once we have all of the effect types fixed inside of our system property on the right hand side in our details, then we will try and launch the live session again, hoping to pass validation. Moment of truth, hitting the launch session button and then crossing your fingers, hoping to see that matchmaking, that you're pushing past the validation checkpoint, and we did see that. Excellent. Let's wait and go through the process of loading through the lobby. I'm going to cut that from the video and jump right into our Nova Burger and run outside and take a look at the bugs and the steam. I'm outside, I'm turning around from the desolate wasteland, and I can see the garbage bugs floating around. Can we see the bugs at the lamp? I might have to exit to take a look at them. Yeah, it looks like they are floating around. And we do have the steam beside the Nova sign. Let's end the game and check it out. As noted, the bugs might not be the prettiest VFX, but we did manage to get the VFX over from our Unreal Engine 5 project, and they are working now in a live session inside of UEFN. So this is the start of understanding how to convert over particles, and there is work to be done, but that's okay. Step by step, we're getting there. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, welcome back. Let's push these VFX better. I really don't like the material or how the bugs are moving, so let's fix this particle system up. I'm going to open up the bugs, and I'm going to scroll down. I'm just going to investigate things, and let's go down into the sprite and open up the material. And here's where I'm going to take a look, see how the material was built, and they're using a particle color inside there, and they're adding time to it, and they've got a panner node and a texture with a red channel they're using, and a noise that they're also multiplying against the noise they have. So what are we really looking at? Well, we have two noises that are moving across a texture mask, which is basically a sphere mask. Switch the preview to the flat plane, and while I'm clicking, I can see there it is animating. That's what you're going to see inside the particle when we're playing. And then over in our emissive color, we have a color and an intensity. There's the sphere mask, the texture sample for the noise. So just kind of getting a look what's inside here and what I want to change. I definitely want to drive the particle color inside the system, not inside of the material. So we'll use a dynamic parameter and we'll add that into our system. And this color module was brought over from Cascade. We turn off color, go back into initialize particle, and we are multiplying our emission color by our direct particle color. But I want to change that. I want the direct particle color to be what we are manipulating directly. So we'll go back into the material and off of the particle data, grab the RGB node and drag it into the multiply of the emission. And then we are going to change the emission color to be driven by our particle color data from our emitter. And I'd still like to use this emission color. So let's copy that color and we're going to paste that color not inside of here. That doesn't work. Let's get rid of that color random range. For now, these minimum and maximums, we will use our color picker to grab that emission color instead and bring the material over closer or inside your window. I'm moving it off my second monitor. Now I'm picking that color just so that you have the full view of my screen. And now the minimum is black and the maximum is that color. I'm not really happy with this setup. So let's get rid of this and just do random hue saturation based on that color. So back to the color picker, picking that color, and whoa, that's way too much of a range. Let's make this a very small range, 0.1 and minus 0.1. See that range, and now there's still that same color, but just a little bit of a variation. And let's see what an alpha variation looks on these from 0 to 0.2 to 0.8. It doesn't look like it's really impacting it that much. Alpha set in there, and that's not really doing a lot with our alpha, so we're going to have to do some other work on it elsewhere. And in the particle update, I decided I want them to be popping on and off. I'm going to scale their size, so they're going to burst on and then live for a little while and then scale down. And I'll adjust their initialized particle lifetime as well. But now you can see they're kind of growing on and off. Now back inside the material, let's do some more changes in here. I can right click on a node, start previewing it. Okay, so that's what we have being pushed across our mask. We're multiplying our two noises against our mask. And I want to control the contrast of the white and black of that mask. So let's add a power node. We could add a power node before and control each texture, but I'm just going to control it as a whole after the fact when we've multiplied it across our sphere mask there. And now just testing out values. Value that I like is 1.7, and that way it's kind of like breaking it up. It's not just a perfect circle. It looks more broken up and odd shaped, so more like a fly glow bug with wings blocking the area. And we'll save that. See how that's looking. I'm already getting a lot more excited about these bugs. If you can get excited about bugs, I don't like bugs, but yeah, they are looking better and more improved. So let's keep pushing them and seeing what else we can do to make them look better and replace these really weird trash bugs that are not looking so good right now. Back inside of our material, I'm going to add a dynamic parameter. This is where we're going to change our emission intensity into a parameter that we control. And we'll set the default to what it was, 15, and we'll change the parameter name to be emissive power. Now I'm going to get rid of that emission color because we're using our particle color data to drive that instead. And our second parameter is going to control the contrast of that power node that we added to manipulate our masking of the sphere mask. We'll call that contrast, have a default of 2. And we'll save this and then bring a dynamic parameter module inside your Niagara emitter. Under particle spawn, hit the green plus sign, and we are going to scroll down under material. Now select the dynamic material parameter. This will automatically be linked up with your emissive power and contrast. You'll notice the other parameters are not being used right now, and that's totally fine. We could use them for something else in the future if we wanted to, or not at all. So let's add our emission power back to something, and let's add in a random range float so it's not all the same, and hit the drop down arrow, type in random range float, and we'll do some various values, minimum and maximums between those, and see what you like. You go, it's not really working. Why? It looks overblown. Well, our contrast is at 0. So let's start playing with the contrast, which is going to bring the noise back in, the noise masking back in. Now they're fading away quite a bit with a higher contrast, and I think something between 1 and 2 is the right call. 1.5, 1.7. Just playing with values here, tinkering around, seeing what I like the look of. It's up to you of what you want for the look. And just going to go back to the sprite size, scale sprite size, and tinker around with that. Get a few more points on there and drag them around so we have more of a little bit of a variation in the changes in the size. Next, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom under renderer, selecting the sprite render, and we have some alignment and facing that were set from Cascade. Now I'm going to see how UEFN handles just changing the alignment and facing mode to be automatic. Taking a look back in editor, it's improved. It's definitely improved. It's very bright out, so it's hard to tell how good they look against a black environment when we change the lighting later. But if you go and cycle off the UEFN day-night cycle to be all black, then we're going to get a better representation of how those bugs were meant to be looking coming from Unreal Engine. Let's increase our spawn rate. You can see more of the bugs, how it's looking. And I'm going to drag my Niagara window on top of my main viewport so that we can make some changes and see how that is changed inside of our window. And I'll position our details and emitter so that we can make some changes to our emitter and see how those are impacting our level VFX. And normally I would just have this on my second monitor, but it's up to you on how you want to work. Heading back to the initialized particle, I want to play around with the positioning. I know we solved that with the lerp, but I think I'm going to remove this entirely, and we're going to add a different way of spawning and positioning our particles, which is going to be using a shape. I'm going to try using different values here, making it twice as wide on all vectors, so minus 120 to positive 120 in all vectors. I'm just not really feeling that. So let's get rid of this cascade style and use something different, which is using our shape location. And we have a velocity module, so they are moving around like that automatically. And now we have a sphere. It looks good. Much better than what we had before. We can adjust the radius of the sphere. Now that we have a bigger radius, let's adjust our spawn rate. And I hope you're understanding, if you're new to VFX, it's a game of pushing and pulling and iteration. A lot of iteration goes into VFX because usually you're never quite happy. And here I'm changing the surface distribution so it looks much more like a sphere from the outside observation. We had particle systems on all the holograms. So let's go back into the blueprints and find the trash hologram and open it up and add a Niagara particle system into that blueprint. Now we can't do blueprint scripting inside UEFN, but we can add meshes together and add particle system on those meshes. And that's exactly what we're going to do with this setup. Before we add, I'm going to duplicate the particle system that we're happy with, our large bugs. I'm going to duplicate the high density bug system that we're happy with, and I'm going to delete the normal bugs and replace that with the duplicated high density bugs that we had been working on. And we will replace that reference so that automatically those other particle systems are now going to be using the new duplicate of the high density bugs that we created. Inside the trash hologram blueprint, I'm going to go on the left side and hit the add button. We're going to add a component and select the Niagara component. We'll name this NS_bugs, Niagara system bugs, and we'll put our high density number 2 that we just duplicated inside there and move it up so that it's hovering around the trash word, the hologram, right in the middle there. Perfect. And hit save. And we click away, we can see we've got another copy of that large bug system right inside there. Now we don't want to have an identical system, so let's go open up the emitter and make some changes on this setup. Our preview window inside of Niagara is a little bit difficult to see how the bugs are going to look on a black background. So let's head on to the right. There's preview scene and scroll down. We are going to disable show environment and we're going to turn on the color to be black instead of that gray. You can turn off the grid if you like, but I'll leave it as it is. Now we have our bugs in an all black world. For testing, we'll select the initialized particle and our sprite size. We want these ones to be quite a bit smaller. Let's try them at half the size and see if that's small enough. We might have to adjust them further. Again, a game of trial and error and seeing what look you like. As we adjust the size, we're going to change the spawn rate and adjust the shape location. We'll make the sphere smaller than our high density bugs around the lamppost. And I want them to be a little bit smaller. So let's try them at a little bit smaller size and have their lifetime even shorter. Instead of direct, we could have it random. So some of them are bright and live for a little while and some of them a little bit longer, 0.75 to 1 second. They're just tiny little gnatfly bugs that you don't really want to see very often. Inside of our dynamic material parameter, I'm going to increase our maximum intensity for our emission. And then I'm also going to increase the spawn rate, play around with the sphere radius, hit save, and go check back in my map. This is exactly what I was envisioning, and it's quite different in size than our large bug particle system, so I'm happy with these two, and I'm going to call this done for now. While we're here, let's take a look at some of the other VFX elements that come for free with the spawner device. And I'm pulling up way above, and right now I have one of these ambient dust fogs coming rolling across the Nova Burger station, and that's just a preview of one of the assets available, area of fog that is called. So you can cycle through a few of these yourself and bring them into your environment, see if there's any that you like. This is the rocks, just floating rocks, and I even had an idea, maybe we have Nova space in space, Nova Burger in space. Well, you can put a asteroid belt or a rock field in, as part of your environment with the click of a button right there. So easy. And what else do we have that we could play with? Dust clouds. Let's see how that looks. And you're spawning over here. So they're great, but they don't have any parameters to play with. So things like changing the number of dust clouds, like we change the number of flies, or changing the brightness of the material isn't possible with any of these. You have to do your own custom stuff if you want to have that kind of control, which is why I took the extra time to go through a bit of the Niagara systems with you in case you want to go down that pathway. I'm going to bring in another one, an ambient dust, and see how that looks, and try a few more out, and then we'll hit play and take a look at some of these in game. Let's kill the daylight and see how some of those effects are looking. And the hanging ambient dust is pretty heavy-handed for an ambient dust. Just like the trash hologram, let's open up the burger hologram, add a particle system from the components, and drop in our high density number 2. Compile, save, because who doesn't like to look at some gnat flies while you're up ordering your food? It's very subtle. We have a lot of light on them, so they're hard to see right now. And that's why this particle system is best suited for the outdoors on an all black backdrop. Let's save our changes and launch into a live session and see how these new particle effects look inside of our map. And we're overblown, so I'm not going to pretend to see any gnat flies on that hologram. I'm not really seeing much of anything on that, so we know that that's kind of a useless addition. The hologram is cool, but the flies there are not working. They're too dim. And same with over here. Do we have the trash bug flies? I know they should be on this blueprint. I didn't see any. Let's check upstairs, because we know that's the one we were working on for our look dev. I can't see them, but I can see the big ones. So the big ones work. The little ones, not great because of the size and our lighting. But once we have our lighting changed, hopefully those little ones add just that tiny little extra touch. And sometimes the little extra things are what add up to make a great experience for the player. Hello and welcome back. Now let's talk about this project size. 97%. Out of what? What does that even mean? And I've been alluding to the memory calculations and the thermometer when we're playing inside of Fortnite Creative. So when I click on project size, we've seen this once before. It's going to show us our level. Nova Burger is the top item of the size. What's the biggest thing that we have going? And the next biggest thing is our Perlin noise. And then we have a ground soil and an asphalt and some dirty tiles here, dirt. These are all textures. T underscore, then the name of the texture, underscore, and the suffix. So we're going to have some of these are normals. You might see a BC for basic color, or an ORM, which is an occlusion, roughness, and metallic. And when I'm looking at it, our static meshes, we really only have one heavy mesh, and it's the sign, and it's not that heavy at all. So if we go, the most heavy thing we have in our project is by far the textures. Now when we upload our project, we have about 2 gigs here. You see this 2048 megabytes, and I've uploaded 1014 megabytes. Well, I don't understand, how then do we have 97%? That's around 50% or even a little bit lower. What's going on? Well, that is our upload size, and then it's compressed into our download size, which is approximately 400 megs, and that is the 389 out of 400. That's the number that it is reading here. The cooked size, 386, and then the overhead available is not much, 2.4 megs. Okay, so we're running very close to the edge of our maximum project size, and never want to be over the project size, because then you end up cutting things that you don't want and trying to eliminate things. So now that we are just under, it's a good time to optimize our textures, and that might involve exporting them and re-importing them at a different size, or pinpointing the most problematic textures and correcting them to reduce their footprint in the project. In the content drawer, under our Nova Burger content, under the textures folder, I'm going to change the thumbnail preview, go up to settings and put this to columns. And here, I don't need all of these columns, so I already know these are texture types, so I can remove that. Disk size is something I want to know, name, dimensions, the compression, source compression, I can get rid of that, maximum texture size, I can remove that. And so now it's just a little bit easier to sift through some of the information. So let's take a look by disk size first. Go all the way to the top. Normal map on the ground soil is 13 megs. So it's all landscape that's taking up the heaviest. We can talk about landscape optimization. We can say, are you in love with this landscape? Do you want to use this, or do you want to use one of Fortnite's optimized landscapes? We can reduce our footprint. That is an option. And since we are in Fortnite, we could use the Fortnite automatic landscape. Now, I didn't build this because if I did, I would be using named reroute nodes, but this is not a course on landscape materials and how to build them. This is an example of one that we have converted, and we have 3 layers and some controls. We have our tiling controls, and I just wanted to see the textures and how it was built in here. Distance blending. Okay, there's our landscape layer blending, sand, soil, and rocks. And here's our normal blends of the sand, soil, and rocks. And we got some ambient occlusion going on here. Now we can open up the landscape material, the instance, and right click and check out the references by going to the reference viewer, Alt-Shift-R as the hotkey. And this is where we want to check what is being referenced here, and here's our textures. So you would be able to easily find which textures are contributing the most here, and we have 4 more hidden. So there is our set of textures inside here that are contributing the most. If we browse to these all that are selected, and now I'm looking at all the ones that are selected from my landscape, and I can identify that they do have quite a large footprint, but so do a lot of the other things. Look at that small rock is even using a texture. So when you think of an asset like a small rock that has a 10 megabyte texture, do we need that? Probably not. Okay, the next thing we can check for are dimensions. And we've corrected the dimensions already when we brought it in by right-clicking and then resizing the texture import data. So we only had a few that were not sized appropriately, but everything else is 2K or smaller. Hello, welcome back. Inside of the UEFN documentation, be sure to check out the supported asset types, and they're listed here, and I will leave that link for you. And now we can check out the texture import guide. Even though our textures are already in the engine, we're going to export them and then bring them back in optimized. This document goes over the texture requirements for UEFN, such as the power of 2 rule that we've already talked about. All textures need to be a power of 2 or padded to a power of 2, and the process of padding a texture to the power of 2 is described in detail in the documentation here, so I'm not going to go over that with you. Recall that in UEFN, we need to resize our textures so that they work to be always streaming. We cannot have them never streaming. Now option B is to re-import assets and scale them in a different program, such as GIMP or Paint.net. I don't believe Epic is allowed to mention something paid like Photoshop, but if you have Adobe Photoshop, and I do, I'll be using that to fix my textures by either downsizing them or adjusting them as I need to. and here we can re-import it, and we're going to go through that workflow together. I suggest bookmarking this page so that you can easily come back and fix any imported images or textures that you want for your project and understand how to do the workflow properly so that they can work across all platforms. You find a texture that is large, and let's right click or use our hotkeys that we just learned, Alt-Shift-R, to bring us to whatever this is being used on. So this rusty metal is being used on quite a few assets here. So we know it's an important piece for our project. Any changes to this is going to change quite a few assets. Let's open it up, browse to it, and double click, open it right up. And here is our texture. Our imported and displayed is the same and maximum in game. If I change my maximum in game, it's not going to change how it impacts the project size. Assets need to be resized appropriately in other software in order for them to be actually decreased from their imported size. Now the source file will be referenced to the area where it was originally created. Somebody made this project in 2021, enlarged his environment, materials, metal, rusty, metal, and so it's a TGA Targa file, and what we can do is export this, browse to it, right click, Asset Actions, Export, and I have a texture folder that I use to redo textures here. Let's make a new one called Nova Burger. And we're going to output this as a Targa and save it here. Let's open up a new file with the same size, 2048 by 2048. And I am going to place the linked file inside here, our rusty metal. Now we have our layer, our rusty metal layer, and I don't have it selected, and now we're seeing our canvas size here, and now I'm going to select that and type in 1024, and we know we're going to clip, that's fine, we'll do the same thing, 1024, proceed, yes. Now when I select this, I'm going to hold Control T. When I select that and put Control T on the keyboard and not skew, Alt Shift to scale this down to 1024 and hit OK. And now we have a 1024 height and width instead of 2048, and our texture is scaled down to that size. I'm going to go to File, Save a Copy, and the reason we have to go to Save a Copy is we are then going to have the ability to save a Targa. I'm going to rename it a version 2 trusty underscore metal underscore 02 underscore v2 underscore b and save this. 16 bits is fine. We're not going to compress. If I didn't go to save a copy, just save as, and I select my drop down, we do not have Targa. Back in UEFN, I have the same trusty metal 02b, and in the source file on the right hand side in the details panel, I'm going to select the three dots, open up, and pick the new metal, the version 2 that is smaller. Let's see how that changes. Now I've opened it. I need to hit this button here, re-import. And we've successfully re-imported. I'm going to save this new asset. And if you look, it's renamed it. And look at the size now, 1.44 megabytes instead of what we had before, which was 10 and change. So we're looking at a massive reduction in space. Project size, it still says 97%. We need to launch, and that will validate and push the changes, including the delete that we did. It's going to update to the cloud, letting it know we've removed that asset and then brought a new one in, which was a lot smaller. So when we launch and then end our session and come back, we should see that our project size has gone down. Let's end the game and then go back into project size. Now let's open up the project size now that we've updated our one asset to be much smaller and hit refresh. This is going to recalculate. Okay, 3.87 instead of 400. We did go down about 10 megs in our upload size, but our download size changed by 2. So you do the math. We're maybe going to be 96%. No, not quite. Still rounds up. So 96 and change. In the next video, we are going to adjust more than one texture and do a bulk script operation on the textures. Now, for example, if we delete the landscape and use the Fortnite landscape that comes with it and the textures that come with it as well, keep in mind, anything in the Fortnite and Epic folder is basically for free. Does not count towards our project size. That's already on their server given to us to use for our projects. So if there's a texture or an asset that's identical to what we have, then don't upload what you have. Use what's inside here and save yourself some space. The plan that I have is to utilize the Fortnite landscape. Therefore, I know I can delete the landscape asset and the textures associated with it. If I have a freak out, I didn't want to do that. I can always re-import it and migrate it back in. Now before I delete those, I'm going to remove the landscape and make sure that it's not going to cause a major problem when I delete it. It will take a moment because there are quite a few shaders to compile. And we are going to replace this, so I'm okay with the checkerboard for now. Now this is where we can see it's not just the landscape. These assets are being used by quite a few assets. Therefore, deleting them is going to have wide repercussions. So we're not going to do that because it will impact many assets and materials. So therefore, we are going to adjust the size of these. I'm not going to make you watch me adjust each texture one by one. I will adjust them and bring them back in here and make sure you have a set of textures that has been already optimized for UEFN. Inside our Unreal Engine Nova Burger environment, I'm going to open up a second content browser and link that directly to the textures. We have 250 textures in here. These have already been brought over to UEFN and been modified, but we could modify them before we bring them over and have them optimized and ready to go. That way we're not going back and trying to figure out what the problem is after the fact. So we already know the sunset at 178 megs is a problem. So we're going to rethink that HDRI, not to mention the dimensions at 8192 by 4096. So we're not going to be utilizing that one, and there are a few other ones like the screen here where we might need to go and either adjust it to be a dimension of 2048 by 2048 and not 2048 by 608, or we can add the padding that they suggest in the documentation, where we pad to power of 2, and that will add extra room on the edge of that texture. Control A to select all the textures, and I can right click, Asset Actions, Bulk Export. So we can export all of these to a selected directory, loading many assets, I'm sure. Let's load them. And I have this UE5 texture folder that I'm going to put all the textures in and select this folder. It will take a moment to export them all out. And you're probably wondering, well, I'm seeing it right away, but there are a few that we're not going to be bringing with us into UEFN. The cigarette textures are not coming with us. We know we're going to be getting rid of those. As mentioned, no smoking in Fortnite. Now here's the folder with all of my textures that I just exported. I already went ahead and deleted the cigarette textures, and I deleted the Horizon Industrial 8K. So my plan here is to take all of the 2048 by 2048 and downsize them to 1024. Okay, there's 168 of these selected textures out of 240. So why don't we run a little program, a little script on here, some Python, so that we don't have to pay for any other software, and we can downsize these for free. Now we have all of our textures, 168 items selected, and I right click and properties, and we can see the size on disk is around 1 gig, maybe more. Now Photoshop does not have bulk image processing on PNGs, it does on JPEGs, but I want to keep the PNGs because of the masks. So I wrote my own Python script in order to do everything in one click. I'm very lazy, I don't want to do this 168 times or on any other future project, so I wrote a Python script to do it for me. The script takes an input folder and an output folder, and then it takes your images and processes them down. So all I did was take anything that was 2048 and bring it into a 1024 format. And all of these are the same ones. I'm going to Control A, right click, properties, and now the size, it's 3/4 of the size, 244 megs on disk as opposed to 1 gig. So we've essentially cut 75% off. It's a sale. There is a sale on textures. We're going down 75% off to use 1K instead of 2K. Midi's in the background. She's getting excited about the sale too. That's my cat that helps me develop. And the script just takes an input and an output folder and makes sure that you're using a power of 2, and then you type in the resolution you want. If you want to keep a PNG, convert it to a TGA or to a JPEG. So we kept it as a desired output of PNG, and it went on to process all of the textures into the new folder. And now I'm going to upload those textures into UEFN, replacing the ones from our migration originally. Why didn't we do this at the beginning? Well, that would have taken away from your learning. Jumping back into Unreal Editor for Fortnite, let's take our newly downsized textures, swap them out, and see how much of a change we notice when we play the game. Is it really bad? Like we've changed too many textures? When we do bulk resizing, it's not on a case-by-case basis. This is where you would want to do something on a case-by-case basis. A tiny rock can have a much smaller texture than your main hero asset that could be the focus of the game, and you want to make sure that anything that is pivotal to your game or gameplay mechanics is not compromised on detail. This comes into planning your game, which we will be talking about. Now up in the settings in the right hand corner on our project size, we can also organize and view by type. So I didn't have that selected before. We have it by package, but if we go by type, now we can see, yep, 352 megs, and that's our downloaded size, not our uploaded size, is compressed. Now this is where it's incredibly evident. Now if we look at this, 353 divided by 388, we're looking at 91% of our project size textures. So that's obviously where we want to focus our attention. If you end up on a project where it's the opposite, we might have a static mesh is accounting for 90% of the project and their textures are only 10% or less. Then we need to do optimization on the static mesh and not on the textures. Opening up the content drawer, going to textures. From the Python script, I'm going to import all the new textures that are now 1024 by 1024. Do you want to replace these? Yes, we do. Unfortunately, it does not look like we have a yes to all. So I'm not going to make you watch me click this 168 times, but that's exactly what I'm doing. Now I did notice the concrete asphalt changed as well as the textures here. Things looking a little more shiny inside. Let's check how it impacted our project settings. We can always go back and bring in the higher quality textures on assets that we think really need them. Now I'm going to refresh my project size. Now you'll notice when I refreshed, nothing happened. It stayed the same number. All of the assets that I had changed have not been saved. When I save them, they will replace the ones that are in memory and it will decrease all of these sizes. So let's save now. In the air duct masked, I was looking at that, it was 6 megs roughly, and now it's 1.9. So let's go back to project size, refresh, and I'm going to launch into Nova Burger and see how we are looking. And I'm inside of the game, and well, the floor looks a lot more wet than it did before. That's all right, that's easy to fix, and we're not going into the polish section here. Looks like the sidewalk, whatever texture this was, is a lot more tiled. Some of our decals might be needing adjustment, or we just might need to think about changing the texture back to those assets. I wasn't liking the concrete before, and I think I've mentioned I am going to get rid of the landscape and make our own landscape with the Fortnite landscape, and we'll cover that soon. I don't know if it's wet or it's just, hey, we're just cleaned up. Okay, can you not step here? We have just mopped. Please. And we got a decal stuck there in that floating area. It's supposed to be pinned on the door. We'll deal with that later. Okay, there, that has it. That's been a lot of what I would call chores you don't want to do. housekeeping, cleaning your room. Everybody hates cleaning up, or maybe you don't. Most people don't enjoy cleaning up, but when you do, it feels a lot better and things work better. So keep things clean and tidy as far as texture optimizations and asset optimizations, and you're going to have a better performant game overall. And that way we're not doing all this at the very end. I did think about doing that, all the optimization at the very end, and I thought that's going to be brutal. So that's why I'm trying to get some of it out of the way now. And now the rest of the course is going to be all about getting our game and the fun going with our game. Now that we have saved our newly imported textures, we've launched a live session and ended that session, we can now see the update on our project size. I am tempted for a drum roll. We already know that we decreased our textures by 75%. We did that on 160 or so. We have 250 in the project. So how far do you think we went down in our percentage? 32%. Wow. So we went from 97 down to 32%. 65% reduction in our project size. Before, I was thinking, okay, we have Nova Burger and we can bring that in, and that's about it. We don't have any room for anything else. At this point, I'm thinking we could easily bring in another small environment or another small hero asset and have a lot of room in our project still to play with. Now that we know we can reduce our textures this far, we can be a little bit more selective on ones we want to keep higher quality, or maybe we do want to bring in a higher quality HDRI and then have that set up to a power 2, but then sacrifice having it be larger than some of our other textures because we know we have the extra room. We covered a lot of tips and tricks around optimizing textures in this section. 65% reduction in project size. I would call that a massive success in optimization. I am glad we got this out of the way because I am itching to get down making some gameplay and having some more fun. But if we didn't get this out of the way first, we'd have to do it later. And well, you know how it is. I didn't want to do it later. I didn't want to do it now, but it's over. So let's continue on. I will see you in the next section. Hello and welcome back. We have all of our assets inside of UEFN. They're optimized and everything is working. We're going to continue to polish, but we're now ready to get into building our game out inside of UEFN. What game? What kind of games can we build? Fortnite Battle Royale, the Zone Wars style game, is the obvious, but what else is available? Let's talk about the various games that you can build. In the UEFN documentation, there are several tutorials that can help you get started to give you an idea of some of the games that you could build. There's box fights where you can make a 1 versus 1 classic building elimination game, which is very popular in Fortnite Creative. There are capture the flag type games where we have one team getting the flag of another and bringing it back to earn points. We can set up and build car racing games, whether that's rocket racing or separate type of car racing that you'd like a pizza delivery game. Deserted domination template, which is great when you want to learn how to implement verse devices, which is beyond the scope of this course. You can learn how to create escape rooms, speedway races with verse persistence, team elimination game, time trial pizza pursuits, triad infiltration. We have a creative multiplayer competitive game. Verse detonation template. We can leverage verse to make an explosive bomb type game that players need to disarm. There's a classic verse elimination template, verse parkour template, prop hunt template, where you can use this step-by-step tutorial to create a mini prop game with your Nova Burger assets. That would be quite fun. Parkour elimination race and party games. We can make mini games. We might take components from some of these or all of these and mix them into our own game. Game modes that stood out to me: box fight, capture the flag, deserted domination, team elimination game. We're not going to go too complex with our game, and those handful are going to serve as the backbone for the game that we're going to make. If you're not sure what kind of game you want to make, jump into Fortnite and start playing some of the user-made experiences. Whether you want to mirror a battle royale, combat, role-playing, or survival, You can also check out Epic's Picks, where they have some recommended games to try. There's tycoon games, platformers, driving. I think we're going to focus on combat. Now, The Pit, the #1 free-for-all game here. Now, I'm thinking, can we make some kind of a Nova Burger pit where we have a space burger pit? Burger pit? Now, it doesn't quite look like Fortnite. There's devices everywhere, weapons, power-ups, signs, random loadouts. I'm trying to keep this building game mechanic section general and vague because I don't want to tell you how or what kind of game to build. I want you to be able to use your own imagination, and I want to point you in the right direction to utilize the resources that are available, this course, the online documentation, and the forums, and things that people are already making to give you ideas or have potential solutions to ideas that you have that may or may not be already done. Since the core focus of this course is around assets from Unreal Engine to UEFN, we're going to build a very simple game while at the same time trying to cover as much as possible to get you onboarded, making your game come to life. I will see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. I'm inside the project browser and I'm under feature examples. We have two categories, getting started and game examples. We're going to take a look at the getting started section, and I'm going to go over these on a high level. We're not going to go over them in detail. Since this section covers building inside of UEFN, we want to cover the basics so that you're able to build to your vision. It doesn't have to be just the environment that we imported, but that's why we're going to cover the intro to UEFN and some of the other maps that you might want to take a look at as practice or for your own learning as you get going building your game inside UEFN. Now I'm going to start off with the intro to UEFN, and we're going to do a quick rundown in here so we're all on the same page. This introduction to UEFN map has an intro section, devices, consumables, and assets. You can fly around inside a UEFN, or you can simply launch your session and then run around and play test these. Inside of a live session, we can use these teleporters or portals and jump in them, and it will bring us to the location of those portals. And those are actually a device. Even though it says intro to UEFN, this is more or less a collection of content examples, and it mentions that you can deconstruct and use any of them for yourself, and please do make sure that you explore how they're configured inside of the UEFN editor. We already know how to launch a session. We've been doing that. Something we haven't talked about is whether you want to launch on the PC or connect to a specific platform. We'll cover this further when we get into testing. We've seen what it's like to push changes, and we're going to continue to push changes as we iterate. And we have already been giving it a go, which is why I'm going to head back here and get into the next section that you might not be as familiar with, devices. If you're not familiar with Fortnite, or you're not familiar with UEFN, then you probably never heard of devices. And the easiest way to think about these are pre-made blueprints that have functionality, specified functions built in with parameters. We're going to have dedicated video covering devices in detail. Now we've seen this because every map comes with a player spawn pad. The player spawn pad is where your player starts the match. Each spawn pad can only spawn one player. So if you want to have a two-person game, make sure there are 2 player spawns. Devices in game placed and having parameters modified have a look changed. You can see we have 2 different team indexes here. Island setting is going to talk all about how the experience plays and feels at a high level. We have a specific video dedicated to island settings. Zones. This is something that we have not talked about and we will utilize. And what is a zone? Well, here, this is an example that has a low gravity zone. And jump inside of it. Now, all of a sudden, the player is floating up. That could definitely be useful in our Nova Burger map if we want to have the map in space. And barrier. So where can the player go? We want to limit where they can and can't go. It can't be wandering off in a place that's going to be going nowhere. So make sure that you do have barriers in place blocking the player from leaving your game experience. We've only been using the pickaxe. We haven't gone into item spawners, but we'll definitely take our time talking about items and spawning items and equipping the player with items. button device, one that is very common, and we're turning on a light here. This concept is all about utilizing events. The event was we turned on a button. What was the reaction? The light turned on. Something happens, and that causes something else to happen or not happen. Billboards. Now you will find a lot of these throughout the examples, and they're great to use inside your game to let the player know what they should do or explain them the details or any information that could be relevant for your experience. Player onboarding or instructions, just like it mentions here. As an Unreal Engine developer coming into UEFN, I'll be honest, I did not have a lot of experience playing Fortnite. So the consumables section I found to be very helpful for me. Playing Fortnite, understanding the items, the weapons, the shields, that kind of thing was all new. So this is where you want to play the game and play test other games to see how you can equip the player with different items and abilities. Consumables can apply buffs, permanent or temporary, movement speed, gravity, change your vision. And here we have a list of consumables: corn, apple, so this is food produce, shield consumables, there's small shields, restore 25 of your shield, maximum to 50, and then the bigger pots, they restore 50 each time, no matter what your shield level is at. And there are device consumables. They require certain elements in order for you to activate the device. They are conditional buttons. So you might need to collect the crafting part, crafting ingredient, animal bone, and mech part. Now we can craft, and that has now created our primal pistol. Shield bubbles, shield kegs, and other types of consumables can create interesting gameplay mechanics. Something like a hot pepper not only increases health, but also increases your speed. And you can see we've got steaming ears showing us that there is a change in the player. Damage zone, you run in here and we're going to get hurt. Assets. Hopefully you are familiar with brought in assets at this point in the course, as that's all we've been doing. But in simple terms, there are a wide variety of assets available to us: props, devices, prefabs, lighting tools that we are going to check out. Cooked content or pre-cooked content. These are things that are already inside UEFN. They are for free in your project. We have mentioned this in other videos, but I'm reminding you, any of the cooked content in the Fortnite or Epic folders do not impact your project size. They will impact your memory while you're playing, but not the project size. They are read-only, so we can't edit them. Now, galleries contain quite a few assets, and you can bring them in and take a look at them, but as the notes mention, they are best used in the live editing version. So when we are in live edit mode, a gallery of collection of items, we select the gallery, click open, and then we can place a variety of assets. Now, prefabs are just that. They're pre-made, prefabricated structures that you can place down, and they come with props and everything already ready to go. We have some kind of a saloon or a clock tower or a bell tower. I can open up the door, and inside we've already got a lamp and table and book and some barrels in here. And let's go up the stairs and we can explore this prefab and see if it's something that we want to use for our game. And if we like it, we can. If not, we can delete it or make something ourselves, modify it as we see fit. And the prefabs really allow us to speed up the game development process inside UEFN. We covered some of the foundational basics, and we will continue to do so as we develop our knowledge and skills building our own game in UEFN. Now, if you haven't been following along inside of Fortnite with me, then I highly encourage you to download this project, open it up, and begin exploring. I will see you in the next video. The next featured example that you're going to want to check out is the landscape. This is not a course on landscaping, materials, or modeling, but at least I want to point you in the right direction if you need to learn more about it, you don't know about it at all, or you want a little bit of a refresher. And while we're in the landscape map, let's be in landscape mode. In the mode selection tab, go down into landscape. This is where we can manage, sculpt, and paint the landscape. Now, landscapes are a special type of mesh that are optimized to build and for player collisions. Through our landscape material is how we set up the landscape layer system. And we have in here with this simple landscape material, grass, sand, and stone. For scale reference, 1 pixel is 1 meter, and we have approximately 512 meters in height to work with, and that is because with our grayscale image height data, we have 256 bits in each direction, positive and negative, giving us a 512 unit range to work with. You can leverage spines to create roads and pathways for your player to traverse across the landscape. There's also the ability to create holes inside of your landscape if that is something that's going to be a part of your game. Painting, select the texture that you'd like to paint down, and then simply begin to paint. Holding Shift will erase what you've painted down while you're painting. If you have a height map that you already want to utilize, it is very easy to import your height map and sculpt on top of it, or apply any of the landscape layer materials that you have. Foliage painting. Jumping up into our modes, moving into foliage. This is not a lesson on how to utilize these tools, but at least showing you the right direction. They have some trees, a few shrubs here. Then we have the count of the number of assets in the world. These are instant static meshes, which will be a static mesh converted into an instant static mesh through the foliage type actor. Underneath here we have our foliage instant component, and I'm painting it down. Let's put down individuals, single assets. Make sure we have it checked box in the top. And now I can paint down individual trees. The radius is my brush size. So if I take off the single instant mode and go into paint mode, we can change our brush size. 25 is very little. I can paint down patches of bushes. And they're set up so that each instant static mesh is a slightly different hue. And that adds to the variety. Lastly, the grass is set up inside of the landscape material under the grass layer sample node, and we are utilizing the grass demo here. The landscape grass type is from chapter 4 grass here, and you can open that up and browse to, and that will send you to the Fortnite environment foliage category. As well, there is the landscape meshes inside here and some splines and some parking lot assets and backgrounds. So there's some handy things, pre-made landscape and foliage assets that you can utilize inside of here. Water tools as well inside the environment. As mentioned, I just wanted to make sure you knew where you could continue learning for these topics if you wanted to go further into them, but we're just going to skim over them at a high level so that we have enough to build our game. Gray boxing, or gray box, blockout, or blockout. You might hear it called a few different things, but we are playing a little mini blockout. We have a fallen tree, and I'm walking on a pathway, and there is our objective, this blue device here, and maybe this red tree here is indicating that this is where an event is going to happen. Here's the radius, the green area where something is going to trigger and a tree is going to fall on the player, and if they don't run past it, they're going to get hit before they get to the treasure. Something like that. Here's our indicator for the treasure at the end, and there's some props here. That's going to be, oh, it looks like it'll be a barrel, right? So this is giving a rough outline of the gameplay or the plan that you want to enact. Since we imported an environment, the Nova Burger, and just began working that environment, we didn't really take the time to do any kind of blockout, but this is where we would utilize the environment that we brought in and any of these other pre-made blockout assets to develop and design our gameplay. Grayboxing 101 is one of the featured examples where you're going to be able to learn a little bit about how to graybox, as well as utilize some of the modeling tools, which are also covered in more detail in the modeling sample. The grayboxing has a little example that we just traversed, some few tidbits and pointers on why to graybox and how to graybox here. You know that it's going to help identify issues before building your level and getting tunnel vision. I find it's really easy to build a world and get focused on a very small corner and adding props and details, and you might not even realize that that's a small corner that very few players are going to go to, and you're spending a lot of time on something that is unneeded. Grayboxing and playtesting is going to help you decide and assess where you put your time into polish and iteration. scale, layout, playability, navigation, line of sight, considerations. And here the big one they're saying is make sure things fit through the right door. So you don't want to have a vehicle that can't go through the garage door, or a person that's too big for the door and they have no way of entering. And there are some gray box assets for you in the Fortnite gray box folder. Balconies, pillars, props, railings, roofs, stairs, trim, walls. The walls one is particularly handy as there is door functionality, and we're going to utilize that for our Nova Burger. Now, it's debatable. Cube grid tools probably should have been in modeling and not gray boxing, but they're used easily for gray boxing, so they're fine to fit here as well. Head up to the mode selection, into modeling, and then you'll see we have the cube grid right here, where the push and pull are the main commands you're going to want to play around with. And I suggest that you hop in to this little map and tutorial and see exactly how you can play around with the cube grid. And while you're in a live play session, you can even have demos of how the tools work. It also shows us an introduction on the shape tools, and I do think that they could be in the modeling or the gray box, up to you. But here we have a great UV texture. If you'd like to use that, we can grab it inside of this project and bring it over to use on any of our materials or assets if we want to help identify texture scales. Be sure to explore the gray boxing feature project before moving on to gray boxing and building out your map and game if it is going to be beyond just a Nova Burger set. Another excellent featured example is the modeling project. It showcases the modeling tools, static meshes, and teaches you all about the units and grids inside a UEFN. Here it walks through the process of shaping and creating a barrel, applying UVs, and in the end, we are left with this stylized TNT box that we made very quickly using the modeling tools. So this is a fun little exercise. It only takes a moment to go through. This is a great section that covers all about static meshes, but if you want to apply your own collisions to some models that you've made yourself, then this is a great place to hop in and learn about how you can apply collisions to your mesh. In Unreal Engine and in UEFN, 1 unit equals 1 centimeter, and the Fortnite characters are typically 162 centimeters tall. Scale is important when you are building and developing, so having an actor or a static mesh that represents the size of the player around your level at all times as a point of reference for scale is an excellent idea. If you're brand new to creating your own materials, then you're definitely going to want to check out the materials project. This course is only going to focus on modifying material instances and materials that have come with our imported kit. We're not going to produce any new materials or go in and do any heavy modifications of master materials. But if you want to learn more about the material properties, the nodes, instancing, and some advanced features on materials, then please dive into this project and have a go. This video is dedicated to talking all about island settings. An integral, if not the core backbone, central nervous system to your project and game. Although it is a device that we can add, by default, it is inside of every level that you create. Inside of Fortnite Creative, when we open up the creator menu, we're brought to the island settings. This mirrors the island settings in UEFN. Categories like the mode, round, player, world, user interface, edit mode, debug, these are all inside of UEFN as well. As far as game organization goes, I usually like to put my devices all at the top. So I'll make a new folder, right click on the island settings, move to, create a new folder, double exclamation point, game. That way I know that all of my devices are at the very top no matter what. Anytime I add a new device, I'll put it inside of my game folder. You might also see the island settings called experience settings. Heading up to window, details. I'm going to open a second details panel up. Here are the island settings isolated, very similar to Fortnite Creative. Mode, general, round, player, world, user interface, edit mode, debug, and below we have this legacy behavior. Prior to this organization, the Fortnite Creative menu was not similar or mirrored inside of UEFN. There was a lot of scrolling and typing and searching to get to what you wanted. These categories and subcategories are meant to be a way for you to more easily maneuver around the island settings to find the parameter that you want to change or manipulate. We're going to leave legacy behavior alone. I don't suggest turning on legacy behavior. Now, I do suggest having UEFN open on a second monitor or window, and that way when you're looking at the island settings inside of UEFN, you can also look at them in Fortnite Creative. When I open up things like the structure and hover over each of these, I'm getting a tooltip on the right hand side. Total rounds determines the number of rounds to play before the game ends. Yes, it sounds obvious with something like total rounds, but it might not be so obvious with some of the other settings. Maybe you don't know what friendly fire is, whether two players on the same team can damage each other or not. Generally, you want to have that left at no, unless maybe you're doing some kind of a mini game and or free-for-all. But in free-for-all, we're not on the same team, so there's no friendly fire because no one's on the same team. Something like the UI team colors, relationship. What's that mean? If relationship, friendlies are in blue and opposing team or teams are in red. However, if you select team color, then the team is represented by the specified color. And that might not have been as obvious without this tooltip. Mode, team settings. Now you can hover over it and see the tooltip inside of UEFN as well. It all depends on how you'd like to learn. If you prefer to learn inside of the details panel of UEFN, then follow along in here. But if you prefer to learn inside of Fortnite Creative, then you have the ability to do that as well. The main categories that you want to become familiar with inside the island settings are the game rules, game settings, the UI settings, the matchmaking, and the debugging. Additional functionality can be built in using other devices and Verse, but generally the island settings are going to get you between 80 and 100% there with your basic game settings when you're first getting started inside UEFN. As you begin to build your games and playtest them, iterating over the island settings becomes an important part of the development cycle. I will see you in the next video, transforming Unreal Engine assets into UEFN props. You may have noticed that we can't break anything. This video is going to be all about taking the assets that we've brought in to UEFN and converting them into destructible props that can be used as resources, barriers, or props to build on or destroy. Inside of UEFN, we have our map, but we can't get anything broken, and that is not what we want. Let's imagine this garbage can. We have one version here, and then a second version over here, and this is going to be our breakable prop. I can browse to this asset, have the trash can here. I'm going to duplicate this trash can. I'm just going to add the suffix prop at the end of that trash can. I'm going to right click, scripted asset actions, convert prop to, we have metal, stone, and wood. This is a metal trash can, and you'll notice when I did that, a new folder popped up, custom props. This created automatically a prop underscore static mesh or SM underscore trash can underscore prop. So the suffix that I added is irrelevant. So we can remove that, hit F2. And now we know we don't need to add prop to our assets. It will be added as a prefix to our asset when we convert it into a prop for UEFN. Double click and open up your converted prop trash can. If you see your blueprint like this, you're not getting the full picture. You'll notice there is a note. This is a data-only blueprint, so only the default values are shown. It does not have any script or variables. If you want to add some, open the full blueprint editor. We don't need to add any, but I want to show you, you can click that and it will give you the more traditional blueprint view where we have our components on the left, viewport in the middle, and our details on the right. The reason it was data only is because it's giving you as much of the details as possible so you can focus on the details and not on the components and viewport because it thinks you're going to leave those as they are. On the right hand side, this gear icon, we're going to click on show only modified properties. You'll notice it doesn't have can be damage turned on by default, so we do need to turn that on. And in the attributes, a resource metal, and that's initialization subcategory 2, and then we have its initialization category is also resource metal. Compile and save that. And our trash can in the outliner, we're going to right click, replace selected actor with the prop. Now we have our static mesh trash can and our UEFN prop trash can. Before we can break anything, we need to make sure that we have our pickaxe available to swing and damage and break things. In your island settings, under player, we're going to scroll down under equipment, start with pickaxe, and make sure that is turned on. Pickaxe destruction, default. And this means that we'll have the Fortnite 2 to 3 hit before it breaks. We can also change this to be instant if you want your prop to break immediately. We'll leave it at default. And since I've replaced the garbage can with our newly made metal prop, I need to push the changes, and the hotkey for that is F5. We need to save our content for the changes to be pushed to the server. That automatically stopped the game and pushed our changes, and it will begin to update. And now we wait as the changes are being prepared. Okay, we are in, and we do have the bow staff. And you'll notice I'm swinging it around. It's doing nothing to any of the props inside. We haven't changed any of the props inside. And beating up with the bow staff, the original garbage can, and now beating up the metal garbage can, and there we go. Collected 8 of our metal resources. And right click changes your resource type when you're building. We're not doing any building, but that's how you would acquire resources from your prop end game. But I built a few walls while we were playing, and then I ended the game. I'm in Fortnite Creative mode. If I start building inside here, and we can't build on any of our props in here, that's something that we need to talk about. And if I go back into UEFN, these assets are inside here. Now they are a lot easier to move around and delete inside UEFN than they are inside Fortnite Creative. Jumping back in Fortnite Creative, they are gone. Let's clone a bunch of these and add in some weapons. They only harvest resources when we use our pickaxe. So you'll notice with the gun and the sword, they do not produce any metallic resources. Now that you know how easy it is to create a prop, it's up to you to decide which assets you'd like to be destructible and which you'd like to remain as collision and fixed and not destructible by the player, environment, or any other means inside of the game. Whether it's some of your assets from the Nova Burger kit or some you've brought in on your own, I want you to try making your own resource props, whether it's metal, wood, or stone from some of the custom assets. We turned our garbage can into a prop that we can destroy and give our player resources. But what we didn't do was add a custom effect so that garbage exploded out of it, and we definitely need to do that. Likewise, these garbage bags aren't doing anything, and I'm thinking that we need to have some type of items, quest items, power-ups, bonuses, or something around the garbage, because there are quite a few garbage bags and garbage containers around, so that might be a neat way to incorporate some gameplay elements. Now let's make our garbage bag prop. So we have our trash bag right here. Now I'm going to browse to that trash bag, right-click, scripted asset actions, convert to prop. It's not metal, definitely not stone. So why don't we just make the garbage bag give us wood? Plastic is not an option. It could be metal, but I'm going to choose wood. I'm going to place my garbage bag there and adjust the size so it's 1.5. And in the trash can, what I did and you didn't see me do, opening up the trash can, the completed trash can, the only change that I did was I replaced the custom death particles with a custom particle burst that I made, and we're going to remake this together here. Opening up the NS trash burst, it is just that, an explosion of garbage. Not much to it, and it will only take us a moment to remake. As you are working on particle effects, it's a great idea to have them in the level while you're playing. So browsing to that asset, dragging the particle system, the Niagara system, into the level, this will work, but it won't actually play. But this is what we're going to use for testing. And we have this auto activation button that you can auto activate your particle system. So now I can put this in line with my garbage can and then hit the auto activate and kind of get an idea of how it will work when I'm playing in game. And so I can just see where I'd like to have that explosion take place. Well, how do we modify where the explosion is going to take place? Good question. So I'm opening up the trash bag prop. And the first thing we need to make sure we do is turn on can be damaged. In the search bar, type in damage and enable can be damaged. Next, we are going to change the death particle. And this is going to be our Niagara trash system. Trash burst. Opening up the static mesh, browsing to the actual trash bag. By default, it'll be on the details panel, but you're going to want to select the socket manager. And if you don't see that, head up to window and then select the socket manager. We're going to go to the right hand side and hit create socket. You can call this death socket or kill. I'm going to call mine kill. And right now it's at the base of the bag, so we can move it halfway up here. It looks like about 30 in the middle of the bag, so our explosion is going to happen in the middle of the bag. And save that. In the prop trash blueprint, scroll down under our effects where we have applied our Niagara trash burst. Our death particle socket name is set to none. This is where we're going to apply our new particle socket name, kill. Compile, save the static mesh. We're going to end the current game, save these assets, now push our changes and test them out live inside of Fortnite Creative. In the next video, we're going to build our own VFX from scratch so that you know how to make a trash burst of your own. I'm going to leave this trash burst system for you that you can use. However, we can also make a new one very quickly, and I'll show you how to do that. Right-click inside of our particle folder, Niagara system, and we have a template to select from. It makes it very easy. What are we using? Well, we have a mesh and it's going to explode. So, hey, what about an upward mesh burst? That sounds like it might be helpful. So let's create that. I will name that Niagara System Trash Burst 02 and open it right up. If you're having trouble seeing it, we can head over to the preview scene and deselect show environment and have our environment color be black. Now I find that I can actually see what's going on a little bit better. And when it explodes, we can pause the timeline and see exactly where our system is. There it is. Not a course on Niagara, but we have our upward mesh burst, and it's bursting these two meshes, an arrow and the X, Y, and Z axis mesh. So let's replace that with some garbage and add a bunch more static meshes. 10 should be fine. Let's open up another content drawer. And I'm going to right click on the meshes and show in new content browser. This will open up a brand new content browser for me. Then I have this available to look at. Here's some boxes and some garbage. Definitely want to be having a coffee cup. Everybody's throwing out coffee cups, so put that in there. Some debris. There's debris piles if you want to utilize those. A dish. Yeah, let's have a dish blow up out of our bag of goodies. Don't worry about the color. We'll deal with that in a moment. Food package. Add that in. We got a fry pack, hamburger pack, crushed fry pack or something. Definitely want to put that inside there as well, whatever that is. Some kind of crushed up paper. Probably not a gas cylinder. Ketchup bottle. Sure. Mustard bottle. Yep. Maybe a rock. Let's get a rock in there. Salt shaker. Throw that in the garbage and then have it explode out. A couple of soda cans. Let's replace our salt shaker with the other soda can and call it good. We have 10 different meshes exploding out of our little mesh burst here. Well, the color, let's ignore that. We don't want to be scaling our color. We don't want to use that. Delete it. In your renderer, we have a sorting is enabled on this render. Disable sorting for this. We don't need to sort, so that can fix that issue. And set the sorting to none. Our mesh, right now we are overriding our materials. I don't want to override that with this alpha. I want to use the original materials. There we go, delete that, and we have the original materials back. Particle update, what's happening after they're born? Well, right now we are applying this rotation rate, and I don't really want to have them rotating once they hit the ground, but they're not hitting the ground right now, so I need to update that by adding a collision module inside of our particle update. Now the garbage is going to land and collide on the ground. Inside of the collision module, you can modify things like the bounce and the friction to have different effects. Restitution, a value of 1 means bounce all of your energy. A value of 0 means don't bounce at all. We don't want our garbage to be bouncing balls, but we also don't want it to land completely dead. So something around 0.3 or 0.6 is totally fine here. 0.6 is the default. Friction of 0 will mean that the particles will not slide on. A friction of 1 means that they will slide. Higher the friction value, the more sliding. Our initialized particle lifetime, let's have it set between 1 and 1.5. We don't want it to live for that long. 1 and 2. Reset your color to ignore that. We're not having that changed. Our mesh scale, our mesh uniform scale, it's set here to 0.5 and 1. Now, that seems like good numbers, but we don't know what this is going to look like until we have it placed on our level. So now it's a good time to save this system, browse to it, and place it in the level. And auto-activating that, we're going to have a considerably large garbage explosion. It looks like there's more exploding than is inside the contents, the volume of the bag. So we need to adjust that. I'm going to have my Niagara on one side of my screen and the actual particle system in the level on the other side. We're only worried about what it's going to look like in the level. And as I update the scale here, when you change parameters inside of Niagara, it will also re-auto activate your particle system in UEFN. So something like 0.25 to 5, and having that lined up over my garbage bag. And we know that we're going to be in the middle is where our kill socket has been placed. So that's right now. Looks like the size is all right, but we're definitely bursting way too much. So we're going to modify that further. So our initial velocity, we're adding velocity in a cone. And let's try what it looks like from a point. It's exploding outward. I like that effect more than the cone, possibly. Let's see how much it explodes out. Let's set the radius to something like 100 to 500. And that radius is probably too far. 250, not quite enough. And this is where you could say, what does linear look like? Not quite the look we're going for, is it? Let's change this back to cone and opening up the cone angle to 180 and our inner radius at 30, modifying our minimums and maximum a little bit more, and giving the distribution changed to 1. And I'm happy with these current values. What I'm not happy with though is having this actual rotation once it hits the ground. I don't want that module on. Let's see how that changes. They are bouncing a little bit too much. Collision, restitution, 0.45 or maybe 0.35. And maybe I want to change my lifetime to be 1.7. We can also adjust our drag, see how changing our drag looks. That was at 3. Let's try 0.25, 0.5. And then we have how does our mesh being scaled? Well, I'd like it to be a normal size and then scaled down. So inside of your scale mesh module, starting at its normal size, value of 1, and then going down. Save that. Play with the values as you like. Now that you understand how easy it is to make a small upward burst of garbage, open up your prop trash bag, head into the death particle, and we'll change this from the one that we'd made before. I'll change this from the demo one that I showed you to the one that we just made together. Compile, save. We'll remove those Niagara particles that we had in the level. And we will replace these static mesh bags with our prop trash bag. And let's push those changes. All right, trash can. We already know how that looks when it blows up. Great. Let's check out our trash bags. Get in the wood. Boom. And the wood is better suited because it's only 200 health. The trash can was more. So yeah, plastic bag is only a couple rips and boom, we're blowing it up. That looks great. I'm happy with that. And that's not a bad idea. You see there's some garbage left over here. That was already set up before the bags. So you could leave some clutter and garbage where you know the player will be bursting open the bags. And then that way some of the particles fade off and otherwise. And then we have a little bit of leftover showing that, yes, there was some garbage that was broken open here. So perhaps then another player knows, oh, there was a bag already here. They came looking for the loot or whatever. Hey, the owner threw the keys to the shop in the garbage by accident. Oh boy, we got to open up all the bags before we can get inside and order our burgers. Nova Burgers. I will see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. We touched on grayboxing when we looked at the sample graybox map, and I briefly showed you the graybox folder where they have the door assets and other grayboxing assets. Well, we're going to take a look at the graybox walls in more detail, and I want to let you know why that's important. Now, I've already made a change, and I want to see if you can guess what it is. Okay, we broke through that door, and now I can hit E and close that. And, well, our decals are stuck in place. However, I do have a working door. These were the original doors that we left open so we could come and go. And I replaced that with this grayboxing blueprint prefab that I then modified for the assets that we brought in from Unreal. Here's our door asset. These are the stickers. So we're going to be walking through one of the doors. And here is the door that I've set up in the sticker issue. We can see they're not moving and we will correct that. Now I'm going to hit G and remove all the decals and items and things like that. And now that I've shown you this, I finally am going to delete these doors because they are annoying me. I don't need them. We have fixed the problem with the doors, so they're gone now. And then the outer frame is still there. You can notice the tiny bit of Z fighting. So when I delete that, now that's gone. And we're left with just the blueprint, which is the My Gray Box Double Door C. And I left that as the name intentionally so that I knew where to find it to show you which asset I used to make this. In my settings, thumbnail size, we'll make them even bigger into the huge size. And now we can see the type of gray box assets that we have. Basic opening door, single door, door with a window, double doors, double sliding doors, half door, door on the side, double door, half wall. So I took this gray box double door and I right click on it. I'm going to create a child of this blueprint. Now I've made a child of the gray box double door. We have the outer wall static mesh asset, and then we also have the doors, and that is the door mesh here. When I select the gray box under class defaults, we have the door mesh s_set_name_door R. And when I have this create door link, that is mirroring the door. If I unlink that, then we have another door R. It's the same door here, but that would need to be changed in order to show you that we can use two different doors if we like. This one is mirroring your first door so that it matches properly by having the handles facing inward on each other. You have door offsets here at the top when you're adjusting your doors, and we'll go through that. We're going to change the outer mesh to be the mesh that is our door outer mesh. Now I have this SM wall 45 degree section 1. So what I did was I took that out, and this is how it's placed at 45 degrees, and I didn't want that, so I duplicated it. So we right click, duplicate, or Control D. I made a second copy of that door, and I changed the rotation so that it was no longer at a 45 degree. You'll see why that's important in a second. Now selecting the original mesh, I'm going to push that in here, and there's our issue. Well, it's at 45 degrees, so I don't want to do that, and I don't want to adjust the doors to be at 45 degrees. I don't want to adjust the original wall pivot because that'll change what we already have in the map. That's why when you duplicate a mesh, So I can go into the modeling mode, select the 45-degree mesh, go down to transforms and conversions, and then hit duplicate. Now I have duplicated that mesh. I'm going to take the rotation here and I'm going to adjust it to be 45. And now I'm going to go to the bake transformation. I'm going to bake the rotation and hit accept. Now our rotation is on the corner, and this is how it's updated our blueprint. But I'd like to have the pivot in the middle of the model, not on the far left-hand side. So back in modeling mode, in the transforms, edit pivot, bottom, accept. That's updated our door frame to be directly center in the middle where we want it. Now our door is the next thing we're going to change. I did the same thing. I went in and found the door, and then I duplicated the door so I had a separate door to use. We have our SM glass double door 01 and double door 02 and single doors here. Let's grab the SM glass double door 01 and populate it in our door mesh. Nothing happened. Hit compile. There we go. Now it's updated our door mesh. Create the door link is set to true, but I have the other double door as the door number R. And in this case, let's grab the second double door and push it in there and hit compile. And now we have updated the double doors. They're not quite how we want them to be. It looks like we have some offset issues. So head up to the very top and we are going to adjust the double door offset. Hit that to 0. That's exactly too far. So how about minus 75? So it looks to be about minus 110. And the offset in the Y looks to be about minus 2.5. And hit compile and save. Now let's remove these mesh that we're not using and bring in our new door blueprint. That one was called the Gray Blocks Double Door Child. And we will need to push our changes by hitting F5. We'll save what we've done. And if you haven't seen this yet, there's a glowing red box inside here. That means we have made a change and there's a new asset that's going to be in place of here, and it's taking its time to load in. So while you're working in the live edit mode, you may see this box appear, and don't worry, don't freak out. It's not in your game. It's a temporary placeholder. Once your door loads in, play test it, make sure that it is working, and we will fix the decal problem in the next video. Now while that's updating, how do we solve the sticker problem? Well, what we need to do is take our door and take the sticker group. I brought these stickers into the world and grouped them. Let's go find the double door. Under meshes, there's our double door with the heart on it. I'm going to bring that into the world, put it here, duplicate it, call this double door sticker, and hit accept. And now I have this group of stickers right here. And it's the same one that was originally on our door. Bring it over. Actually, I'm going to first take all these assets and merge them into one new object. We'll call this SM sticker group. We don't need it to be grouped, so you can hit yes when you're deleting the group. If you're merging a group, I'm going to right click, attach to this door. Now zero it out and move it up into the place that I'd like it to be, which is right around here. Now selecting the sticker and door, I'm going to merge those together. I'm going to call it SM double door sticker. Now back at our door actor, my gray box, the one I had made before as a demo to show you, what I had done is I had added in each of those sticker static meshes and placed them on the door. Now I'm going to remove all those. Now I'm going to replace the double door 01 with our double door sticker that we just made. Compile to see the change. Now the next problem is our pivot was changed, and that pivot was put as a combination of all the assets. We know our original door pivot is in the bottom corner, so let's update that. Edit pivot, bottom, adjust the pivot point to be in the bottom left-hand corner where it originally was, and now it's updated and fixed in the blueprint. Compile and save. We should see this updated in the door on our burger joint. Yes, it is, but our door pivot has not been adjusted appropriately. Okay, so it looks like it is lifted off the ground slightly. and that's why we have that error. So if we line them up, we can see exactly how much it's offset. Once you have modified your double door, applied the decals, merged them together, save and push changes, and test out your new door. Now we have our door with a decal on it. It's still updating. That's not the right door. Now that our changes have been applied, let's see if our stickers move with the door. Yes, they do. So everything worked as we suspected, and I kind of like that it's outlining the sticker now, and we didn't have that before. And that is not something that I tried to do. I believe it's because it's a transparent door material, and so it's outlining the glass. I'm not sure. It's a cool effect either way. Now your job, if you did not complete the double door, is to give the double door a try, and if you'd like, you could do the single door on your own without my help. It's the exact same workflow. You're going to find the blueprint that has a single door, and we're going to adjust the door frame mesh, and then we're going to adjust the door and apply any stickers and merge them to our new door and put those into practice if you'd like to utilize that. Or you could do the bathroom door. If you want to break into the bathroom and find a mess in there, go ahead. I'm going to leave the bathroom locked, though, I think. There is a back door as well that you could try doing the back door on the workflow that we just went over. And there's one more door at the top here. This door here, you could have, maybe they have to find a key and get inside the door upstairs or something like that. But give it a try and let me know how it goes. I will see you in the next video. Bye now. All right, well, let's get this set up together. Up here, we have this wall middle section 1 and the glass door 01. And it looks like the wall single door section 2 and single door section 3 are identical because they are. I already duplicated single door section 2. I just like to make sure that I leave the original mesh, and that way if I make any changes that I have something to go back to the original if I want to have a reference. Now let's head back into our Fortnite gray box folder under walls. And there's a few that we could use. The easiest one to use is going to be the door in the middle with the wall around it. Gray box door C. Now when I right click, I created a child in the last instance. We can also create our own blueprint class based on this door, my gray door. And this is where creating a new class based on this class. So do we really need to do this? Well, no, the child is probably just fine, but I want to show you that both are possible. And now I'm going to drag that into the world and also open it up. Now let's head up to the class defaults, scrolling down. Our static mesh, we're going to replace with our wall door single section number 3. Now, can you guess the issue here? Pivot needs to be put into the middle for this to work correctly, which is why I like to make a duplicate. Selecting our wall section, going into modeling mode, editing the pivot, and we are going to put this bottom center. Hit accept, and there you go. We watched our blueprint updated in real time beside us, and how's the door fitting? Looks like it's a nice tight fit. Back inside the blueprint on our class defaults, we have our S set name door number 2. This is where you're supposed to set the door here. And this one is using the single glass door. We also have the solid single door. We could use that as well. So let's use the glass door, and now we hit compile, and our pivot is off a little bit. We can either adjust it in the model or go up to our door offset, and that's the fastest way to adjust it here. Now there's our door. Great, we can do the same workflow if we want to apply decals, where we merge a new door and the decals together. And this asset here is my gray box door, so you know which one we've picked. And that's going to replace this. And we're going to turn it. We want the handle on that side. And we'll line it up with the other door and delete the other door. Now we can save that, and that door should be functional. Now there's a back door here. And instead of doing the same thing again, what we can do is make a child of the blueprint we just made. So now we're going to right click and create a child of the blueprint we just made. I'm going to call this my door underscore solid. I'll rename the other one to just my door single. And the double door I'm going to rename to be my double door. The one we made together, I'm just going to leave that as is. Inside the solid door, the only thing I'm going to make the change is on the door. I'm going to select the solid door, push it here, and hit compile. Now we have a solid door. Save this. Let's bring in the solid door, line it up. Now you notice that solid door has all the decals. This one does not have any decals, so you would need to adjust it. And it looks like we need to adjust our lineup a little bit. Now we have the solid door replaced, and we're going to leave the bathroom alone. Or we could change it out if you wanted to. It's the same workflow. Let's test out our new doors. Make sure you save before you launch. Here we are inside and live. The double doors work. We already knew that. We can test out our single door over here, and it works, so it should work upstairs. Let's get up there. Run up the stairs. And it opens. It closes. We can smash through. Perfect. Now the back door. Let's try that one. Make sure it's working. Always want to make sure you play test each of the elements that you work on. And we knew that the decal would be a problem. I didn't know there was one in the front. I didn't come inside and look. But we would do the exact same workflow. There's also a door here into the kitchen. You could do that one if you like, or leave that one open. I think that would be best left open. We could put some Fortnite food boxes in here even. That could be a good idea. We need a chef though. I definitely think we need to get an NPC cooking in the back, and then probably somebody serving the food up front. So let's start cooking up. Oh, there's a half door. That could be a fun little project if you want to do that. Let's start cooking up our own ideas of our own game. Now that we have some decent functionality, everything is light and optimized. We've got our VFX, we've got textures dialed in, we have our doors working. So let's start building the rest of the game. Introduction to devices. Now I have been skirting around the topic, and we've been doing a little bit about devices because our character player spawner is a device, island settings are a device. What are all these NPCs floating around? They are devices, character devices. So let's start talking about devices. Open up your content drawer and head into the Fortnite folder, and we are going to click on devices. Here's where we have an entire array of devices, and I've mentioned these briefly before, but you also might want to check them out inside of Fortnite Creative, because the visual in the Creative gives you a little bit better idea of what some of the categories are. There are some discrepancies between the devices listed in Fortnite Creative and the devices listed inside of our folders within UEFN. However, as we start learning, I think it's a little bit easier if you've never looked at any devices to look at them first inside Fortnite Creative. Now this is definitely a more fun way to cover devices than going over folder structures, so let's check it out in here. We have by default on the device category showing us everything. So we can turn on, what's new this season. And even though I just shared with you a version 33 update, there's been a version 33.1 update, and that's bringing in new items again, conversation and story time items, for example. So definitely something to explore. We're not going to be going deep on those in here, but be aware of them. Starting devices. This is definitely where we are going to start, because things like the item spawner, team settings, hover platforms, capture areas, player spawner, HUD message, pop-up dialogues, timers, explosive devices, creature spawners, audio, billboards, we've seen some of these before, player checkpoints, if you're going to be doing some kind of a checkpoint type game, triggers, and channels, buttons. So these are some of the things we're going to be utilizing, particularly the team settings and the timers and scoreboards. So what else is available? We have device galleries, and that's more like the mod bench, chests, treasure chests, consumables, bounce galleries, and Patchwork is the custom audio, and that's itself an entire course, and we are not even going to go down that route because it can get quite complicated, and I'm very not musically inclined. The device prefabs are for Patchwork, as well as most of the audio ones. However, the dance mannequin, radio, and audio player are very usable without having to understand all of the patchwork. Damage devices, we have all kinds of environmental devices, health power-ups, damage amplifiers, automated turrets. Damage volume is definitely one that you want to make use of. Let's say we have a lava pit or a burning garbage can. We don't just have a normal garbage, we have a burning garbage, and we put a damage volume around that so the player doesn't go near it. Enemies, we have the various NPC type enemies, wildlife enemies, guard enemies, creatures. There's AI navigation if we want to get into some AI pathfinding, sentries. There's target practice dummies or stands. Creature manager, if you're getting more complicated. Elimination manager is something that you're going to want to focus some attention on if you're building a game around eliminations. Environment. For some reason, the lock device is in the environment. We're going to be playing with it and showing how we can open and close doors and have conditions on when you can get in and out of doors. Fire volume, water volumes, barriers are very useful devices. We have customizable lights. We can make our own lights in UEFN. We don't need to use the customizable light device. An environmental light manager. This is the day-night sequencer. We're going to spend some time on this as well. Hazards, very similar to the damage, so there is some overlap. Explosive devices are in here. The advanced storms and storm generator are in here if you plan on creating a zone war type game, which is what Battle Royale really is, essentially. Ice, that's inside the hazard and not inside the damage one. It doesn't cause damage. I would put the ice in the environment though, so you might as well explore all of the categories so you can see what's available for you. Information, this is very handy. Trackers, something we're going to be checking out. Message feed, holo screens, analytic devices, beacons, map indicators, HUD messages, HUD control, map controller. That's how we can control our mini map. Items, this is one you're also going to want to be playing around with and checking out what's available. To item placer, supply drops, we've got vending machines. We should put a real vending machine inside of our game as well. Conditional button, collectible objects, modded weapon bench, item spawners, class designer. You want to set up a game that has, we can pick from several classes. Management, another great one. Well, they're all great. So you can notice I'm saying that about every one of them because you're going to want to spend quite a bit of time understanding what's available to you to figure out just how to go about making your game come to life. First-person camera. If you didn't know, ballistics just came out. We've already touched on the VFX creator. Post-processing, we are going to go on. We're going to have a separate video all about this. And save points and persistence, cinematics, round settings, score managers, movement, grind rails, teleporters, placeable ledges, zip lines, sky volumes. So we have our launchers and crash pads. Mutator zone, incredibly useful device. It looks like a smiley face to me. It's like if frown is upside down, no, turn it around. Let's mutate that frown to a smile. And it is a really useful device. Applies effects to player or creatures within the zone. And those effects can also be certain events that you want to have happen. So very useful to use this in your games. Objectives, timers, race checkpoints, end game conditions, capture areas, we saw that, trackers, beacons, patchwork is the audio devices, persistence is all about how we can implement saving, switch for some reason is in the persistence, and the player, anything that has to do with the player. Accolades, those are things like experience points, and we're going to go over the accolades at the end, right before publishing. Power-ups, self-explanatory. Racing, these are where the vehicles are stored. The vehicle mod, that's from chapter 5. If you did not play that, I encourage you to check out what that does, and you can add weaponry to vehicles and create some very fun games. Rocket League, we got Octane if you plan on doing a rocket racing map. Settings, team settings, end game device, round settings, class selector, storm, and fire volume. Fire volume is in settings. Spawners. So there's a lot of overlap. Storm. We have our basic storm and advanced storms. Traps. Triggers. Things like teleporters are inside the trigger. Objectives. Color changing tiles. Perception trigger. Random number generators. Vehicles. Volumes. Crowd volume. Sky volumes. Fishing zones. AI. The day sequencer is not really a volume, it's the entire map volume. So damage volumes, barrier devices, all the weapons, any device that acts as a weapon, not an item spawner or granter though. Now it's never fun just going through menus, so let's play around. There are all kinds of device design examples. Air vents, ascender devices. Now for a detailed rundown on all the devices, you can go in the documentation and they have information on every single device in here. And there are many. Now I'll leave it up to you to explore the devices either in UEFN or Fortnite Creative, or preferably both. First of all, I'm really getting tired of seeing this player spawner. So we haven't been doing things like looking in and playing and modifying in Fortnite Creative, which we can do. So I hit E while I had the spawner selected. Visible in-game? No, I don't want that to be visible in-game. And now I'm going to hit OK. It has an asterisk. We've changed it, so we know we have to save that. And now let's hit F5. Push those changes to refresh. Okay, changes have been pushed. Let's now play and see if we can see the spawner that we are landing on. No, we don't have it. It's gone. Perfect. We have some character devices behind there, just animating in. I'll show you how to put those in. I just got tired of being alone inside the Nova Burger, so I want to drop some characters in. So let's, while we're talking about devices, go over the character device, as NPCs and characters in your game can add a lot of life to it. Of course, I'm going to pick the characters that work for our environment. I'm not going to have a wizard serving burgers, but we could. And there are actually 951 skins at the time of this video available for you to play with. I briefly wanted to pop into a blank level so we can look at the characters in a little more detail with less clutter. Inside the content browser, under Fortnite, inside characters, we can right click and show in new content browser. And now we have a way of looking at a lot of characters at once. Now, setting your thumbnail size to small, not tiny, because it's going to get a little bit too small, but thumbnail size of small is going to be able to allow you, this is tiny because I can't tell what is what here, and they're populating in the bottom there. You can kind of tell who is who. Maybe if you're a master of the Fortnite skins, I am not. So I'm going to go back into my thumbnail size of small, and we can look at all the characters. And these are all the people that you are able to select. When I say people, but most of them are people, and some of them are toon characters, or ice characters, or they're made out of a banana. So they're types of characters, and they're a lot of fun to check out. Now we can't just grab one of them, Bow Bros, for example, and drag it in. It won't let us do that. So what we need to do is, this is why we have the device for characters. And there in the AI category, we have the character device and the character device controller. So let's grab the character device and put that beside my character. And now we have the slot here. The first user option is the skin. And this is where our other browser, when we browse to it, we'll see we can now select the Bow Bro and populate and put him in there. Populate that character and put it in. Now the options we have in here, use animated idle. And if I select that, the character will be at an animated idle pose. So we have a regular pose that is grayed out. That standing tall is the pose they're going to do if you do not have them set up on anything. So we can have them in a pose doing something or use an animated idle, and there are only a few of them: waiting, crying, cheering, clapping, hailing. We also have the ability to add a custom animation. If you have your Unreal Engine 5 animations or animation assets from other DCCs, you can retarget them and use custom animations with the idle or emotes. We're not going to be covering that workflow in this video or course. Now, the emote that they will do, here we have beckon, sit in a chair. It's one of my favorites. Air guitar, air horn, nod head, point. Okay, so we can go up to the character and we want directions, and then they're gonna point something. So maybe they'll be pointing when we interact with them, and they'll point us in the direction of the quest item, something like that. So this is where there's only a handful of things to utilize, but you can use your own, as I just said. And here, the interact type, do not interact. Well, we want to send an event only that will interact. The interaction text is just going to say interact, and it will be visible in the game. Random idle. If they are idling, it will be on a random time in that animation. We're using random idle, so let's turn on random idle. The advanced character slot has to do with the character controller manager. We'll talk about that in a moment. We're going to have overlap events, and here is when we have the ability to add our user options and functions. When do we play the emote? Select the player, spawn pad, on player spawned. So when we're going to spawn in, we're going to be staring right at our character. He's going to play an emote. And one thing I didn't mention, we are launching this session, but it is a different level, and I haven't saved it. You need to save every level before you launch it. Character demo, and then it's going to ask us, do we want to launch this map or the map from the project settings, which would the map that will be used for publishing. So we want to play the current level, not the default level. In order to do that, we need to register the level. And we started playing, and they immediately started doing the emote of hailing us down. And we interact, and nothing happens. But we are sending an interact event. Okay, now this time, I want to have him do something. I want to be able to interact with him. Now, he's going to emote when we spawn in, and I don't want that. Let's remove that. And let's bring in one of the most famous devices, a trigger device. You can head on to Devices, Logic, Trigger. We'll put that right in front of them. And now the trigger, anyone can activate it. Let's have it visible just for this demo. And there's enabled at game start, triggered by the player. Have a look at some of the details. We don't want to delay on this. So when we trigger it, we're going to select, pick the character device, on interacted with. And now when we open up the on interacted with, there is the trigger. And what are we going to do? We're going to play the emote on triggered. Now let's save, push our changes. We'll see if the hands up, bow bros, then points with his emote when we walk over the trigger device. Changes have been pushed. Bow bros is in the stopped position. Now what happens if I interact? He points. If I walk on it, he also points. So we have some double logic. So let's see if we can have two setups. One where he points when we interact and one where he points when we walk over the trigger. Let's separate the logic. Stop the game, and we'll duplicate our character, duplicate our trigger, change this character's skin, and let's go for Barrett. Now, the trigger, let's go into the trigger. Triggered by player, no, turn that off. And then it won't be triggered by the player. And now it's triggered when we interact with the character device. Let's take another one and duplicate another trigger, change the skin, Beach Jewels. Now this one, we can turn off the interaction type, do not interact. Okay, so the player cannot interact with the character, but they can walk over the trigger, and the trigger will then have the character perform the emote, play emote on triggered. Now we need to make sure that our on interacted with is not all stuck on the first character. So on our on triggered, these are all being linked back to our original device. So we need to select that and fix that. And our trigger is by the player. When they walk over it, we'll trigger. We select our character, play the emote on triggered. So this removes our interaction on triggered from the trigger device. So the key difference here, when we interact with our bear, we are triggering trigger number 2. When we interact with our bear, trigger number 2 is linked to character device number 2. On interacted with, we're going to play the emote. When we interact, we are triggering. This is kind of the circular logic. Trigger number 3 does not have on interacted with. The player will walk over it, and we cannot interact with this device. We'll play the emote. When we trigger number 3 on triggered, it'll play the emote, but it doesn't have any interaction abilities. Do not interact with. Now let's save this. I want to remind you, this is only one way to perform this type of functionality. There are many ways, including verse scripting, including sequencer and cinematic devices, including volumes. But the trigger device is really fundamental, and learning how to use it is quite important if you want to be successful as a UEFN game developer. And we're back, and everybody is saying stop. And we already know that Bow Bros has the double logic. We walk over it, and he points. Okay, we go over to the side and hit interact, and he points. Both of them trigger the trigger device, which triggers him to play the emote. Now this character, there's no interact. I can't hit E, there's nothing happening. But when I walk up and trigger the device, they point. That way, go that way. This would be great if you have somebody, they can be in an idle too, they can be waiting, and you walk up to them, and they're pointing, go over there. Okay? And so now you go over there. And this one, let's walk up, nothing's happening. Walking on it, nothing's happening. Interact, pointing. So there are the 3 setups that I want you to play around with and try and build for yourself. Okay? One that does both. We walk over and they perform an emote. We hold interact and they perform an emote. Next one, we walk over, perform an emote. And finally, we walk over, nothing, and hit interact, they perform the emote. Now, all 3 of these characters have one thing in common. Their character slot is set to slot 0. Let's set that to 99. All 3 of them are set to character slot 99. Now grab a devices inside the AI, and we're going to get the character device controller, put that in the back. Doesn't matter where its location is. It's a manager. It's a controller. And inside this, the emote, we have sit in a chair, idle pose, jazz hands, animated idle, crying, and the character slot is at 0. Now this is where, let's put that to 99. 19 is the maximum. It won't actually let us go to 99. So go back and select your character slots and select your character devices. And inside the character slot, it defaults to 19. So 19 is the highest. That means we were allowed 20, maximum of 20 character controller devices. And I'm going to take one more trigger. This trigger we'll put right beside the character. And this one, we will have it when we walk over it. So when it's triggered, so I'm going to go to the character device controller and perform the emote. When do we want to perform the emote? When we trigger the new trigger that we set up on triggered. There's things like change appearance as well. That's kind of neat. We can do that. We can change an appearance. We can change our idle pose or change our animated pose. We can reset the characters. Lots of functionality with the character device controller. Now let's save this and check out how that is going to update our characters. And when we walk over, what should happen is everybody is going to perform the emote that's assigned in the character device controller. And now everybody sit down. There we go. Yeah, everyone's taking a seat. And he's not happy. Definitely. He's not happy, and it will continue to trigger. It does not like what's going on here. Why are you making me sit? Very serious. They're all quite serious. You. Stop. Now I'm sitting. So it will get overridden. Okay, sitting down, I'm going to override your animation, and his will too. Hers will not get overridden unless we interact, and then it will. I hope this helped you understand how to use the character device and the character controller device. Now it's your turn to hop back into Nova Burger and populate the environment like I have. We have a couple of burgers back there, and then I've added in the Grill Sergeant and Grill Sergeant, I think is the name of that one. And over here we've got this guy, he's a blocking Shadow, Crimson Shadow Warrior. I forget the name of all, there's so many skins. He's blocking the entrance to the bathroom. You can't come in here, it's occupied. We're going to go in. Oh, it's dark in here. We need to add some light. When we will later on. So I did fix the floor material, and I should show you when I left the very horrible shiny here to show you how to fix that as well. So let's go outside and see who else is here. Oh, we got some people hanging out, getting ready to sit down. And I don't have any sitting animations, so I just let them stand behind there. They're just placing them here for you so you can understand how easy it is to add characters into your game. And this guy's guarding the stairs. And there's a cry emote. And what's over here? It's hard to see, it's dark, but it's actually a crying raccoon. Crying raccoon character. Dark back here too. We need to work on the lighting. And there's a crying garbage burger. It's like a gut bomb burger or something. So let's see who else is up here. And these characters around here. Checking out the city. This is like getting ready to planning the next scheme over here. We're going to go break in. We're going to go rob the bank. All right, get ready. Let's eat up first, though. Same with these. We got some plans going on. Not these two. These two are in here just enjoying the race. Right, so cheering, some default cheering and clapping emojis. Now, whether you want this to be a part of your game or not, I just wanted to use the characters as a way to demonstrate how easy it is to add characters and using it as a device example. That should give you enough of a base to create some interesting gameplay with your characters or NPCs inside your Nova Burger. Now, I don't want people just going into the bathroom. You need the key. So we need to lock that bathroom door. Let's get in the device category of our folders under Fortnite and type in lock. We have the lock device, and I'm going to just place the lock device on the door. And let's turn the wrong way. I'll rotate it here. You'll notice that it is turned blue. Now I'm going to grab another lock device and just drag it into the world, not by a door. And it is red, meaning it's not connected to anything. Okay, so that's giving you that indicator right away that if it's on a door or not. So dragging it right on top of a door, you'll know if it's synced up with that specific door. So here we go. We've got our lock device on the bathroom door, visible during game. I don't want people to see that, so no, I'm going to turn that off. Color, it doesn't matter because it's not visible in the game. But if you were playing, maybe you want to change the lock to be a specific color, and they know only that, oh, this is the gold door, only gold team can go in here, and that's how you would utilize that. So, but we're not going to use visible in game. It starts locked, and it's blue, meaning we're set up, it's locked. If I start it unlocked, it's still blue. Okay, so whether the lock is on or off is not going to change the color. The blue is indicating that if you are connected to a door asset. Right? Kind of like if you were to use your picker and select it. And I almost wish there was a picker to select which lock do you want, which door do you want this lock to be in. Maybe we have our locks placed elsewhere, but this is so it's easy. Their locks are on the door and we want it to be locked. Determines whether the player can see the interaction when locked. So if I have that on, it won't give us an ability to see that it's locked. It will just be unopenable. And we also have the ability to have the door open or closed. Probably needs to be unlocked to be open. I'm not sure. Never used that before. We'll keep it closed though, because it's supposed to be locked. How do we open the door? Well, this user options, the functions, this is where we would implement the logic. You could say, well, we need a key to unlock the door. So to unlock the door, we have to have something. The player needs to have an item. So we need to get an item device. So now let's go and grab an item, type in item in the device folders, and we are a lot of options here. What item? Well, let's start with the easy one, an item spawner. And I'm going to move that out of the way. Let's move that outside of the area here. And I bumped up the lighting. You might have noticed it's a little bit brighter. It was just feeling a little bit dark. Let's put the item right here beside this character, and he's going to be the holder of the bathroom key. And now inside the item spawner details, do we want it to spawn an item on a timer? No. So turn that off and it will spawn immediately. It can respawn on a timer. No, then it won't respawn unless we have this turned on, and then it will respawn immediately after you grab it. But we want it to respawn not at all, so I'm going to turn that off. Random spawns, no. Is the base visible? I don't want it to be visible. Does it cost anything to get? Nope. Run over pickup? Sure, and you can run over it, and it's allowed by anyone. And spawn item, well, let's have it set up so that when the player, we can open up the tab here, type in spawner. When the player spawner, nope, not item spawner, player. When the player enters the game, it'll spawn the key over here with this guy, robot, I don't know what it is, some kind of a character. Let's just keep using that. Now that we have the item spawner spawning an item which we haven't even set up, so at the very top here, item list, hit the plus sign. Now what are we going to pick up? Pick up to spawn. Let's open that up, and we have a lot of stuff here. What if we type in key? There's all kinds of keys. Rig key card, or the shark key card, or grotto key card, or state vault, command center key card. You can't go wrong with the kitty corner key card. Pick up quantity, so we only want one key card. And now we have our little kitty key card, which is the key to the bathroom. Go to the litter box. So over back at the lock device, and now how do we unlock it? Well, we had added an array element, but we didn't pick anything. So let's scroll down, and we can go grab our picker and pick it, but we only know there's one item spawner so far. It's a small game right now. Item spawner, and what happens? When you have the picked up item, you can open up here, and then that will open up, that will unlock the door. Now let's just test out that simple functionality, and there are other ways to do this that we're going to go over. Okay, so we have the locked door. Cannot do that. And there are things like pop-ups, HUD message pop-ups that say you need the key to the door, and we should implement that. This is locked. Where's the key? Oh, I come outside, and here's the key. Grab the key. Now that we've picked up the key, the door is going to be unlocked. Ah, it is unlocked. We have the key. Now we're inside the bathroom, in a very dark bathroom. We haven't done lighting yet. We haven't done any work on any of the lights. So that works. There you go. That's our first taste of a event linking. The event, we picked up an item, and that unlocked the door. Now let's set up a conditional button. Instead of the lock that is unlocked with the item spawner, it's going to be unlocked when we actually give the key card to the door, essentially using up the key card. Now the lock device was being unlocked when we picked up the key card, which is pretty lame. So let's delete that, and we're going to go Control B, browse to the lock device. And right near the lock device is a conditional button device. We'll bring that in, put that in front of the door, and make sure that it is in the right spot, rotate it around. Pretty sure you can figure out what exactly I'm doing here. So now we've got the conditional right over top of the lock here, and I'm going to put that near the door handle, right? Because we want the key card for the door. In the details panel of our conditional button, allow interaction. Well, of course we want to allow interaction, and the color type and the direct color. Let's go with the direct color of orange. Display main icon, or use the alternative icon. What's the alternative icon? Is the main icon is the exclamation point. Alternative icon is the little Wi-Fi thing, and we can actually set that to whatever we want. We are going to make sure that key items required is set to 1, and consume the key, yes, if you want the item consumed when the player interacts. all the items or keys required at once. That would be like you're giving the interaction time and we get 1, and now I have to go and hit E again, and then 2, and hit E again, and 3, and maybe you want to be delivering it slower and then having a risk of the other player getting attacked or something like that, and that would be a way to do that. Then we have our key item, and while we're at it, let's take our conditional button and move it all the way into our game folder. I'm going to right click on the conditional button, move to game. I'm going to put the item spawner also in the game folder. So now in my conditional button, when I'm looking for the key item, I'm going to just select my item spawner and browse to my key item, then select my conditional button, and then push my item definition. Then it says, hey, you need the key to get in here. And when you browse to that, you're brought to the items folder inside of Fortnite, and it could be any item in here in order to get in there. And then you make sure that that item is what's being spawned by the item spawner. You know, let's use this key. I like the look of that key better, so why don't we use that key and go over to our item spawner, and we can change that key. So it's a legitimate key instead of the key card. Whatever you want, any item, it doesn't really matter as long as they're linked together. That is the whole point. I've changed my mind. I want to go back to the cat card for the bathroom stall. Now let's play the game, and we have a red locked. A conditional button, it is locked. Now that we have our buttons set up, the last thing we need to do is set the logic from the lock. How do we unlock it? We use our picker, select the conditional button, on activated, meaning when we activate the button, it will unlock the door, essentially consuming the key card and opening the door. In addition to unlocking, we could have the door open, and I'm going to right click and copy that first little bit of logic and paste that right here. Now the same thing's going to happen. We're going to unlock the door and it's going to open up at the same time. Now let's start our game. Okay, it's locked. We pop up. Can't do that. We know the key is outside. Let's grab the key. Head back over. Oh, now it's not red, but it looks like I have my button placed too far in the door. I can't even get in there. So let's end the game. Adjust the button. Let's put it in the middle of the door. And we'll put our interaction time to 0.15. Now let's start the game and see if that works. Yes, it does. E, missing items. The kitty corner card. Would you believe me if I told you I did that on purpose, just so that you can know how important playtesting is at every turn? And the next problem, we have opened the door and the conditional button is blocking us. At the very top, we have the ability to change the color. The direct color I've set to orange, and the color type is direct, but it's not showing up here. We need to scroll down and turn on use color for hologram. Missing text, need the key. And right here, it's a one-time thing. So let's disable after use and show key item, only key, unknown key, key and item, only icon. We can change these things so that they have different looks to them. You know, well, we don't know what we need. You need something, but you don't know. Here, let's just have the only the key. You need the bathroom key. How many? Just one. Say, well, we need 10, and now it's going to have 10 different items. Well, we can only have 3 at once, so that's a limit to that. Second key, third key. So 3 ingredients or keys or parts at most is all we can do, but let's just stick it to 1. And this would be a situation, if they're holding it, then they can come and go. But we're consuming it, so we don't want them to consume the key and then they need to be holding it in order for it to work. Enable on game start, yes. Visible during game, hologram only. That's the problem that we were having, is we were viewing and able to be blocked by the other mesh. Interaction radius at 0, it's going to be having a default radius size, but we can specify exactly how big we like it to be. It can be activated by sequencer as well. And this could also be a way of keeping score. tallying up points. So there is a lot of functionality that can be built into the buttons. The conditional button. Need the key. So that's popped up now. We can't do that. It just says need the key. Doesn't say what item we need anymore. Now let's grab the key and open the bathroom. And now we're in. I think we need to move the AI guy over. He's going to be ordering at the menu here. So let's get him out of the way. And what is this light doing? Let's grab this and bring it inside the bathroom. I just held down Alt to bring another copy in here. And let's get some overhead bathroom lighting, just so it's not quite so dark when we come inside here. Now we can't have a light in here without something emitting light. So we got to grab one of these fluorescent lights. And this vent, I think, is probably movable. Put the bathroom vent over in the corner. They don't need to know that we're moving the vent. And now we can put the fluorescent light. And I'm going to put the rec light as a child of the fluorescent light, zero off the location, and adjust its position. So we're below. Grab the fluorescent light, move it back inside the bathroom, and let's shrink down our, scale down our bathroom vent. Is looking a little bit too massive. So let's just get a smaller vent. I mean, these aliens do damage in here, but we need room for lights. Okay, at least now we can see what's in the bathroom. Let's save this. Still hasn't updated the change with our character. That's okay. Let's get out and grab that key and open it up, and we got the light in the bathroom now. And everything is now functional. Closes and open. We've gotten rid of the lock and the conditional button. We use the key's in the door, so everything's all good. And now I hope you're beginning to learn a little bit about devices and device linking, and getting some ideas for your own gameplay. Now I want a message to pop up. The player needs to know where the key is. Maybe the key is hidden. It's not as obvious. So let's go back into the devices, and this is going to be in the UI. We want to have a message pop up. So we're going to grab the pop-up dialog device. Put that in front of the door. And we have a title, description, title, bathroom. It's centered for paying customers only. Does it auto display? No, never. It doesn't. The response type, we have two buttons to list. So that would be what pops up below that. We only need one response. It's just, okay, we know, yeah, thanks for the reminder. Use a dialog timeout. If you want it to time out or not. If the player doesn't touch the button one text, yeah, okay, right, and that's what we want it to be. Mask background, that would mask out the background. We're going to leave that as is. And how do we show it? Okay, how are we showing it? So hit the plus sign. We're going to select the conditional button on not enough items. So when there's not enough items, it's going to pop up our message box that says, for paying customers only. So here are some events that you can execute if you want to have further responses. We can customize the widget and UI well beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish though. Now, how about another one? I'm going to duplicate this. Hold Alt, drag it down. This is our second one. This is once you got the key. Okay, so this is the 1 and 2. So the second one is going to be you have done it. You've got the key. What do we want to say here? So not on enough items, on activated. Don't leave a mess. Okay, you know, something, whatever. It's the point is it's a demonstration. Let's end the game and see if these work. Save our changes. And now we need to push the changes. That's going to have our character moved. Now we could do some really cool stuff with the Nova Burger vending machine, or grab a vending machine device and drag it right in place where this Nova vending machine is. Rotate it around. And now that we have the vending machine, I'm setting it to screen only. And now our Nova Burger vending machine has a Fortnite vending machine setup on it. First item, resource type. We want it all to be money, gold. You need gold to get anything. And then here we have our item list. No items in the vending machine. We have to put them inside there. F5, push change. Our vending machine looks like it works. Use the vending machine. We set the goal to be 0, so it gives us this instantly, which is fantastic. Our doors are breakable, which is a problem. And it could be a big problem or a great thing if that's what you want your game to be like. So next, let's get the key. Oh, bathroom is for paying customers only. Right. Let's get the key though. Okay, and run over here. What happens if I do this? Nothing happens. Let's get the key and go back. And now, don't leave a mess. Okay, lights are nice, and don't leave a mess in where? There's not even a bathroom in here. It's a trap. You have to buy something. They give you the key to the bathroom. You open the door, and there's not even a toilet. That sounds like a nightmare. Okay, I hope that you enjoyed this little interlude on getting devices linked together, and our stickers are not destructible. Those weren't part of the door, so we'll have to remove those. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. Now we have this parking lot, but I don't see any vehicles, and I would like to add some. So in the devices folder under vehicles, let's grab some vehicles. SUV spawner, one of my favorites. Of course, because it spawns the Cybertruck, and that actually looks like a nice size fit. We can't see the vehicle just yet. Here it's preparing shaders. Hit end so it drops down to the floor. And what else do we want? Well, I know that we got a sports car. Put a sports car there. And let's get a couple of bikes. Look at the bike right around here by the raccoon. Dirt bike. And we'll have two. We got visual variants random. Now we want to have a green one. And then over here we're going to have a orange one. On the cars, color and style, we have down here baseline, candy blue, gray damage, green, radio enabled. Let's turn the radio off. Visible during game. And that's the device, not the car. I don't want the device visible. I do so that I can see it right now. And we can't see it because I had hit G. Now when I hit G, oh, there they are. So now let's make these not visible. And there you go. We need to rotate them as well. They can't be facing that way. So let's hit undo and turn on our rotation snapping to 90. And turn the base visible off. With the bikes, they're right here. We'll rotate them around. Have them nice and tight. And let's turn rotation snapping off, because usually bikes are, they're not positioned appropriately. They're at an angle. So let's get them parked at an angle. Now we'll end the game and see if they are on the ground. Well, let's change the visibility of these spawn pads. No. Take the visibility off. We might have to lower them. The spawn pads are on the ground, but I'm not sure if the actual vehicles will be, or if the spawn pads need to be slightly below the surface. We'll see. And we need some lights out here. It's very dark, but everything looks good. Let's get on the bike. We don't even have any lights on the bike. Whoa. Okay, let's try the car. That's why. We've got the Cybertruck. Okay, we're in a cyber map. We need the cyber car and a landscape. Everything works great, but we're driving nowhere. There's nothing out there, but it works. This is where we need blocking volumes, and as we build out the gameplay, maybe, they can only drive around. Maybe you want to drive around. You're getting shot at by somebody with a super high-powered weapon on the roof. So you need to try and drive out, get out of the way. Now you know how easy it is to add vehicles. And we will continue modifying and playing with our game. Let's get rid of this character mannequin device and the device that demoed controlling multiple characters at once. The first-person camera mode device experimental release was in version 31.3. Now, in version 33.1, we are able to use that device. It's no longer in early access, it's now in beta. And you know what? I really do want to play around with the beta, first-person camera. There's not a lot done with it. Now that we can use it and publish games from it, let's activate the first-person camera and give it a go inside our game, because I think before we continue on any further, developing a game in first person is a unique idea. Well, it's not unique. It's unique to Fortnite, as it's only just been approved this week, the second week of December in 2024, right before Christmas. Now, you used to have to go to the project settings and then make sure that you enabled the first person, but that's gone. That's only for scene graphs, so we don't need to do that anymore as of this latest update 33.10. And the next thing I want to go to is my island settings. And we have talked about island settings, but we haven't really dialed them in for our game, and we certainly will. But what I want to show you, we get down into the player and locomotion. The player locomotion preset, it's at custom right now. We can change that to be current battle royale style of locomotion or the current ballistic. Now, ballistic is in reference to the first person mode, the new mode that Epic created. It's called ballistic. So let's activate that. And now that grays out all this other things because we have been changed into this specific type, this ballistic type. So if you want to use first person, we have to change the way we think about the map again. So this is where you really have two choices. You can continue on in the third person, the Fortnite traditional style, or you can implement the current ballistic mode. And I'm going to implement that because I think that's what people want to learn how to do, is use the new first person mode. So let's continue on the course in that style. Now, selecting the first person camera, we're going to add to player start at the beginning. Priority. And this is when multiple cameras are involved. You need to set the priorities. If we're moving in and out of volumes, changing the camera. Enable during phase. Remove on elimination. Note we're going to continue on and always add to players on start. Interaction distance, close, standard, far. We'll leave that at default. The close. Camera. Do we have a focus target override? Nope. Look at focus target on activate. So that could be if we were in third person, we activate first person, we're doing some kind of a searching game. And then we want to look at a specific target, right? Find the note, find the clue. Targeting reticle, display all, reticle only, ammo count only, display name, display none. And this is if you are transitioning from cameras. Now inside the user option functions, under enable, we're going to make sure that we have selected the player one spawn, and that on player spawned, we're going to enable the camera and add to all players. We have selected player one spawn pad and on player spawned. Now there is a gotcha. Inside the island settings, you need to go in and make sure that you disable pickaxe at the start. We don't want the player to be starting with the pickaxe. So if you are not entering the camera, try changing that and then re-entering it, and that is probably the most likely reason why. And now we are in first person mode. Hi, how can I help you? Big Bang, Nova Cola, $15. That sounds like it's actually cheaper than McDonald's. Hello, hi, yes. Can you please get me one Nova burger? No. This guy's ahead of you. Sorry, and I'm going to grab a weapon. And unfortunately, well, this looks like it's working, but not all of the weapons do work with the first person mode. So they have a list of the working weapons, and I do suggest that you use those if you're planning on going first person. So we are going to use those weapons, and this is just for fun here. But this perspective is pretty cool. What happens when we get in the car? Oh, we're brought back into third person, but I actually kind of like that. We drive around, pop up, boom, back into first person. Yeah, inside here. Hey, what's going on? Get out of here. You're not allowed in here. And as soon as we go to build, then we are brought back into third person. So that kind of kicks you out of that mode. If you do want to do that, so you could still build, but it's going to remove the immersion factor. I think it would be better to stick to not building when you're in this mode, if that's, but it's up to you. Now, from this perspective, we got to deal with the sky. It looks horrible right now. We have the cityscape background, Let's go upstairs. How does it look upstairs? Moving up the stairs looks pretty fluid. The city's a little bit too blue, but it's not bad. We have a material issue there. And the door opens fine. And how are we doing? How's the game? Oh, wow. He's really going fast. Yay. All right. Let's cut it off from the first person and continue on polishing everything up, getting our game polished, built, ready to play. Me in the car. Let's go. Let's get out of here. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. To start, let's add an NPC setup to provide support to the players. I'm dragging in a character device and a trigger. This NPC will offer weapons, shields, health, or power-ups during gameplay. We'll link this with an item granter, which will directly add items to the player's inventory. The granter simplifies things compared to a spawner, which drops items onto the ground. Next, we'll use a tracking device. Trackers are essential for any game. They keep a record of objectives such as enemy kills or completed waves. Alongside this, let's also place an endgame device, which defines when the game concludes, whether it's a victory or defeat. We'll also need a timer device to control various time-related events. For example, you can set up a countdown before the game starts or add timers between waves to allow players to regroup. Timers are versatile, so think about where you'll need them, like preparing for rounds or giving players a chance to interact with NPCs. For advanced tracking, you can add a stat manager device to monitor player stats like kills or score over time. This can enhance gameplay analytics and complement the accolade device, which rewards players with experience points for achievements. The team settings and inventory device will determine how players start the game, their initial weapons, items, and team alignment. This setup is crucial for games with multiple teams or different roles for players. Ensure you configure it to match your game logic. Now, let's add a round device, which is a crucial component for managing game progression. This will work alongside the endgame device and timer to structure rounds, including when they begin, transition, and end. To communicate objectives, we'll use pop-up dialogue devices or HUD message devices. These are perfect for giving players instructions such as protect the burger station. For spawning items, we're using the item granter, which directly adds items to player inventories instead of dropping them. Combining with the NPC interactions, this ensures seamless player support. For enemy spawning, we'll add guard devices, creature spawners, and a creature manager. Each tool allows you to customize enemy behavior, weaponry, and spawn logic. Use the creature manager to manage multiple enemy types efficiently, one manager per enemy type. The elimination manager tracks enemy kills, and you can configure it to trigger the next round once a target number of eliminations is reached. This integrates with the round and tracker device for smooth game progression. Additionally, you can place a billboard for static instructions or visual storytelling elements. To enhance your organization, make sure to put the devices into a proper folder structure. For example, I've categorized mine as game and logic, NPCs, good and bad, player spawns, island settings, and this helps organize and make it manageable when you want to make changes easily and quickly. Finally, let's make sure that I don't forget to add the HUD message device and potentially a map controller. The HUD message device controls what players see on the heads-up display, while the map controller adjusts the mini-map view. These devices allow you to create a custom UI experience and ensure players always know what's happening. Alright, this concludes our prototype setup. In the next video, we're going to dive deeper into connecting all these devices and refining the game logic. Once everything is connected, tested, and working, we'll migrate it into the Nova Burger map. Welcome back. We are going to cover connecting all of our devices together to create the game's core logic. Let's start with the round device. Now, we can have multiple round setting devices, and this specifies which round it corresponds to. And we can override whether players should keep their items between rounds. So yes, do you want them to keep between rounds? Yes, we do. We can also reset their items or reset the class between each round, but we want them to keep their items between each round. What items? Well, their items come set up in the team settings and inventory. And here at the very top, user options, team name. Well, we are going to be not using this because we only have one team, and it's going to be cooperative. This is player versus environment. So we can have between one or more players protecting the burger station. We're not attacking each other. We are attacking the creatures that are trying to destroy the Nova Burger. This is where you set up the team color. If there are multiple teams, you change the team color, and you can see the change to purple, and now it's purple in the viewport. Grant items on respawn. Yeah, we do want to make sure that they get items when they are respawn. Here we can dial in their health or max shields and movement multipliers. I like to control these with the island settings, but if you have different teams, one team is a creature perhaps, then maybe you want their movement speed to be doubled, but their health cut in half and no shields. Here in the item list is where we get them set up with their base items. Now let's just have them start with a simple pistol. Item quantity 1, and under advanced teams, team index, well, we are index number 1, and if you want to change the number, you'll see the number changes in the viewport. And now we can see the item is over top of our team inventory settings. We know that they have coming with a pistol. Let's reset our team index back to 0. It's only one index. We can change the team icon as well. And this is if you're on grant condition. Are we always or only when they're empty or don't equipped? So grant behavior, we clear everything and then grant them. That's at the start. And then you can have equipped granted items, don't equipped, or in the first item slot. And that's where we're going to have our pistol and the initial weapon. We don't want to start with pickaxe. Turn that on and then off. Invincibility, no. And a lot of these are duplicated in the island settings. Okay, it was really more just we're using the team inventory settings to make sure that our player has a starting weapon, and we can refine this further. But we are going to utilize our island settings for a lot of these options. Back in the round settings, because we are keeping our items between rounds, because you may be purchasing better items from an NPC inside the burger station. Gold given per round. This is where you can reward for completing a round. So, for example, let's say they get 100 gold for completing a round and 10 gold for an elimination or something like that. This is where you can apply your own logic. Clear all items on class reset. We're not going to be doing class resets. Gold given to winner per round. If they lose the round, they're going to lose the game, so this is not useful for us. And there are things like end round conditions. Now our tracker device, the stat to track is going to be eliminations. And we're going to link this to the round device. So when we end the round, we're going to select our tracker, which is tracking eliminations, and that is going to be when we complete the eliminations. Target value is going to be 3. We are going to increment progress when a creature from our creature spawner is eliminated. Now, inside of our creature spawner, when are we going to enable this? We're going to enable this and select our round settings on round start. So at the start of the round, we're going to spawn our creatures. Now, when does the round start? Does it start immediately? Well, it can start immediately, or it can start after our timer is done. So why don't we have our timer device set to 5 seconds, just for demonstration. 10 seconds. So our round starts. We're going to enable our round, pick our timer, on success. When the timer is completed, we're going to start our round. When does the timer start? Select the timer and head down. When do we start the timer? Add an element and pick the player spawn. When the player spawns in, we start the initial timer device, which will then, when completed, start our round, which will then spawn our creatures. The creatures being eliminated are tracked through our tracker, which is in turn linked to our round settings. So when all the creatures are eliminated, we're resetting our round. Now let's save what we've done and test it out. For simplicity, I am going to remove the guard spawner and our NPC. We're just going to focus on one creature spawner, and we have a creature manager, and we can even remove the creature manager because we are only having one creature for right now. And what type is it? We have a cube spawner, or we have an ice spawner. Ice random. Number of creatures. We want to eliminate 3 creatures, and then the round will reset. And under advanced, we have some more wave timer things here. How often are they spawning out? Are they invincible spawner? Can we despawn? It is an invincible spawner. We don't want the players to destroy this. Enable ambient sound. Let's turn that off. Enabled at game start. No, we don't want it enabled at the game start because we're enabling it with the round device, the round setting device. After our timer goes off, spawner visibility, we can turn that off so we won't see the spawner. Do we want them having visual effects? Let's turn that off because we want them running in from the darkness in our game. And now we'll save those changes, launch the session, and play the current level because this is not our default map. Our default map is Nova Burger. Well, first problem, we did not eliminate any of our bad guys when the game ended, and we didn't spawn in with any of our weapons. There seems to be some kind of a problem with the pistol here. 2, we're going to need to adjust our creatures. There we go. So now, definitely we have some issues to adjust. So let's go over here and adjust them. Let's do Ice Fiend, and let's number of creatures. Let's have that be 3. Now, since it didn't grant us our pistol at the very beginning, let's go back to let's add another item granter, and we'll paste in the same item with just the pistol, and we're only going to enable at game start. Yes, we're going to grant that right away. Receiving players, all players, grant condition, equipped granted item, equipped granted item, items to grant one of them only if they don't have it, and remove item on grant. No. Cycle behavior. This is if you have more than one item. We don't. We only have the one. No dropping items. Grant on game start. Now, I could have sworn they had that option at one point in the team and inventory settings. So it's granting on game start, and we are disabling it after 1 round. Now let's save that and see if that gives us our pistol when we start the game. So we do have a problem where our logic works to end, but our characters, our creatures are being spawned immediately. Well, that's not supposed to happen. So let's adjust that. So in the creature spawner, enable on round start. Well, our round doesn't start until the timer finishes. Well, we can now use this timer to set up with our creature spawner if it's not working with our round settings. So let's go to our creature spawner, and we have enable not on round settings, on round start, but we're going to pick our timer on timer success. I still want our round to enable on timer success. However, I'm not sure why that logic is not working correctly. Regardless, let's move on. This is why testing and iterating often is so important. All right, this is now working correctly. We do not have anything happening for the timer. There's no bad guys. And now, boom, there they come. 1, 2, 3. And that ends the round, which also ends the game. And it's not how we want it to work, but we have the initial setup working where we are getting an item. We're spawning in enemies after our timer is completed and our round is starting. The tracker, I don't want to enable this until we're going to assign to everybody once the timer is completed. And here, stat to track eliminations, target value 3, starting value 0, assign on game start. No, we're not going to assign that on the game start. Assign when joining in progress, probably a good idea to have that on. Tracker title, eliminate aliens. Description, protect the Nova Burger. And we have our default HUD widget. And we can change this, but that again is a whole nother section that is going to expand on this, and we're not going to do that. But I encourage you to look into how you can modify your own tracker UIs in a future. Great, now we don't have the tracker showing up until the timer ends. The timer's on our screen and on the display. We can modify that as well. Now, eliminate aliens, protect Nova Burger. Pops up. Moving along, let's modify the timer so we only see it on our HUD, not in the world. Select the timer. Timer name is going to be incoming aliens. I mean, we could even say incoming burger thieves. Now in this one, completion behavior, disabled it. Timer visibility, visible during the game. Only timer. We're going to have this hidden. Timer color. So we want to have the color. White is a good choice in a dark environment. Display times, seconds only. Urgency mode is you can have the noise firing off. We can have urgency mode with, let's say, 3 seconds. Urgency text, aliens incoming. Timer label text style. Default, small, large, bold, orange, bold blue, bold orange. Red outline. Extra large. Let's try it large. Doesn't give you a visual cue inside of the editor, unfortunately. Now we'll start our game. Aliens incoming, and now they're coming in. And that wrap is quite annoying. But what we can do is inside of Fortnite Creative, well, anywhere, UEFN or Fortnite Creative, go into the Create menu, Devices, I want a changing booth. And I grab the changing booth, and this is just to show you we can add one of these to the burger station. And now I want to get rid of that silly wrap. So I can go inside here, change the outfit. Wraps. Let's put on something punchy. Back to game. And the game does not wait for you. They're here ready. No, it looks like it's the gun. It's the gun. Some kind of firework at the end of the gun. Well, now you know that we can easily change our outfit inside of our game. You can put a changing station. Maybe we put that inside or outside of the Nova Burger somewhere. Let's get our first person camera in here because we want to test it out with the mode that we're going to be using. And we will just make sure that we enable it when the player spawns in. On player spawned. And we are going to add it to everybody who spawns in as well when they spawn in. Make sure that is done. And it's already working. Great. Incoming. That's how easy it is to get the first person going. Perfect. Now let's get our pistol to the ballistics pistol. And here, Ranger pistol, you can see the metadata, Fortnite version release 33.1. So I want to use that. Here's all the ballistic weapons. They have their own folder, and this is brand new. This was not here a week ago. I'm glad that I was able to show you this. So you can use whatever weapons you'd like, but these are designed specifically to work with the first-person camera, and the animations work, and give them a try. They're really fun. I'll make sure it's also in our team settings. Save that. All right, we covered a lot here, from round devices, configuring our team and inventory settings, getting our timer to work with our creature spawner as well as our round start, setting up the creature spawner, and implementing the tracker device to keep track of our eliminations. Now we have a very small, straightforward game loop where we're spawning creatures, eliminating the creatures, and then resetting. We're going to expand on this and incorporate this inside of the Nova Burger map. I'll see you in the next video. Now I've selected everything and put it inside of this migrate folder, which has broken our folder structure. That's all right. We're taking all of it and moving it inside to our Nova Burger map. Select all of the devices that we have, come up to edit, copy, and then open up your Nova Burger map. Once you're back inside the Nova Burger map, paste in our devices. Now we have some duplicates. The player 1 spawn pad 2, we have 2 player 1 spawn pads, and we have 2 first person cameras. So we only need 1 of those. I'm going to remove the duplicate devices and then clean up the game logic that we have migrated over here. Now we don't need 2 island settings, so we're going to remove the island settings. And I've gone in and organized all of the devices inside of our game here. We have our island settings, we have our billboard, and now let's bring those back into where we can view them properly. Instructions. Let's get the background in solid and the text in white, and this is going to be placeholder for right now. Okay. We're ready now. Now our instructions. That couldn't be more clear. Protect the Nova Burger, survive alien waves, buy weapons inside. We're ready. Okay, so instructions. We can make this definitely a lot cooler, but I want to get the game loop established, and then you can make things cooler after. Okay, so we're going to spawn in here, and they're going to see that this is important information, and there you go. That's going to be your first thing that they see when they come in. And again, we can make this a hologram or something cooler. We're going to worry about that later. Okay, so there's our billboard. Here's our first person camera or island settings. We are going to dial those in inside of our map soon. Our team settings and inventory. Where is that? Let's bring it over and let's put all of our devices in one area inside this map. Parking lot's a good spot for them. An area where we don't have anything so far. We can replace this mannequin here with the raccoon. And let's remove his crying emoji. We don't need him to be crying. Let's have him waiting. Coming to a garbage can near you. Our trigger is going to be when we come near the raccoon, and the item granter is fine in the corner because it's going to go right into the player anyways. Alright, now I have brought all of my game devices and logic over in the back corner of the parking lot, and I have set up the rest of the logic. Oh, minus the creature spawner. Where are we going to spawn the creatures from? Remember, establishing the loop first, getting one wave working, then we can work on a second wave, third wave, and start iterating. Then we can work on the final polish and publishing. But having the completed loop set up before we start adding more and more and more is going to help you get a game kicked over the goal line. All right, let's start the game. 10, 9, counting down. We got to move the stat manager because it is visible here, so we should put that wherever we're going to put the instructions. You know, most number of kills or fastest time, whatever our stat wants to be. And here they come, and I'm going to run inside and hide because I'm going to hide and close the door. And here's a problem. Oh wow. Okay, they walk right through the walls, so we need to make sure we fix that. And that was it. That's easy. We have got our small tiny loop working inside of our Nova map. Well, there's obviously problems we need to work through, but we have the base set up. Okay, we have some more devices we need to link up. We need to move some things. We need to make adjustments. We'll do our environment, but we are getting very close. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now. No, we cannot have our aliens, creatures, breaking into the burger station by walking right through the walls. I have good news and bad news. Good news is there's an easy way to solve it. The bad news is there are a few methods that I tried out and they did not work. I don't know why. I could not tell you. I wish I had an answer. So I tried implementing a blocking volume, and that is blocking everything. It's set to block all. It did not block them. I'll spare you watching the video and going through it. I'm going to remove that blocking volume, but I will show you that in the top, we can go into volumes, and this is where we have our blocking volume, and we do need to block out the perimeter for the characters so that players don't run anywhere they want outside of the gameplay area. We'll do that near the end. So how do we solve this? Easy. We go to the selection mode, into modeling. Once you're in modeling, grab the box, some long rectangles. So I'm going to place this down here and adjust the scale so that it fits. And now we have it placed here, but all we have to do is type in viz. So visible, no, we don't want it to be visible, but it's not hidden in game, which means that they can still run into it. I'm positioning our blocking volumes along the perimeter of the burger station and just adjusting the size as needed. And blocking off the back as well. Now I'm going to select all of the boxes that I have, the blocking boxes, and make sure that they're all set to invisible. So we'll make sure the visibility is off on all of them. Now we're going to right click and move them into a new folder. This folder is going to be our blocking volumes, F2, rename, blocking volumes. And we'll save that. Now let's test out our changes with our updated blocking so that the aliens cannot come inside the restaurant. We have to defend it, but they can't just walk through the walls. All right, here they come. They are running at me, and I'm in the burger station. Here we go. Close the doors. Move over here. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't even know where I am. Okay, well, obviously they found a way in. And what did they use? The back door? They came in the back door? Let's try again. Let's see what's happening. See, what I don't get is they wouldn't go through this door, but they just went right in the other doors. No problem. So let's go in here and close the door. If it's a closed door, they won't come in. Okay, they know about that door. They know about that door. Ah, we need this for paying customers. Can they get out? Once they're inside, it doesn't look like they are going here. They can break that door. And see if I can trap them inside. They're very confused. They're in the burger station trying to get to me. Did they break the little door? They did not break the half door. They can't break that. They can open it. They can break the half door. They broke it. It doesn't look like they have the... They're walking right through the kitchen. Right through the grill. So we might have to do some blocking volumes around that. A little bit more gray boxing. And out there came around. But they can't go through the front door. But they're happy to go through the back door. Ah, and right through the garbage bin. So there's a ton of gray boxing that should be done on the ground floor. And we need to figure out why they can't go through the front door, but they can go through any other doors. Because otherwise the player's just going to be doing this back and forth. They're just going to be hiding in here, confusing the aliens. Get the key card. Don't leave a mess. We already know that. Close the door. Can they come in? Oh, God, that scared me. You know, they came right through the wall here. That's going to terrify a player. It terrified me. All right, I'm going to gray box on my own time and come back here when everything is dialed in and the aliens are not jump scaring me while I'm in the bathroom. I'll see you in the next video when we're going to continue playtesting and iterating on our game before polishing it up further. Okay, I've done a significant amount of gray boxing, blocking away in the Nova Burger, making sure that we have a pathway restricted for the bad creatures, whoever they are. Now let's make sure all of those meshes are no longer visible. All right, let's see. They are incoming. Let's find out if they can come and get us. All right, we got some. They're going just straight for the back door. They're not even coming to the front door. We're not going to try that again. Yep, they know where to go. Open, open. They're opening doors and breaking doors. And we can't get in the bathroom yet. We don't have the key. Still standing there. Break the door before they come at me. Will they come out the front door to get me? No, they won't. So obviously we have a problem with a navigation surface between these 2 points, which will bring me to, oh, they can't walk through. Good. We don't want them to be able to walk through that way. And yep, and they can't get me here. So we're going to get the key. And let's see if they can come up the stairs. Oh, we're upstairs and they're automatically confused. Now they come. So they cannot make it up the stairs, so I have to check that out. They can come this way, they go right through the table. They can't get upstairs yet. We'll fix that. Now let's test if they can get in the bathroom. Are we going to get a jump scare? That's the real question. Nobody wants a jump scare in the bathroom. No, they had to come in on the back door and all the way around to get me. They won't go in the front door. Why won't they go in the front door? How can I tell where they will go? And how do you see the pathway of the AI? We need to head to our island settings. And all the way at the bottom, we have debugging. We need to enable debug, turn on navigation, and now that we have this on, determines whether the nav mesh is displayed during the game. Nav mesh will only be generated when the island has at least an AI spawn place. So we do have that. So now we're going to save this. In our island settings, we have the navigation on here as well in Fortnite Creative. So let's start the game and see what we see. We should have a green area show up. Yep. So it will show you exactly what is navigatable and what is not navigatable. So they go in right through the tables. And here, this is where we have a problem. They can't get up the stairs. They could kind of walk here a little bit. Not really. So we know we need to fix the stairs. Well, let's just put in some floating stairs that mimic the ones we have. Now that we have that stair mesh right there, can affect navigation? Yes. We want it to affect navigation. We want them to be able to come up here. So let's go into some of our other boxes. And we'll make them visible for a moment. Something like this one here. And type in nav. We want that to be navigatable. And the one below that, we want it to be navigatable. We might need to move it around a little bit so that they can actually navigate on it, and make some of these other ones thinner so they're having not as much blocking. Now let's save and see if our navigation has improved. Now we might have to open up our door mesh. Is navigation indestructible? Yes, we don't want navigation destroyed. Can they navigate on it though? That's the good question. Okay, good. They're coming through the door now. Let's see if they try and break the door or they go right through. Yeah, they got to break the front door, which is perfect because we want the players to have a bit of time to, get weapons or do something. So let's test the upstairs now. And looks like it's still not going to work. We need a bit more of a connection here. Just missing that chunk there. I took my time correcting the issues while not recording. And in that time, I also moved our little stat counter over with our instructions and set it to track eliminations and adding a value of 1 and just displaying the actual value. Now we have a skull icon and the number of AI eliminations. I discovered the problem with our stairs, and because we imported Unreal Engine assets, they are not set up to be modular like Fortnite. They are not using power of 2. They are using probably more like 20, 40, 60 metric units and even numbers, or maybe even 150 or 200 or 250. They're not using the powers of 2, and our stairs were not wide enough. What I actually ended up doing was widening these stairs. I just modified it so that they just sat a little bit before the light post here. I also moved the railings over and just made sure that we had enough room. I then moved the AI into a different location. Every character actually produces a blockable collision for the AI. So the creature cannot actually run past or through any of these AIs. They can run through the tables, but they can't run in through the AIs. Now I moved the vendor to be beside our instructions, put the key card there, and I also moved the raccoon out of the way, as I think that collision was interacting with our stairs and causing that small break. It was one of the NPCs or the stairs not being wide enough. So after some troubleshooting and playing, that's what I determined was the problem. I then went up here, finished gray boxing this upper level, and I made sure that I turned on is navigatable on all the meshes. Selecting the mesh, typing in nav, can affect navigation. Yes, it can. And I wanted access to the roof, but in the ballistics mode, our height and jumping is restricted. So I couldn't jump up to the roof like I could when I was in third person. Easy fix. Grab the ascender, and it is just inside of our device category under traversal. So you can also pop an air vent and utilize an air vent and tuck that inside here and add some more gameplay elements. We can have it invisible, but still utilizing the functionality of the air vent, scaling it down so it matches the size here. Now let's test this out. Here come the aliens. Now I didn't mention the nav mesh will pop in once you get closer. It's only going to draw a certain distance away from you. And here's a better example of how that player is having a collision around them. We can use the NPCs as blocking devices. Okay, let's see. They come right in the door. Great. I'm going to go through the half door in the staff room, grab a burger real quick, and then leave. They're still following me. I'm going to jump past the motorcycles. They can kind of get under here. Not great navigation, not right under the stairs. They can hit me. They can't jump over here. I wish they could, so maybe we can make the navigation over here, but then they'll be able to come through, which I don't want. And now look, the stairs. We have a straight pathway up. They're even attacking me. I'm losing health. This is working. I'm going to go inside here. They can come inside. They can go through the chairs. I don't have any blocking on the chairs. They are blocked by the NPCs here. I'm going to go up my ascender. And there's our vent. That's kind of a neat little function. So we jump up the ascender and then the vent shoots us up. We have navigation turned on. It's all green up here. But the aliens are not jumping up here. And that could be because our blocking volumes are creating a too wide of a distance. Could be the AI players messing with them, so I might need to remove some of the character devices. They were more for demonstration. When you're playing the game, you're probably not going to want to have this many AI running around. So we could have a cinematic at the start where all the characters are hanging out and animated, and that would be another course. And then when we play the game, they are now triggered to be invisible. Yeah, I want them to jump down and get me. And there isn't any settings in the NPC like jumpable or something like that, or maybe I'm missing it. And this is where I'm going to modify the characters. So this is fine. Round one, they're completely just weak. We can run away easily. Round two is where we might add a ranged character. So you could be up on the upper level, but we still have like a mage or one of those, major beast guys shooting fireballs or ice balls at you. That is still something you need to avoid, and you might, I overshot it and I fell off and here they come. I don't know. All right, that's enough. Now we understand the navigation mesh and everything is working as we want. I'm going to go back into the island settings and turn off the nav debug. So we'll turn debug navigation off. We can turn debug off. I'll see you in the next video. NPC vendor setup. We'll learn how to link a character device to a new conversation device. We'll get that conversation device set up along with linking it to item granters so the player can purchase items from the grill sergeant. Let's continue dialing in our Nova Burger, and I want to move around some of these character devices and maybe remove some, and also set up our NPC vendor so that we can get our upgraded weapons. And I think we should do that from the characters inside, and we'll leave our raccoon for a extra fun weapon in the back. And I think we should grab these characters here, these three, and I'm going to bring them over and put them over here. And if you didn't know, you probably did. I'm sure you've played enough Fortnite, or you have played some. When you're playing on a team, you can reboot team members in certain game modes. They can come back to life with a reboot van. So why don't we put a reboot van in the corner and have these characters standing right by it? So I'm going to go to the content browser under devices, and then I'm going to type in reboot. We have the reboot van. I'm going to bring that right here. And if you are going to make this a multiplayer game and somebody gets downed in one of the rounds by the creatures, then maybe we want to be able to bring them back. And if that's the case, let's put our reboot van kind of away in the corner, not nearby, so they have to run over and reboot the player, and then they're going to be risked at getting attacked. They're exposed over here, right? So we want them to be exposed. It's a risk to come and use the reboot van. I'm going to move the characters that were in the back, give a little bit more movement up top. We might remove them altogether, but for now, I'm just making some extra room for the players and the AI to move around. This is going to be one of the most garbage-ridden burger stations I have ever been at. There's nobody clean up around here. There's just trash everywhere. It's kind of funny, just when you think about it. You're like, there really is a ton of garbage here. Okay, we have our first vendor. I'm going to make one, and then you can make more. So let's get this character selling us some items. We are at the counter ready to order up from our character device, our vendor NPC. And if you look, we have our interaction type set to send event only. By default, it will be on do not interact. We want to interact, so we're going to send the event. The interaction text is order up, and no time interacts right away. It is visible in game, and we don't need the random idle start. They're just sitting here waiting for you to talk to them. We already went over one way of interacting and acquiring things from NPCs. However, there's a new device that's been brought into UEFN, which is the conversation device. And I have one already inside here hidden, and we're going to go over how to bring it into the world to set up a weapon granting mechanic for your player. Inside of the devices folder under UI, we have the conversation device. Grab this and bring it into the world. By default, we have the radial dial, and if you're familiar with the Battle Royale when you're interacting with NPCs, this is the pop-up that they have, and it allows for 5 responses. You can change this to be a box style, and that has a lot more customization, as well as, I believe, 6 boxes for available. 6 buttons are available in this style. Next, we also have custom, where you can create your own user widgets, and that will be beyond this course, but I encourage you to look into that to create your own custom setups. We're going to try out the radial menu, just like Battle Royale. Speaker name, I am having this as the Nova Burger Grill Sergeant. We do want to show the name when we're nearby. We have an indicator bubble and a range of that indicator bubble. We have 5 meters by default. Show conversation text in world space. That means I need to move this around by the Grill Sergeant. Now I'm going to remove the one that we added together and continue on with the one that I already have here, because I've tested out a few different positions of this conversation device in world space to get the best position for interacting with the player character. And you'll have to do the same thing. By default, it cannot be attached to our device, so just have to think this speech bubble right here, the white one, is pretty much where the text is going to be when you're playing. Keep in mind, using the first-person camera, it's going to look different than using the third-person camera. So I've had to do some playing around, trial and error. Number of conversations allowed. I'm planning on making this map available for a full squad of 4 players. So I'm maxing this out as everyone can talk to them at once. Perhaps I set this to 2. And then we have a second conversation on the other end, and they're able to take 2 players at once, so 2 people, and that kind of spreads the team around the burger spot. So that's not a bad idea. And then what happens if there's a third person that tries to talk? If our max is at 2, it says we can't talk right now, and the conversation color is in red. Our user options, initiating the conversation, could not be easier than linking up the character device. Selecting the character device, when we interact with them, we're initiating the conversation. Pretty much like I see you on the street and I say, oh, hi, how are you? And you're going to turn and look at me and obviously greet me, or maybe not, maybe you'll ignore me, but in this case, you will greet me with an interaction. Now, how do we exit the conversation? Well, they are events that we can link to from our conversation asset, and we can fire off these events based on how the conversation goes, the options that are selected in the dialogue. And in this one, we're linking, we're exiting, we select ourself, the conversation device, and then are linking to our conversation event number 7, and this will make more sense when we open up the conversation asset. What is a conversation asset? We're going there in one moment. Event options. Here we have all of these events that are triggered and fired off. Item granter, granting items, granting items. Oh, so this is how we're getting items from the NPC. We're linking them to item granters that are called, the events are fired on when we initiate the responses. And I'm going to have all of those vendor items in a separate area. They're stored over here in the back of the parking lot with the rest of the devices. They're not popping the items into the world. They're putting the items into the character slots. We can go over one of the weapon. So on grant action, we're keeping everything we have, and we're granting the current item. Each of them only has one item. So we're selecting the item we want from the vendor. We're getting one of them. It is enabled on game start. Anyone can trigger it. And we could enable equipped granted item if you'd like, but I'm not having that happen. Item count, if you want to have more than one, if you want to set your weapon count or remove items when you're granting. If you want to drop the items at the player location, no, we don't. Turning off the timer, no timer. And this is where we're granting them when we're linking to the conversation device and one of the conversation events. Just like when we're exiting the conversation, when I say bye or bye now, we're exiting the conversation. We're triggering the event. The event would be exit the conversation. And in this case, the event is triggering the item granting the weapon, SMG. Below all of our conversation event triggers, we have our conversation details, and our Convo vendor weapons is an asset that I created. The conversation maxed icon, that's a default, and our custom widget, this is where you would change the modal widget if you are planning on making your own custom UI to be called on. Now, how do I make a conversation asset? There are two ways. One of them is to open up this menu and hit Conversation Bank. We're creating a new Conversation Bank asset, and that will open up our save as, and I have a new folder, Conversations, and we can save the conversation in here. Now I'm going to hit Cancel, go to the Content drawer, up into the Conversations folder, and I can right-click. Under Gameplay, we have Conversation Bank. So that is the second way how to create a new conversation asset. We'll make one together here and open up your demo conversation. Creating a conversation bank. We will cover how to create our own conversation bank, learn about the basic nodes inside of a conversation bank, such as speech and response nodes. We will then learn how to trigger events from the conversation, which are then going to trigger our item granter, getting the player equipped for the battle. Now what? What do we do? It's completely empty. Well, the first thing we need is the entry point. When you right click, it has the entry point, default entry point, and this probably should be in here by default when we create a new asset. It's not though. Maybe one day in the future, and it might be when you're watching this. Next, when we pull off the bottom, we are building a tree. The default entry point is the root of that tree. And when I'm going down, I have now conversation events. This is what I was talking about. The event of exiting, the event of giving our weapon. That's what the conversation event is being triggered from. Well, what I want to do is I want to start a conversation with a speech here. So we have a speech. Hello, how are you? Now, when you interact with the NPC or the character device, this is going to be popped up in the speech bubble beside them. Hello, how are you? And that's you interacting with them. You're initiating conversation and they're speaking to you. Pulling off of the speech bubble, we want to respond. They've asked us how we are. Well, we have a few response options. Great. I'm great. I can drag off here, grab another response. Just okay. I'm okay. And our third response, aliens have landed. So, hello, how are you? I'm great, or I'm okay, or aliens have landed. And that is going to initiate the next phase in the conversation. So each of these, if we're great, the NPC will then speak back to us, me too. Pulling off of this response, selecting speech. Hello, how are you? I'm okay. How can I help improve your day? And if we are responding with aliens have landed, pulling off a speech. Aliens have landed. I have weapons. Let's go. All right. So that is our fun little dialogue. And then we want to go back to the beginning. Hello, how are you? Well, now I'm great. Me too. Hello, how are you? That would be weird, but we're going to do it anyways. So we're going to bring the arrow off of the bottom of the speech back up to the top one. No, it won't let us do that. So we have to initiate another response. And we're going to be responding with back. And our response we can bring into the top to go back to the top of the conversation. And I've double-clicked to add a reroute node, and I double-clicked here to add a reroute node so that we can make this a easy visual to present. In the side here, we have a conversation tree, and nothing is in there. We should be, but if you don't see anything, it's because we have to save the assets, and if it's still not showing up, then we're going to close the demo convo and open up the demo convo again, and now we have the conversation tree. It details on this side, and this is important, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why it's important. Inside the conversation tree on the right hand side, when you click on the default entry point, below that we have speech. When you select the node, it's bringing to that point in the conversation. So, hello, how are you? And we have our responses. I'm great. I'm okay. Aliens have landed. Now, the thing about the conversation tree that drove me nuts for a minute, I'm ordering left to right of our responses here, and coming off of our speech node, logically, this is how you would think that we are going to be presented in the radio menu, and that is incorrect. It's actually the opposite. The conversation tree dictates the order of the responses inside of the radio menu. So the bottom response, aliens have landed, will be first, as in the leftmost position on the radio menu. And the middle, okay, is going to be in the middle since we only have 3 items. And then the first one, great, is actually going to be on the far right. Now let's finish creating this conversation, our speech. How can I help improve your day? How are we going to respond to that? Obviously food. Everybody loves food. How can I help improve your day? What else can we respond with? Nothing. Nothing can do anything. Nothing will improve the day. And in this case, let's exit the conversation by sending a conversation event. And this is going to be our event number 1. And if we want food, let's run another conversation event, and it will grant the player some food or an item, or something will happen. And in this case, aliens have landed. I have weapons. Let's go. What are we going to do? We're going to immediately go to a conversation event, which is going to be number 1, which is our exit event down here. And at the same time, it's going to trigger a second event. I'm going to change that to event number 3, because event number 2 is going to be when we trigger food. Save this. And I'm going to apply that to this character device number 9. Hitting F2, vendor number 2, right click, moving this up to our vendors. And I'm going to grab our conversation device 01, make a second device, and bring it over to our character, position it so that the white thought bubble is right beside the face. On our NPC, make sure that we do have interactable, send events only, and we're initiating our conversation when we pick this character device on interacted with. We're exiting our conversation when we pick this conversation device, and we have event number 1 exits our conversation. And now it's linked up inside here. Next, we need to make sure that our conversation asset is the one that we've just created, the demo convo. And event number 2 and event number 3 give items. One of them food and one of them is a weapon. So how are we going to do that? We're going to grab our item granter. We're going to move these in the back, but for now, they can be right there. This is going to give us keep all, add an item, shield the fish. This is going to be for our food. And we grant the item when we pick the conversation device. And that's event number 2. It gives us our food item. And duplicate this over. And this time, we're not going to be having a fish. We are going to get a frenzy auto shotgun. Save these changes. And let's test out our conversation asset. I'm moving my item granters to the back of the parking lot, pushing changes, and launching the game. Now inside of here, let's talk to our Nova Grill Sergeant. Hello, how are you? Aliens have landed on the wrong side of the node tree. I'm supposed to be on the right-hand side. I'm okay. Great. We're great. Me too. Back. So we can see the thought bubble needs to be pushed closer to the side of her, left side of her head. Hello, how are you? Okay. How can I help improve your day? Nothing. Food! So we click nothing and we leave the conversation immediately. Order up. Hello, how are you? How can I help improve your day? Food. Boom, we got the fish. And this is the problem. When you are gifted a consumable, you're taken out of the first person character. Keep that in mind. That's why using the ballistics items in consumables as well as weapons is going to prevent that. Order up. Aliens have landed. I have weapons. Let's go. And we have now got shotgun. Now that you have seen a demo, I will show you the full working version with our Nova Grill Sergeant. Order up. Weapons. Grenades. Never mind. Let's get some weapons. And we have our... Oh, do you want to get grenades? Oh, if we go there, we're back into the grenades category. Oh, I want weapons. Shotgun, SMG, full auto AR, sniper. Let's grab the SMG and continue. Small but mighty. And protect Nova Burger. We also need to move his asset over towards his ear as well. More weapons. I also want to get a shotgun. And continue. No, I'm good for now. Bye now. Bye-bye now. Or get grenades. Frag grenade, impulse grenade, recon, impulse grenade, and how about a recon? And I'm good now. Bye. See you. Bye now. And we're ready. We are shotgun, SMG, impulse grenade. Here they come. And here they go. Go away. Bye. Recon. Obviously does nothing to creatures, so we should probably change that item. Pistol. Shotgun works great. SMG. And I will outline it for you. I thought we were going to do this one, but I realized it is a little bit of a doozy to start with. The best way is to think about how you're talking with somebody in the conversation tree. So, speech, Nova Burger, what can I get you? Well, we have our response options. This is on the right-hand side. Remember, we're going bottom up. So, grenades is on the far left, weapons is in the middle, and we want them to get a weapon right away. So that's why that was an intentional. The weapon is the top one. When you interact, it's where your mouse is going to land. Next, Nevermind is on the far right-hand side. That's going to end the conversation. So if we open that up, we're brought to a reroute node, and we follow that down, and that is going to say bye now, and we exit the conversation. Now if we chose weapons, we open that up, we have a new speech. Oh, Pew Pew Nova guns. And inside of here, remember, we're going from the right-hand side, sniper, full auto AR, SMG, shotguns, and then this reroute node is actually taking us to the grenade half of the conversation. So when I twirl that down, our response over here, grenades, and the speech is guns for show, nades for a pro. And now we're responding. On the right hand side is recon, middle impulse, frag, and our reroute node is get more weapons. And then once it offers you to get more grenades or more weapons, then you're done. I'm good now. Bye now. And bye-bye. And that ends our conversation. And with our weapons, the vendor says something when you pick a weapon. His little comment, his commentary on each of your choice and weapon. And then a conversation event is triggered, gifting you the weapon into your inventory. And then he says, protect the Nova Burger. Right, and then we have the option more weapons or leaving. I'm good. Moving these around does nothing. Just to let you know that does nothing. They all have to be in here. These are created when you create them. When you pull off and create something, it will create them inside of here. There is no ability to move them around. So that means if you accidentally created sniper and you wanted it over here, the best course of action is actually to relabel that you want sniper here and make sure that it links to the right event, because it will not be easily moved around. And that is something that I had to discover on my own. So I hope you can save some time by having this information before you start building these dialogue conversation assets. We covered a lot, but now we have a way of ordering up some weapons and grenades and getting the gameplay dialed in. Boom! Just blew up that car. One more iteration. I've moved the conversation dialogue boxes basically directly in the center of the character's face. Okay, that is what I found to be the most ideal position, right in the center of their face. And you can see where we have both of them positioned inside a UEFN, and I have them ready to show you inside of Fortnite. And now when I order up, it's coming right beside her. Hello, how are you? And it looks like it's right off of her ear. So I'm really happy about the position on that. And let's test over here. That one could be a little bit tighter, and possibly a little bit higher up. It's also going to depend on the skin that you're using in your character device or NPC with your conversation asset. This character is slightly smaller than this one right here. I hope you have fun making some NPC vendors and conversations, and I will see you in the next video. Now I want to fix the materials up, our material instances. We have these holograms and some of the materials are way too shiny. I fixed the floor, not on the video, and I did not fix any of these materials. So I want to go over that with you now. So let's select that mesh, and here's a list of the materials inside the mesh. I'm gonna hazard a guess that this shiny MI bar table is probably the suspect, but let's double click and open up the SM bar table 01, and we can take a look at the full mesh. Here we go. And now our material slots right here at the top, we can isolate and see what is what. Okay, so that I was wrong. That top slot is only for this section here. We still need to fix it. And if we isolate this, there we go. That material is a part of the problem. MI table board, and isolating this, that looks like it is the table glass. And then isolating the metal. The metal's fine. Let's try the MI table board first and check out what's going on in here. And this is what I suspected was the problem. When we changed our textures, and we have a Nova Burger T table board ORM, that is our ambient occlusion, roughness, and metallic. It's a completely black map. That is not a black map inside of Unreal Engine 5. So something happened with the masking material when we did our downscaling. It didn't work properly, and that's why you have to double check all the materials and make sure everything is functional. The good news is we decreased our project size so much in memory that we can load back the original texture for this one and make sure that it is working. Now in the source file in here, I'm going to open up that source file. and I'm looking for the table board ORM. Now I re-imported that texture that was from Unreal Engine, and look at this. I have now information in my red, green, and blue channels, whereas I did not before. I'm going to save this. We now have updated our ORM map inside of here. Our static mesh already looks different. Let's check out the bar table. Is that the same problem going on inside there? No, it's not. So that should be fine. Now let's look inside of our level. And the crazy shine is now corrected itself. So that was a very quick fix, which is why I wanted to show you how to do that. If you see any other assets causing problems, that's what you need to do. You need to make sure that those maps have worked correctly. Now this hologram, we have an offline terminal and an online terminal. I had that set to offline before. How do we change that easily? Well, let's select our hologram and open up the hologram material, which is this MI bar main hologram material. And it's hard to see in this situation, so we can also change our preview scene, open up the preview window and move it over on this side so we can actually see what we're doing. Turn our environment off and change our background to black. We've already done this before. Now we can see the two setups that we have. Well, how do I move the top one? We can adjust our opacity and emission intensity in here, but I don't see a UV setup. So we could go into the master material and adjust and create our own UV setup. And I'm not going to do that. It's well documented and easy to search on your own. What I do want to show you how to do is changing this using our modeling mode. So I'm going to select the asset here and open up the modeling mode. And from the modeling mode, I am going to go to the UV tab. And we are going to go to the UV editor. Inside the UV editing mode, I'm going to select the meshes that I want to change. In this case, it's the offline terminal. And I'm going to go up over here into the buttons, transform existing UVs. Under the translation, under the advanced transform, we have the X and Y. Now if I start moving the Y, we're seeing what's happening here. I'm moving where the hologram is lined up. I'm now an open till, and here we go. Oh, we're offline, and we are now online. This one's online. No, just kidding. We're going to stay offline. I want this one to be offline as well. Hit accept. And this one I do want to be transforming and moving that. That's one's going to be online. So we have two online side by side and two offline. And save that. Now let's check it out. Yeah, it's updated. So we need to now move over our character device because we want them to be working at an online one, not offline. And actually, no, I'm going to change my mind because that's way too close. We need some distance here. Social distancing, I don't think so. It's long over, I'm hoping. But let's put her on the end and change this. So back in the UVs and selecting our UV editor. There we go. Now we're open on the end and open here. And I want to be closed right here. Now, I wonder if you've been thinking about this. I have been delaying talking about it. There are these fog spheres everywhere. I'm going to go in here and type in fog. There's 32 fog spheres, and that's supposed to add to the ambience of the scene. The material is not working correctly right now. Well, it is working correctly, but for some reason the values when the material instance was transferred over to Unreal Engine were changed considerably, or their values are different read in UEFN than Unreal Engine, which is kind of surprising to me, as that should not happen. Either way, we can't see the fog. I fixed one of them, and it's been creeping around here, and it actually creeps all the way through the floor in some lighting conditions. So let's go over the workflow on the fog. I am planning on deleting all of mine because there are fog options that you can use inside here, but I don't really want the fog for my map. You can utilize this fog, or you can utilize the in-game fog, or make your own if you know how to do volumetrics. Nothing to it. It is a fog material on a sphere. And if I open up the fog material, we have some parameters in here. The distance on when you can see it, the Fresnel exponent, our gradient. We can change our color, the opacity. So I think the opacity came in very, very low. It wasn't the same opacity as Unreal Engine 5. Another reason why you have to check all of your materials and MIs, material instances, when you're coming from the other engine, because not everything is one-to-one. Now, I didn't end up changing anything with the master material. It was all tinkering within the material instance parameters. If you want to go over the fog and change it, you're more than welcome to. As I said, I just wanted to let you know about that, but here's what I'm going to do. Select all of those fog spheres, and I'm going to just hit this delete button. I don't want them in my map. If I want to add fog later, I will, but for now, I want to get rid of them and focus on the rest of the materials, particularly the skybox. Let's save those changes and see how our burger station is looking inside now that we've updated the material. And here's our shiny version, our waiting for changes to push. This is looking much better. Hologram is in the right spot now with the NPC over here, and the floor and chairs, and everything is looking more cohesive and less wildly shiny. So even though we downsized our textures, some of them you might need to bring back to the original ones, not all of them, but make sure in particular, the ORM, the maps, those must be checked over to make sure that they are working correct. I'm bringing in a few more car spawners, why not? Adjusting, moving some things around, just getting a little bit more prep done before we improve and add more logic to our game. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. We have our one round functional. The AI is moving all around where we want them to go. We can get items from an NPC, but eliminating 3 creatures and ending the game is quite boring. So we need to improve on our game mechanic to have more rounds and make it more robust. Let's do that now. Now with the single round logic, to recap, we have our round settings device, which is going up to our timer, which is then triggering the creature spawner, and we are keeping track of the number of eliminations before we end the round. Timer goes off, creatures are spawned, creatures are being kept track of by the tracker. Once they're eliminated, the tracker's finished and the round is completed. Now let's establish a multi-round progression logic. Let's move the round device into a spot here where we can make several copies and create a little spot for the multi-round logic. Inside of the outliner, I'm going to take the rounds and move it into a new folder. Call it rounds. Now our round settings, hitting F2, now we know that is our round 1. Holding Alt and dragging a second copy, now we have round settings 2. Alt drag off of round settings 2, we've now created a third round. Now let's link up these 3 rounds before we go making 4, 5, 6, 7, however many you would like. Inside of round settings number 1, we're keeping our items between rounds, and you could have this so that they do not keep their items between rounds. And that way they need to go back and purchase more items from inside the Nova Burger. Gold given per round, rewarding them with 100 gold lets us set up a potential purchasing system for other upgraded weapons or items in the future. A round is enabled when the timer first goes off. We already know that. When the tracker completes, we end round 1. Now if we select round 2, we're going to clear out the logic from round 1 inside round 2. And when are we enabling it? It's not on game start, and it's not on when the timer succeeds. We are enabling our round settings number 2 when our tracker is completed. And that's when we should probably bring over our tracker to line up with each round. So the tracker here, there are many ways to do the tracking logic. We could have one tracker and track the target value, number of eliminations, and continue on that way. Or we can simply duplicate and have our tracker 2 attached to our round settings number 2. And in this case, I want a target value of 10 eliminations, not 3. I'm going to duplicate that. And on our third one, We're going to attach the tracker to round 3, resetting it, parenting it so that they're connected to each other. And this one, let's set it to 15 eliminations. Now in the tracker, I'm adding a round 1, round 2, and round 3. And this is incrementing based on our original creature spawner. So we will need to update our tracker number 2 and tracker number 3 and update our creature spawner as well. Back in round settings number 2, we're ending the round when tracker number 2 is complete. Round settings number 3, we're enabling once tracker number 2 has been cleared. And we're ending the round of round number 3 when tracker number 3 is completed. Now let's adjust our spawning characters. I'm going to grab the creature spawner, Alt drag, make a duplicate. This creature spawner is not going to enable on timer success. It's going to enable on round start of number 2. And we had said that we need number of creatures that are going to come out of here. Total spawn limit is going to be 10. And let's have 5 come out at a time. And we want to make sure that our activation range is big enough, because if the character is standing in Nova Burger, they might not activate. So we want to make sure we have a large activation range, and we should update our activation range on creature spawner 1 as well, maxing that out to 15. Let's change from Ice Fiend to just Red Fiend. How about that? Total number of creatures, 10. Number that are coming out at time, 5. Wave timer, 3 seconds. Destroy spawner. If you want to have that spawner destroyed, we can have it destroyed at the completion of our second round tracker, or you can reset it. We're going to disable the spawner once tracker number 2 has been completed. I'm going to put creature spawner number 3 on this side of the parking lot. And whether it's an ice spawner or cube spawner, this is just visual, and we've turned the visual off, so that doesn't matter. You can have it on either one. We had a red fiend. Let's go with a mega brute. So this is going to be the hard round. This is our round 3. And how many creatures were set a target value of 15? Well, let's set a target value of 20 instead of 15. And we're spawning 5 of these at once with a maximum of 10. And let's not have all of them be mega brutes. Why don't we just have 1 mega brute at a time and duplicate this over? And this one is just going to be a ranged type of character, and number of creatures is going to be 5 at a time with a maximum number of 10 in total. And I've just done some renaming. Now we know which creature spawner is which round. Creature spawner round 1, creature spawner round 2, and then we have the 2 of them, creature spawner round 3, 1 and 2. Now we brought in the end game device, but we haven't used it yet. So how do we activate the end of the game? Well, once our round 3 is completed, we're going to end the game. So bring our end game tracker over here. And inside of our endgame device, the winning team is the winning team. The activating team can be any. This is less important when we have a cooperative game. Advanced, what are we ending? What to end? The end of the game or the end of the round? So you can utilize an endgame device to trigger end rounds. We're going to end our game. Custom victory callout. Nova Burger is saved. And if we lose, the aliens have taken over. No. And call out, win, lose, and this could be placement or cooperative. If you just want to show what the score is, then you can have that as well, where we have cooperative to set up. It is enabled at the start of the game. Anyone can trigger it, and there are some different styles. There's classic, battle royale, or custom. And if you go custom, then you have access to change all of these things in here with our animation style and colors and different text. I'm not going to go over all that. I'll let you explore that on your own. I'm going to leave it at Battle Royale. Now, how are we activating the end game? It's enabled at game start. We want to activate it when tracker 3 is completed. The creature manager can modify the characteristics of your creatures. So we have a mega brute coming out of here, and I have a creature manager managing the mega brute. We can see here the mega brute. I'm going to put the manager on top of the spawner, And now anytime I move the spawner, I'm going to be moving the creature manager, and it's actually showing me what creature I'm managing. The Mega Brute. Health, 1. Damage to player, nothing. Movement speed. So we can modify it in here. 1,000 health, damage to player, 500 a hit. You get touched, you're done. Right? It's movement speed. 2 times as fast. This guy is going to be terrifying. So let's dial back his hit power to something like 50. 2 hits, player's done. And this is where we can damage environment, add the score. Can they be knocked back? Is it enabled on game start? The manager is yes. Round 1 is starting when the timer finishes, and we're disabling it when the tracker number 1 is completed. Round 2 is enabled when tracker 1 is completed, and it's disabled when tracker 2 is completed. Round 3 is enabled when tracker number 2 is completed, and it's disabled when tracker number 3 is completed. Our endgame device is then activated when tracker 3 is completed. We've now changed our single round into a multi-round experience and set up an endgame device, as well as modified some of the creature spawners and added some new creature spawners. We still have to complete our HUD and UI adjustments, as well as dial in our team and island settings, but let's test out what we have so far. And I'm going to play this at hyperspeed because it did take me quite a while to get through all 3 rounds, and I'm not going to make you sit and watch me do that. The good news is everything works. I was getting eliminated a lot, so this is why I want to emphasize playtesting. People are not going to want to play your game if it's too hard, and they're also not going to want to play if it's too easy. Finding that right balance is quite challenging, and is why iteration and playtesting is so important. In the next video, we are going to work on dialing in our island settings and making sure we have a proper endgame victory callout. I'll see you in the next video. Now that we got the 3 multi-round setup working, let's go over our island settings. In the mode category, our structure, well, the max players, let's have that at 4 players maximum. Free-for-all, no, it's cooperative. We're working together. Team size, it can be dynamic. The total rounds, well, we are going to be having 3 rounds. We already know that. And that's set up by our round system in front of us here. Matchmaking, party choice, public, private, team settings. We do not want to allow friendly fire. Class settings, we're not doing classes in this setup. Well, we can, and that's where you would set it up inside here. Game start, auto start, spawning at the spawn pads. You could have them spawn in the sky or current location, or do not spawn. We want them to spawn pads. Random, because we're going to add some more for the other players. I'm going to select the player spawn pad and now just make a few copies of it, moving them all in front of the burger station. And now all of the player spawn pads, we can spawn in any of these spots. We need to make sure that they are all looking at the instructions when they spawn in. No matter where you spawn in, you want to be able to see the instructions. And when our game actually, when we launch and publish our game, we're going to update our timer from a 10-second start to probably a 30-second start. You want to give them a little bit more than 10 seconds to get going. And we have a spawn limit. If you want to limit the number of times that they can spawn in, this is where you would do that. And if you make a pregame lobby, then you can have them spawning in that pregame location. Down but not out, default, classic, off, or the improved version. And this is where when you eliminated players' items drop, no, we are deleting them. They're going to go away when you drop down. Now you could help them by granting them health or gold on elimination. Let's say 10 gold per elimination. Whether you want manual respawning or not, we don't want manual respawning. Here's where you can set up scoring. We can also set up scoring in a number of different ways. Communication, voice chat, spectating, end conditions. Last standing end games, all teams must finish. So we already have our end condition. Our end condition is set up in our end game device, not inside of our island settings. But you can have end game conditions set up inside of your island settings. Now here, game winner display time, 0. So let's change this to be 5 seconds and make sure that that is going to actually work. We have these custom victory callouts and this post-game setup here, and that's also inside of the end-game device. And because we didn't have custom set up, we had the post type to Battle Royale, we default to the island settings with our post-game. Now there are also round setups inside of the island settings. We have time limits and eliminations to end, and I wanted to use our own custom round settings and trackers to demonstrate that. But you can have everything set up within the island settings here. We can hide the back bling of the player, or they want jams enabled, allowing aim assist. Let's turn that off. No aim assist. We're using ballistics. We've already set that up. You can modify the gravity or health, whether you're invincible or not. Starting shields. Self-damage. Allow item pickups. Build mode. Allow building. No. We're not building in this mode. No, we're not editing in here. So you can turn off infinite building resources, and you can turn off infinite gold, and turn off infinite world resources. And we are not allowing any item drop. And ambience is also how we can adjust the lighting, which we've mentioned earlier. Our user interface, HUD info type, AI enemy eliminations. That's exactly what we want. We can have a score, objectives, round status, tracker, unranked, tracker, ranked. And we have our own little trackers. We can have additional trackers on there. Maximum HUD trackers available. We could have 6 going at once. We don't want to do that. We just need the 1. And we don't need to show the number of eliminations. We have that on our tracker, and that can be modified. Island code display. Definitely you want to show and include your watermark. We're not looking at our wood, stone, metal. We want to look at gold, and we don't need to see party eliminations. And the gold could be for purchasing items, but we're not setting that up. Just want to let you know this is where you could do that, or use any of the resources as a purchasing resource. Whether you want to display the overview map, scoreboards, displaying the scoreboards inside edit mode, and then we have our debug. So let's save the changes to our island settings and start our game testing it again. Now in the player pickups, I have allow pickup on, and we have ammo at auto. It's default. However, and in the inventory, we have the ability to set our infinite ammunition, infinite reserve ammo, and infinite magazine ammo if you want, infinite charges, whatever you'd like. I want them to be limited to ammunition, so they have to keep going back into the burger station. This time, I'm going to go into debug mode and turn on invincibility. When you turn on invincibility inside of the editor, I'm now glowing orange. Nothing can stop me. Now, it might not be a bad idea to remove this poster and remove these character devices, or put them somewhere else, and have the player start back here. We could get rid of a table, or leave one table, or have them right here so they can see the front entrance and the sign at the same time. That way we're incorporating our instructions as part of the environment instead of having this random billboard hanging out, which I never like to begin with, but we do need ways to communicate to the player what we want them to do. Now, I do think we should probably equip them with a little bit more ammunition. Okay, they're getting held up on this character device, so we will need to remove the collision or remove the character device. It's broken right through, smashing through. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Boom, victory royale. So it's not a victory royale. We want to change that. It's currently not triggering our custom endgame device. It is triggering the island settings endgame. So our endgame device, post-game, classic. No, we want this to be custom. We are going to have our custom victory callout. Copy that, custom victory animation text and subtext here. Lightning bolt, let's go to shards, furious flame. Our custom victory callout, success, And then our subtext is going to be Nova Burger saved. Success, Nova Burger is saved. We've done it. We have taken our single, simple game loop and made a multi-round game loop that has scaling difficulty. At this point, it's up to you to begin to modify and adapt the game based on how you want your game to unfold. I hope I've given you enough tips and tricks and ideas to create your own version of this round horde type game. I'll see you in the next video. Looking up at the sky, we are utilizing the standard Fortnite day-night sequencer that's built in. Not one that we've added, one that is built in. We have the time of day at the top in the viewport, and we can see what changing it does. We're moving the position of the sun. It's changing our shadows and changing the light exposure, etc. Maybe some color change happening. It's all right. It's kind of cartoony and it doesn't really fit for the Nova Space Burger Station. How do we disable it? Head over to the world settings. Under time of day, disable all time of day managers. And this is what the map really looks like. It's a very apocalyptic sky. Not so cartoony anymore, is it? All right. Well, let's get that implemented and set up in your map. And let's take a look at what this looks like now that we've removed the day-night sequencer from within Fortnite and replaced it with our own Sky HDRI. Inside of the project browser, under feature examples, there is a project day sequence as well as lighting. Both of these I highly recommend that you investigate to get a better understanding of how to utilize these devices and how to adjust the lighting in your map. The lighting intro map will teach you all about the basic lighting properties and the different type of light actors, point light, spotlight, emissive lights with some self-illuminating materials, how to trigger lights, area lights, also known as rec lights or rectangle lights, lighting device information. What a useful cinematic as well. We're animating light and we can see the change in the directional light here. If you're brand new to lighting, or even if you're not, definitely download and check out the lighting introduction map and see everything that it has to offer with the lighting inside of UEFN. The day sequencer device controls the overall settings of the lighting, and you can see in the day sequencer demo they have 4 separate quadrants and 4 separate day-night sequencers, essentially 4 different biomes. And each of them has its own post-processing volume, so you can get a feel of how those work in conjunction with the day-night sequencer and the Lumen Exposure Manager. And Lumen is the global illumination, the real-time new global illumination introduced in Unreal Engine 5, and it is a fantastic solution to lighting. I encourage you to investigate it more on your own. Not just within UEFN, but definitely hit play and run around each of the biomes, the desert biome and the cold, frigid biome. It's winter here, so I don't want to go in there too long. I would rather go into the swamp or desert. It's feeling very humid in here. Once you've decided on the look of your environment and game, the Nova Burger doesn't necessarily need to be in an industrial wasteland. It could be a swamp burger pit, could be a frigid burger pit, or a desert one. You get the feeling. And look at these god rays creeping through the vegetation. This hardly looks like Fortnite. Incredible. So please do check this out, and then we'll modify your map to taste. I will see you in the next video where we cover replacing our skybox with our own HDRI, High Dynamic Range Image. Now in an earlier video, I had used my little Python script that I wrote in order to quickly downsize some textures. However, I was not even aware there's this incredible NVIDIA texture tool exporter that's probably 10,000 times more robust than the little script that I wrote. I highly recommend that you download and investigate and use this NVIDIA free texture tool exporter, which is exactly what I used to scale down the HDRI. I will quickly demonstrate that process so that you can do the same thing within your map. Inside of the Nova Burger map in Unreal Engine 5. When we exported all of our textures, we exported an EXR Industrial Sunset at 8K. So I'm going to open that up in the NVIDIA Texture Tool Exporter. And it's going to show us our input information, EXR, ILM OpenEXR file, 8192 by 4096. So it is power of 2, but it's going to be a problem inside of Fortnite, and it's going to take up a huge amount of memory. It's now compressed here. We have it compressed at 44.7 megs. When we go to save as, we are going to save it as an HDR. We imported an EXR, and we want to output an HDR. Now, I've already saved a copy of the HDR, but go ahead and export your Industrial Sunset HDR. Once you've done that, we're going to open it up. On the left-hand side, under our map options, we have effects. Now, I'm going to apply a resize effect. Percentage, that's when we can change the percent. What are we going to do? Right now, we're at 100%, and you can see the resolution in the bottom corner. 50%, we're changed to 4096 by 2048, which is 11 megabytes, and that's currently what I have inside of UEFN. However, we still have a problem. This non-UI texture's in-game size is too big. The maximum size can be 1024 by 1024, so this is too big. And because it's a cube map, we have it imported at 4096 by 2048, and it's displayed at that. However, in game, the maximum is 2048 by 2048, a cube map. So our percentage scale, instead of 50, we're going to do a 75% reduction, meaning we are going to change this to be a 2K, 2048 by 1024. It's now 3 megabytes. We'll see how that looks in our game when we update it. We'll also update our project size. You might have noticed that my project size jumped up 3 or 4%, and I didn't explain why. Well, now you know. I brought in this sky and had it just hidden away until we were ready to talk about it. I exported an 8K EXR from Unreal Engine. I then changed the EXR into an HDR. I then downscaled it to 4K. I tried that in UEFN, and now we realize it's too big. Let's do it one more time. This is our 2K HDR. Make sure you are saving the HDR. 2K, save. Back inside UEFN and our Industrial Sunset 4K, let's re-import the new one we have, heading down to Source File, clicking on the 3 dots, then selecting the 2K that we just exported from the NVIDIA Texture Tool. And now I'm going to hit re-import. I want you to look at the details on the right-hand side. Imported 2048 by 1024, and now max in game is our 1024 by 1024. Let's push our changes and then see how that new sky looks in comparison to the 4K. I am really not seeing a ton of difference. It still looks really cool, very apocalyptic. Obviously, there are some spots that are still too dark, and we need to iterate and polish on our lighting, or maybe you want them to be dark, and that way the player is getting a little bit confused and scared. I did not notice any difference in the skybox from the 4K to 2K, but I did notice our project size went down again 3 or 4%. Having the lighter sky did make a difference in our project size. And how do we set it up? Well, I grabbed a sphere from the modeling tools and made it massive. I think about 12,000 in the radius. And then I applied my sky material that I created in Unreal Engine 5. We're not going to go over the material setup for the skybox, but I did want to show you that we can rotate it around and change where we want the sky to be. We'll have the brightest part over the city. That makes sense. That's where the city lights are coming from. And we can change the brightness. Maybe we want it to be a little bit more bright or a little bit more dark. We can desaturate it even more, cooler or warmer, like we're in hell, and now we're in a very cold, frigid environment. So up to you on how you want to adjust the sky coloring. We have our rotation, like I mentioned, as well as we can tint it different colors. If you are curious, I'm using a rotate about the world axis in the cheapest possible way, and then we are using a desaturate node, applying that and blending an overlay of a tint, and then we have our cube map as a parameter that you can modify if you want to bring in another HDR. I'm not going to be going over any detailed lighting setups. I'll leave that to you inside of the day-night sequence template, and the lighting intro template has all the information you'd want to learn how to use the lighting actors. Once you're happy with your lighting, we will move on and continue getting ready for publishing. I'll see you in the next video. There's currently no blocking volumes to restrict the player from leaving the restaurant. So we need to set that up, and you could have invisible walls like we've been using with the modeling tool, or you can set up actual blocking volumes which will block the player, not the creatures, so the creatures will spawn through the blocking volumes, or we could use a barrier device and set up invisible walls. So inside the devices we do have barrier, and we can grab a barrier device, and it's very obvious where you can and can't go. And sometimes you need this to show the player, hey, you can't go here yet or ever. And we can change the material. There are several different barrier materials that you could use. Some of them are pretty cool, and some of them are looking like a space portal here. That's a portal into time. Don't go inside there. We have a green portal, and a pretty neat effect here. So you can use that if you want. Inside the add to project, under volumes, we do have blocking volumes. We can bring those in and set those up all around here, scaling them to be any size we want so the player can't ever leave this area. But how would they know that? So if they don't know, if this looks like they can keep running, but then they're going to be stopped, they'll be confused. So we need to set up some visual cues, maybe some lighter meshes acting as blocking around the restaurant. And that leads me to bring in referenced content. It will not affect your project size. It will affect your memory within your game, but it won't impact the project size. Pop into Fab and select the Fab button. Inside of Fab, let's sort by price, free, lowest first, and here we have the Talisman VFX, Talisman props, Talisman audio, and several other prop environments. This is what I'm looking for. The Deserted Domination VFX, Deserted Domination audio. We've got the Deserted Domination props. Very useful. All of these are optimized and ready to go for UEFN. So I recommend checking these out. We can add it to our project and only choose what we want to bring in. We don't necessarily need to bring in everything. Selecting Add to Content Browser, we are downloading the reference content, and now it's ready to go inside my project. I might as well add the VFX, and then I'm going to add the audio. Closing down Fab, now we have a new folder, Referenced Content. We have the audio, props, and the VFX. These alpha cards can be quite useful. They look atrocious up close, but I don't want them to be up close. I'm going to bring them way back there, and let's scale it up. And when it's dimly lit and we have a row of these in the background, they don't need to be high quality if I'm placing them around that far away. And if the player is blocked and this is as close as they'll ever get to that tower, then that resolution is perfect for UEFN. We also have these extremely light background buildings, and those are useful to be placed around in the background area. You don't want players to get close to those. They don't need to be close up, and so we can use these assets and scatter them around. We have all kinds of barrels, boxes, cabling, cinder blocks, that's super useful, concrete bags, concrete barriers, concrete piping. That might be a neat way if you want to have a trench down on the side. You can use the modeling tools and bring some piping trenches in here and add some different type of gameplay for the player to experience. As you're set dressing and setting up the different areas that you'd like, whether you're building a small trench with piping, make sure that you're continually playtesting, checking for navigation, checking to make sure that the player can navigate as well as the character creatures or any kind of the NPCs that you're going to be having inside of your game. Now, the only reason I'm using reference content is because I want to demonstrate how easy it is to utilize referenced content from the Unreal Engine Fab Marketplace. You could also bring in an entire another kit and do the same process that we've done with the Nova Spaceburger environment or any individual assets that you might want. Maybe you have a specific pipe that you've already modeled to match the exact environment wrapping around or something like that, or any kind of another mesh that you want to be a hero asset or prop, that kind of a thing. Cranes, crates, construction lights, damaged walls. These are all very useful. Here's a pre-made ditch. If you want to use the ditch instead of sculpting, or you want to do a rough sculpt and then drag in the ditch mesh here, that's a great idea that they have done in the other map. We'd obviously need to adjust our textures to fit this because it looks quite different. I've gone into unlit mode and put fencing all around our area. It's a very simple blockout. I'm doing the most minimum set dressing possible because I want to leave that up to you and your imagination. I don't want to spoil anything by giving you ideas from what I'm doing. I want you to come up with your own set dressing around the environment to tell your story or game. So once the fencing is in place, I'm putting in these large, massive blocking volumes on each of the 4 sides, boxing in the environment. While we're waiting for the rest of the changes, you can see that those background assets look fantastic and they are incredibly low quality, but I'm happy with how they turned out. Can we go in our trench? It doesn't look like it, so we might have to modify that. It looks like most of our updates have happened there, but we can't actually crawl through. Our changes have been pushed across, and now the fencing is in place. Let's test it out. Make sure that we cannot escape the environment. Now you can continue on your own time with either reference content, imported content, or your own custom assets and set dress the rest of the Novaburger environment to your liking. I'll see you in the next video. Currently in our map, we only have the timer that's giving our player some feedback. They don't know that the aliens are incoming until there's about 3 seconds left and we have that pop up. We might need a little bit more guidance. And how do we do that? Well, there are HUD message devices. We already learned about the pop-up dialog box. Now the HUD message device does not require you to interact with. It will just give you some information on your heads-up display. You don't need to click OK, or it won't stop you from moving your character and have the enemies continually hitting you like when we're interacting with the NPC vendor. So let's grab the one that we already added way back when we set up our core devices, and we will learn how we can use it to enhance player feedback and make the objectives more clear, or possibly motivate the players. Let's say I'm playing for the first time and I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna run away. I can't go any further, but I'm being attacked and I didn't know I couldn't go this way. Well, I didn't leave any visual cues that was being blocked, but I don't want anyone to leave the burger pit. Okay, so we need to notify them with a message. You can't go this way. Stop. Protect the Nova Burger. That's your mission. That's what the game is about. So don't go there. Okay, so we could put fire, or we could do something else, but I want to have it so that, you know, people can fly in and come in here and drive in, and then they get their burger, but they don't leave because the aliens come. So let's add a HUD message device right here and make sure that the player knows they can't go that way. And we'll use a volume or a mutator zone. Both will work, and we'll set that up right now. I'm going to drag the device we had with all of our other devices where the message is going to be. This is where we're going to have the message pop up for the player. How is it going to pop up? It's going to be through a mutator zone. I'm going to go into the device category and then type in mutator. We're mute. We've got our mutator zone. I'm going to bring that in here. We have this little green happy face zone here. Even though it's not a happy zone, You got to stay here and battle. You can't leave. So let's put it in front. That's a good spot for it. I position my mutator zone so that there's only a small section where the player will overlap that they're going to have the pop-up. And now I like to take the device and drag it on top of the mutator zone. So I know that's the message that we're getting when we enter this zone. No way out, protect the Nova Burger. That's going to be the message that pops up for the player. No, I don't want it to show on round start. And we have a display time if you do want it to show on round start. So we could, with our timer, remove the timer from counting down and saying aliens incoming, and we could have a message device instead at round start, last for 10 seconds, saying prepare, aliens are arriving, something like that. We can change the background color and add some more features like display time and playing sounds, and where is it going to be placed? That's an important feature. You may even want to design your own custom HUD widget in the future. Quite a few visual options that I'll let you explore on your own. Now, how do we show it? User options, functions, show, hit the plus sign, and use my picker and select our mutator zone. And inside the mutator zone, we have quite a few options on player emoting, when they start emoting, stop emoting, entering, exiting, an AI agent entering or exiting. So when the player enters the zone, we're getting the pop-up, and we're going to hide it when the player is exiting the zone. I'm going to have the message come up in the center so that we can see what it looks like with the default settings. I want to run away. They're chasing me. Can I get out? No way out. Protect the Nova Burger. So the text is a little bit small, but it's right in line. No way out. Protect the Nova Burger. And we don't want to play the VFX when they enter the mutator zone. You might. I don't. So I want to disable that. And when you select your mutator zone, we can just simply disable enable VFX, allow weapon fire, allow building, no. Well, we do want to allow weapon fire, but we don't want to allow building anywhere or editing. Jumping, there's all kinds of modifiers you can use within the mutator zone, which is why I highly suggest you check it out and play with it. And now that we have our simple HUD pop-up, which we need to increase the size, I thought that was a little bit too small. We were at 18, let's try 36. Aliens incoming. Here they come. Testing out our HUD pop-up. No way out. Protect the Nova Burger. That's a pretty good size. I'm happy with that. It could be moved up a little bit higher. Alright, so we don't want them going back here, but we want them to know which round they're on. So I'm going to create 3 separate HUD devices that are going to be displayed on each round start. Now I'm going to grab a HUD device and duplicate it, putting one in front of each round settings and then labeling them with round 1, round 2, and round 3. Now our first round 1 displays when our timer is successful, when it's finished. Our second one is going to display when tracker 1 is completed. We're finished round 1, now we're going to do round 2. And our third one is when tracker 2 is completed. We finish tracker number 2, then we pop up with our round 3. We brought in a HUD controller, but we haven't done anything with it yet. So let's take a look at it now. And the HUD controller is simply what you want to have displayed. I'm going to turn the mini-map off. Build menu, no. Inventory, yes. In any of the resources, no. Stone, wood, metal, no. Gold, yes. I'm going to leave that on. I do want them to see the gold, as in a future update, I'll probably implement some type of currency system. You should now have a solid grasp of how to use the HUD message device to keep players informed and immersed in your game. Whether it's providing instructions, warnings, or hype-up messages, the HUD message device is a crucial tool in your Fortnite arsenal. Up next, we are going to talk about how we can reward the players with XP accolades. Experience points is a big deal inside of Fortnite. How do we reward players with experience? Well, that would be the accolade device. The simplest type of accolade we can reward the player is on an elimination. Well, we can name our accolade, the name that will pop up when the player is awarded, describe the accolade. This could include the requirements for completing the accolade, eliminate a creature for small XP, and we'll get it small, limit award count if you want to limit it, splash size, automatic. What is that? Sets the UI. So the splash size of the UI pop-up when you are given the reward. We have the elimination manager that can work in conjunction with the accolade. Now our accolade is enabled during gameplay only, and we are going to award this, hitting the plus sign, adding an item, and I'm going to pick the elimination manager. On elimination, we should get rewarded XP. Now we could also have each accolade tied to each creature spawner. And instead of utilizing the elimination manager, I could utilize each creature spawner. Pick the spawner, on a creature is eliminated. And then I would need to go and do the same thing with the other spawners as well. This might be a great idea. Instead of utilizing our elimination manager, which we could track global eliminations, we can utilize the creature spawners and then set different values of experience for each type of creature eliminated. Mega Brute is going to need a lot more experience than the round 1 regular Ice Fiend. I'm going to move an accolade device in front of each creature spawner, and we're awarding this. I'm going to pick the creature spawner, the big one. On a creature is eliminated. This is going to be our very large one. If you eliminate the Mega Brute, you need to be rewarded with a large amount of experience. Alt drag and duplicating another accolade, bringing that in front of this creature spawner, going down to my picker. On a creature is eliminated, and this one is not going to be very small. It's just going to be a medium, well, small. It's also going to be small. The first one will be very small. It's starting to sound like the three bears over here. Oh, we have very small, medium, and then huge. We'll set up one more accolade for our round 2. We'll set that to be small. Use the picker, grab the spawner, on a creature is eliminated. Save the changes, and we will test it out by eliminating creatures in our game. Very small XP awarded. Very small XP awarded. Great. Elimination. Elimination. And these are the round 2. We are getting elimination points from them as well. And you'll notice it says below test mode. And that's so that you're aware you're not actually getting experience. This is just testing. Because there is a thing called XP calibration. Once you do publish your map, a certain number of players need to go through your experience. But the experience points, just because you set it to very large or small, it's actually determined by the XP calibration that goes on behind the scenes after publishing. And that's to prevent people from getting too much experience for doing the same thing. You know, if you every time you eliminate a zombie or a creature, you're getting a very large amount of experience. That's not right. You can have your accolades set to very large, but after they calibrate, they will automatically set themselves up to be the appropriate XP based on your experience. Trackers pair amazing with accolades. So what are we tracking? Eliminations? Well, we can track quite a few things. Score, chests opened, events. We already know eliminations, round wins, fish, weapons, props destroyed. Playtime is a great one to track. Distance traveled as well. Distance traveled on foot. Let's say the distance is 250. And now I'm grabbing my accolade. Distance, very small. And we are awarding that when the tracker completes. I encourage you to experiment with the accolade device using trackers and other events. You've learned how to set up the accolade device to reward players with experience points, XP, in ways that will match your map's design. By combining them with trackers or other events, you can make custom milestones and achievement that elevate your game's replayability. Keep experimenting and have fun, and I will see you in the next video. After launching our game from UEFN and playing inside of Fortnite Creative, we need to then end our game before we get to see the current memory usage or the island thermometer. This is giving us an indication, a number, a unit out of 100,000. There is not a designated type of unit. It is simply a metric, a number. And I'm going to show you when we publish a private version of our island, we're going to get a memory statistic. And that's how we are going to interpret this value. When I look at this, I say, well, I have 77% of the memory available in this area. you may move to another area of the map which may have a lower memory usage. So that's when enabling world streaming and world partition, just like utilized in Unreal Engine 5, is going to help you manage your memory usage among larger islands. Now that I have ended the session, we are connected, and I can go over to the project, launch memory calculation. This will only be available once you have pushed and saved a current version of your map, ran it inside of Fortnite Creative, and then ended the current game while still having a session connected. Now let's launch the memory calculation and see what happens. When we do a memory calculation, we are automatically going to launch after the private version is uploaded, meaning we're going to be uploading our very first private version. And this is a perfect moment to move into publishing, which is going to be the next section and final main section of the course. I'm going to select Add Version Notes, calculate the memory, upload to private version, add a description for this version of your content. I know it is optional, but for me, first upload is what I always like to put in when I'm uploading my project for the first time, so I know when I kicked off the very first private version. Once you hit done, it will launch the memory calculation. Private version has been created, so it's giving us a number to the private version and the ability to show it in the creator portal. When you select Done, it will open up the creator portal and show you where it has published your private version. We then have the memory calculation completed pop up, and the project is within budget, giving us the green check mark, which is amazing. That's what we want to see. It gave us the same number that we saw inside of Fortnite. What do we do with that number? Head up to Window and down into your message log. Inside of the message log, we're going to head to Memory Test Results. And that is giving you the results of your memory calculation that we just performed. Result, success, it only took 1 second. Well, we only saw it take 1 second, did a little bit more work behind the scenes. And now it's pinpointing our highest memory location, giving you that spot in world space coordinates. The number of locations sampled, well, it's only 1 because we do not have world partition set up and different sample locations set up. So currently we can look at all the actors by total exclusive size. From left to right, we have the actor, then the shared asset, exclusive asset, per instance minimum, per instance maximum, the number of instances, the total exclusive size, and then the grand total of the asset. We also have the ability to browse to whichever asset so we can check it out and see what the biggest culprit is. We have 2 dirt bike spawners, and I put those in there because I thought they looked pretty cool. But look at them. They're totaling at 8311, 8,311. So if we remove that, we would get that back when we would be under the 70,000 mark. Our landscape is very cheap. It's only at 1763. Each of the car spawners is around 2200. The sports spawner, 2100. Reboot van is 1100. SUV spawner, 5200. Well, do we need an SUV? Maybe we want to put in another car that's cheaper, or a prop car that might be even cheaper than a device. It also generates a CSV file for us, and we could take that file and feed it in and interpret it through some other analytical software if you choose to really fine-tune and optimize what you have in your map. Well, we're not using the reboot van. No one's getting rebooted. We're going to be respawning, and I haven't set that up, and I might set up some different respawns, but currently their player is respawning where they're eliminated, and that's not great. But let's get rid of the SUV and get rid of the reboot van, and we can remove the dirt bikes. No one's dirt biking here. Although I do like the props, so maybe I'll find some prop dirt bikes that could be cheaper. But for now, let's remove that because we might want to use the memory room to allocate for other devices. And since we have one of these, we can already duplicate it. It'll be cheaper the second time, and it's a static mesh, not a device. And I could put that back here in place of the reboot van. Alt drag a copy, and bring it over. Now rotating it into position. It's one of the construction vehicles, and we obviously need to put it on the ground down here. Let's launch our game again. We're still connected. So I'm going back inside of Fortnite. There's our old memory calculation. Remember that number, 76726 out of 100,000. We have to play the game, launch again, and then end the game. And you'll notice memory calculation is grayed out. It's waiting for the game to end, and then I will be able to launch that. There we go. It came back and it is white. Now that means it's acknowledged all the changes, and I can efficiently launch the memory calculation. This is versioning up our private version. So I'm going to add version notes. Calculate memory. What are those version notes? Second private version. Removed SUV spawner. Removed 2x dirt bike spawner. Added second copy of truck mesh. And then upload. We have a new private island code has been generated. Great. Done. It's now launching the memory calculation. And while we're waiting for that to proceed, opening up the creator portal, this is where we are shown our published copies. The very first one, first upload. Why does memory management matter? Well, it impacts player performance, so the higher the memory usage can lead to more lag or crashes, especially on lower end devices. Memory calculation completed. We're within budget. We knew we would be, but let's look at our results now. 67,566 out of 100,000. Hitting done, going back into our message window, message log, memory test results, and look at the difference in the adding of the second truck. The first truck cost 806, and the second truck and first truck together cost 829, meaning that the second truck only cost 23 points. So we know it is cheaper to add more of the same thing than to add a whole bunch of the same. One rock scaled, rotated, and manipulated 20 times over is substantially much cheaper than 5 or 10 or 20 individual unique separate rocks. High resolution textures, large material instances can all impact your memory statistics, which is why we went and optimized all our textures at the very beginning before we did all of our asset placement and memory calculations, because it is much more intense to go back and try and clean everything up and remove when you have gone well over budget. And that plays right into my continual theme. Don't wait till the end to optimize and playtest and see that you're at 99% or more. Be continually pushing and testing and making sure you are working within the bounds and constraints of UEFN and the Fortnite ecosystem. You've just learned the ins and outs of memory management and the island thermometer. Keeping an eye on memory usage is one of the most important things you can do to ensure players have a smooth, crash-free experience. Always check your memory early and often. That does it for this course, and it's up to you now to publish your map and display it for the world. Please check out my videos on publishing and playtesting once you have reached this stage with your game, and I look forward to playing your maps when you release them. Thanks for watching. Bye now.